Cyan often reflected on his father's stern advice, dedicating one's life to upholding the honor of the family name. His father had always intended for Cyan to desire nothing more than to attend to his older brother, Echelle, like a loyal shadow. This principle had guided Cyan's actions and decisions throughout his life, shaping his sense of duty and loyalty. However, the present situation was dire. Cyan found himself slumped on the ground, surrounded by the formidable Knights of Light. He pondered internally that it had indeed come to this point, a culmination of tensions and unresolved conflicts. Amidst the tension, one man stepped forward, his voice filled with awe. He remarked that witnessing such an extraordinary sight was priceless. A lone knight holding his own against the fiercest warrior of the continent was truly a marvel. The man continued, recognizing Cyan as his lord's younger brother, and called out his name, Lord Cyan Vert. Cyan responded with the name Boris. Despite being a member of the Order of Light, Boris bore a foul grin, his demeanor unsettling in the current moment. Summoning his crimson-purple dagger from the shadows, Cyan held it firmly despite his tattered body and the blood that oozed from his internal injuries. His presence was menacing, a stark contrast to the order he was part of. Cyan questioned whether the Emperor had ordered Boris's actions, his mind racing to understand the motives behind this betrayal. Boris feigned surprise, covering his mouth as if he had been unaware of the sinister rumors surrounding the vile black mist. Cyan's suspicions deepened, the pieces of the puzzle starting to fit together. In that instant, Cyan rose to his feet, releasing a black aura that emanated from him, sharp and threatening to anyone who dared approach. Boris seized the opportunity to accuse Cyan of being an assassin belonging to the mist, a fog that cast a pall over the Order of Light. He declared his intention to report Cyan as a heretical rebel, his voice dripping with disdain. Cyan responded with a stern warning, threatening Boris with severe consequences. The tension between them escalated as Boris announced that escaping using a secret technique was impossible, revealing that he had cast a level 9 star magic barrier. Cyan's determination solidified. He knew he had to find a way to inform his brother and uncover who was truly behind these events. He declared his intent to raise everything, to destroy Boris and whatever plans he had in motion. Suddenly, a single word from Echelle carried more meaning than simple statements, causing Cyan to freeze in place as he realized the voice's origin. Memories of his father's advice echoed in Cyan's mind, dedicating his life to the family's honor and recognizing Echelle's success as his own. Yet, Echelle stood before him now, shrouded in mystery and accusation. Cyan understood that Echelle was the one orchestrating these events. His dark energy dispersed, and he fell to the ground, feeling defeated. Echelle expressed that Cyan's eyes revealed his lack of understanding regarding the situation. Cyan muttered in confusion, trying to grasp the gravity of Echelle's words. Echelle praised him for performing his duties well, for the family name, the people, and himself. Shock overwhelmed Cyan as Echelle revealed that he had shouldered the weight of their duty for decades and was now there to lift that burden from Cyan's shoulders. Cyan questioned if he had done something wrong, his hand clutching the dagger tightly. Echelle accused him of becoming a vile murderer under the influence of the sinister fog, deceiving everyone and committing heinous sins. Cyan grappled with these accusations, gritting his teeth at Echelle's harsh words. He thought about the numerous conflicts they had faced together. The feud over the imperial crown, the suppression of the demon army, the war for the unification of the continent, and how he had assisted Echelle in succeeding in all their endeavors. Dedicating his life to Echelle had also been for his own good, but now it seemed he was being cast aside without reason. Determined to confront the betrayal, Cyan mustered his dark energy, blood flowing from his wounds, and vowed to destroy Echelle. His aura radiated outward, filling the canyon with an oppressive darkness. A knight exclaimed that Cyan's magic was beyond human, recognizing the immense power he wielded. Undeterred, Cyan provoked Echelle, questioning how a supposed great hero could fear his own younger brother. Echelle, visibly angered, remained silent as Cyan approached with assassin-like speed. Cyan delivered 2 swift strikes, but Echelle effortlessly blocked them with his sword, the clanging of their weapons echoing through the canyon. Moving with calculated precision, Cyan circled around, believing that a single hit to a vital point would end the confrontation. He launched another attack, but Echelle remained unfazed, his composure unbroken. The clash continued, with Cyan's shadow energy intertwining with Boris's light power as it defended Echelle from behind. He marveled at Cyan's formidable magic, unable to comprehend its extent. Echelle dismissed his brother as a poor fool, swiftly stabbing Cyan in the abdomen and causing him to lose grip of his dagger. Echelle expressed regret, hoping for a peaceful resolution, as Cyan reverted back in surprise, losing his power and his grip on reality. Echelle kicked Cyan away effortlessly, treating him like worthless trash. Cyan watched helplessly as his brother walked away, his breath shallow and labored. He reflected on his seemingly foolish life as his eyes began to close. Summoning his last ounce of strength, Cyan dashed toward Echelle, his dagger inches from Echelle's neck. Echelle swiftly swung his sword, releasing a surge of light power to finish Cyan once and for all. A voice called out to Cyan from his dark consciousness, jolting him awake. He gasped for air, sweat dripping profusely as he realized his neck was intact. Looking up, he saw a maid screaming at him to get ready. Emily stood before him, surprising Cyan. It had been nearly 20 years since he had seen her, and she hadn't changed a bit. Recognizing his room and the childhood furniture, Cyan realized he had somehow become a young boy again. The room around him was familiar, triggering memories that felt both distant and immediate. Emily called out to him once more, mentioning a sparring match. Confused, Cyan recalled being back at the castle of the House of Duke Vert. He saw himself in proper attire, holding a sword, standing in an arena watched by an eager crowd. Memories flooded back to March 1st, 985 since creation, a day before he was to enter the academy. He remembered the sparring matches, the importance of the event observed personally by his father, Duke Vert. His opponent had been Krantz Vert, his half-brother, who received more attention despite Cyan being the youngest of 4 sons. As an illegitimate child, Cyan's humiliation in the match had made him a laughingstock among his peers. His father's harsh words after losing the match had marked the end of his father's interest in him, deepening his sense of isolation. Emily approached him, suggesting he forfeit the match, but Cyan insisted he would win. Feeling hopeless, as even his maid thought so, Cyan drew his rapier, feeling its weight. He realized this was not a dream or an illusion and questioned if he had truly gone back to his past. The gravity of the situation settled in as he faced Krantz, who was amused by Cyan's unexpected presence. Ignoring the provocation, Cyan awaited the command to begin. Krantz lunged with his sword, insulting Cyan as a half-wit. Cyan observed Krantz's slow movements and swiftly shifted his leg, causing Krantz's strike to miss and clang against the ground. Krantz accused Cyan of dodging like a coward, but Cyan swiftly disarmed him, kicking his leg and causing Krantz to tumble to the ground in pain. Margaret cried over her son's injury, while Duke Vert watched in surprise at Cyan's effortless movements. Cyan contemplated ending the match by pointing his blade at Krantz's throat, but decided instead to defeat him decisively to prevent future harassment. Possessing nearly 40 years of experience in a 10-year-old body, Cyan was determined to live for himself. He kicked Krantz to the ground, securing a crushing defeat that left a lasting impression on his father. Krantz had suffered a crushing defeat in the sparring match, prompting the Duke to postpone his previously planned journey in order to meet with his son. The performance in the match must have left quite an impression. Cyan walked through the hall toward his father's office, his thoughts occupied by the unexpected turn of events. Even the Duke's personal high knight and bodyguard, Jerkin, had been assigned to escort him. A slight turn of the head acknowledged the knight's presence. Along the way, Margaret appeared in the hallway. She had likely just come from the infirmary because of her son. A quiet amusement flickered in Cyan's mind. Her expression was one of barely contained fury. A grin formed as he addressed her, feigning concern for Krantz's well-being. Margaret's scowl deepened as she responded with seething contempt. The audacity to ask such a thing after what had been done to his own brother was beyond brazen. With an air of indifference, Cyan dismissed the accusation, stating that it had merely been a sparring match. Without waiting for further protest, he moved to walk past her. Margaret, however, refused to let the moment pass unchallenged. A sneer accompanied her words as she declared the folly of associating with those beneath one's station. The provocation did not stop there. A remark about his lineage, laced with venom, followed, one that crossed an unforgivable line. A sharp halt signaled that Cyan had stopped in his tracks. The words reverberated in his mind. Killing intent surged, dark and immediate. She had overstepped. Should she die for it? Yet, just as quickly, the dangerous impulse subsided. Instead, a grin formed once more. There existed a far more satisfying way to make her suffer. One that would unfold gradually, ensuring that misery clung to her at every step. With an almost casual tone, he shifted the conversation. A reminder was issued. Krantz would be entering the academy alongside him. Margaret's response held a note of unease as she demanded to know his intent. The smirk remained. Surely, she wanted Krantz to graduate with all his limbs intact. The provocation was returned tenfold. Margaret's patience snapped. The vile words spoken with such insolence were intolerable. Anger propelled her hand forward, intent on delivering a slap. Jurken's presence, however, disrupted the motion. Without hesitation, the knight stepped between them. With unwavering composure, he addressed the Duchess, offering a respectful yet firm reminder that the Duke was waiting. The matter could not be delayed further. With a final, formal dismissal, Jurken ensured that the conversation had reached its end. Margaret fumed, but no further protest could be made. The Duke's orders were absolute. A quiet snicker escaped as the realization settled. The protection of a knight who answered only to the Duke held undeniable value. Even the Duchess held no sway over him. Before long, Cyan stood before his father. A formal greeting was issued. The youngest of the house of Vert stood in the presence of the Duke. A simple command followed. The Duke instructed him to sit. 15 years had passed since a conversation in private had last taken place. Duke Williers Vert, the great lord of Valias, ruler of the western territory of the Wuzif Empire. The guardian of the continent. The great hero, whose powerful magic and strategic mind had halted the advance of the demons. A man who had taken on a duty no one had asked him to bear. Even until the moment of his death during the Demon King's invasion, his only wish had been peace for the continent. Yet, the memories of him were somewhat different. He had chosen a life of service to others, a life that, in the end, made him nothing more than a fool. As Cyan took his seat, that thought lingered. A past life had already provided its judgment. Williers, Cyan's father, expressed admiration for Cyan's swordsmanship, noting how Cyan had dodged a sword with precise anticipation. Cyan felt a moment of confusion in response. Williers clarified his observation, explaining that when Krantz had lunged at Cyan, he had seen the trajectory of Krantz's rapier and had turned just enough to evade it. Curious, Williers inquired when he had learned such swordsmanship. Nervously, Cyan responded that he hadn't received formal training, but had trained by himself every night. Internally, he marveled at his father's perceptiveness. Williers exclaimed that the Cyan he knew had no aptitude or interest in swordsmanship and questioned how Cyan had managed to conceal such talent. Cyan admitted that he had simply avoided drawing attention to himself, scratching his head in response. Williers acknowledged Cyan's masterful maneuver against Krantz, despite his desire for privacy. Williers then questioned whether Cyan thought his subsequent actions were excessive, referring to how Cyan had repeatedly kicked Krantz down instead of securing a quick victory with a simple sword point to Krantz's neck. Deep in thought, Cyan considered whether his father was attempting to judge his character. He admitted his desire to prove himself. Williers sought clarification on what Cyan meant by proving himself. Cyan explained that although they might be half-brothers, he believed he was superior to Krantz and had concluded that this was the true purpose of their sparring matches. Surprised, Cyan watched as his father chuckled at his answer. Williers expressed delight at Cyan's sharp and straightforward response, stating how overjoyed he was to see such talent in his son. He added that Cyan would be of great assistance to Echelle someday. Cyan was taken aback, his mind filled with horror at the mention of Echelle. He recalled how his older brother had stabbed him, the very person who had betrayed him despite their shared dedication to Echelle. Cyan realized that nothing had changed. His father was still obsessed with Echelle. Although still a child, Cyan remained silent, clenching his fist in frustration. Williers offered to give Cyan something for winning the match, suggesting that the term prize might not be quite right, and asked what Cyan would like. Stealing his conviction, Cyan declared that if that was how it was going to be, he would destroy everything that Echelle set out to do. He then expressed his desire to go to the front lines. Back in his room, Emily screamed in shock at Cyan's decision to go to the front lines. Cyan revealed that he had informed his father, but nothing had been decided yet. Emily responded angrily. accusing him of going insane and questioning his understanding of the dangers that awaited. She cried in horror, recalling conversations with maids that described the front lines as crawling with hideous, evil demon beasts. Cyan explained that their territory was Velius, the westernmost region of the Wuzif Empire, the only area referred to as the front lines. The foremost area was Lamea Valley, where the centuries-long war against the demons continued to rage. He revealed that his father had been vehemently against his going there, but had eventually consented on the condition that he become qualified to go to Lamea Valley within a month. Looking at his palm, Cyan thought about not yet knowing what the qualification entailed. He clenched his fist, steeling his resolve, and decided that the first step would be to build as much muscle as possible, as he was still much weaker compared to his peers. Recalling the fight against Krantz, Cyan felt fortunate that he still possessed his battle instincts from his previous life. A dark crimson aura emanated from his hand as he sensed a bit of magic within his body. He believed he could make good use of that magic if he trained his body and decided to start training immediately. Suddenly, the door to his room was forcefully opened, and a soft, clear voice called out his name. Cyan saw Alice, with a pair of sky-blue eyes and straight hair with a braid on the side of her head, who appeared angry for some reason. Alice abruptly grabbed Cyan's collar and shook his thin, fragile body. Emily greeted Alice, hoping she had been well. Alice screamed at Cyan, questioning whether he had really told their father that he wanted to go to the front lines. Cyan pleaded with his sister to let him go first. Alice expressed that Cyan must think of himself as a real warrior just because he had beaten Krantz in a sparring match and demanded she wouldn't allow him to go to the front lines. She ordered him to the rooftop, but Cyan knew she was merely concerned about him and wanted to demonstrate how harsh the front line was. Cyan had no choice but to concede. With his rapier tied to his waist, he stood before Alice, who had her own long sword ready. She declared that the moment their swords were drawn, if Cyan could withstand her attacks for 3 minutes, she would allow him to go to the front lines. Wearing a weary expression, Cyan questioned whether this was truly necessary. Alice dismissed his question, instead asking whether he was interested in carrying on the family name. Cyan thought to himself that this was the real issue and had zero interest in it. Alice took Cyan's silence as affirmation. Cyan drew his rapier, his face down, thinking to himself that sparring with Krantz had already made the day quite eventful. With light steps, Alice lunged with her sword drawn, attempting an attack. Cyan was surprised by her speed, but effortlessly blocked her strike. Alice was bewildered, wondering how a 10-year-old could block it. Cyan pondered whether Alice was truly not going to hold back against a brother 7 years younger than her. Alice abruptly jumped back, and a skidding sound echoed as her legs slipped on the floor. She marveled in shock at how he had parried her long sword with his thin rapier, her hand quivering as she realized the possibility of it being just a fluke. Her killing intent surged, and she remarked that Cyan was better than she had expected. Horror descended upon Cyan as he saw the seriousness in his sister's demeanor. He thought to himself that he was in trouble and tried to plead with Alice. A fierce exchange of sword strikes followed, accompanied by the repeated clanging of metal. Cyan, with his frail, thin body, blocked every strike from his 17-year-old sister's barrage of attacks. Alice jumped up, her arms stretched back, preparing for a heavy downward sword strike. Cyan raised his rapier, meeting the blade head-on. He then tilted his rapier slightly as it ran along her blade. Having lived as an assassin his entire life, Cyan's instincts took over. Entering the battle, his instinct was to take a life. His sword moved straight toward Alice's neck, but she failed to respond. At that moment, Cyan executed a technique to twist his sword, redirecting his attack towards Alice. Alice was very surprised, but she didn't hesitate. She swiftly knocked aside Cyan's sword and stepped back. Cyan also retreated, thinking it could have been disastrous had he not twisted his sword midway. He realized that without doing so, he would have killed her. Cyan's swordsmanship skills were primarily designed for lethal combat, making it immediately difficult to fight without intending to kill, especially since his strength was lacking. He wondered how much time remained of the 3 minutes. To compensate for his weak strength, he imbued his sword with mana, but he was almost at his limit. In anger, Alice began to chant a spell to enhance her sword's power. Earth and wind responded, merging with her sword. Cyan was surprised and afraid of her 6-star magic. Alice's entire sword was now enveloped in mana from multiple elements. Cyan feared she was trying to kill him and realized it was over, noticing the determined look in her eyes. Alice seemed to have lost her will to dominate a child, repeating in her mind that she couldn't lose. Fearful, Cyan thought he would fall out of the castle even if he tried to block her attack. He just had to trust that this would work. After carefully considering, Cyan rushed towards Alice. Alice stood before him, gathering mana into her sword, causing it to soar high into the sky. Cyan prayed silently for Jurkin to come out. Just as Alice's dangerously large sword was about to reach Cyan, the knight of the family appeared, demanding to stop everything. He deflected Alice's attack with his sword and lifted Cyan with his other hand. The force of the collision lit up the night sky. With a serious expression, he warned Miss Alice that she was being too harsh against a much younger opponent. Cyan sighed in relief, thinking he had been wondering when the knight would appear. Alice immediately sobered up, hugged Cyan, and apologized, explaining that she must have lost her mind for a second there. She added that she had just wanted to stop him from going to the battlefield and had become too obsessed with it. Cyan thought cheerfully that this was very like her. She always tried so hard with everything. He added that his sister was the elite of the elites, having achieved an S in all subjects at the Royal Academy, where all the talented children gathered, whether they were skilled in swordsmanship, magic, or other fields of study. On top of her astounding beauty, people called Alice God's child. From a young age, she was trained in swordsmanship and was recognized as the future guardian of the continent alongside the eldest son, Echelle. However, not long after joining the Knights of Light, she was killed. Cyan thought to himself that he missed Alice and vowed to protect her this time. Alice turned to him and remarked that now that she thought about it, he was the Duke's guardian knight, but the Duke had just left for the war. Jurkin responded that he was carrying out the Duke's orders to protect the young master for a while, adding that he couldn't reveal this because he was supposed to carry it out in secret. Cyan reflected that he had felt Jurkin's presence ever since leaving the Duke's office and wondered why his father had instructed Jurkin to act secretly, thinking that if Jurkin had continued to ignore him, he would not have shown himself. Sensing her baby brother's feelings, Alice smiled happily, noting that he was still like a little kid to her. The next day, Alice returned to the academy. Apparently, Alice had returned briefly to see their father before her graduation. During this time, Cyan was struggling to push beyond his limits by attempting to perform push-ups, managing only 10 before trembling. He needed to become stronger, so he had been focusing on strength training for the past 2 weeks, but 10 push-ups remained his limit. For the past 2 weeks, he had been hitting a wall, despite being pretty confident in his strength. Now, he desired to return to his former strength and needed a solution. Emily entered the room and announced that a package had arrived from Miss Alice. Cyan confirmed with joy at the news, but Emily, with a disgusted and pinched expression, questioned the contents, noting the foul smell. She realized it was Hellhound's blood that Alice had requested. It was a rare item found only in Lamea Valley, but the rumors of its presence in the black market were true. The blood of demonic beasts was considered poisonous due to its sickening smell and the burning sensation upon consumption. However, it actually permanently increased the mana and strength of the person who consumed it. Most people believed it was just a false rumor, but Cyan knew it was true from his past life experience. Emily asked the young master if he was really going to drink that. Cyan replied with a smile that he was the only person able to adapt to her cooking skills. He reminisced about the first time, which was mushroom soup, and a smirk played on his lips as he thought his heart had stopped for a moment after a single bite of that thing compared to the Hellhound's blood. It was nothing. After finishing the Hellhound's blood, he slammed the container down on the table and shouted loudly that it was good. He then called for Emily, who responded that she was going to go for a walk. Cyan announced that he would return to see if it worked. Walking through the forest, Cyan thought it had been a while since he had come here and that he had been waiting for this day for the last 2 weeks. The moment when Jurkin was not around for his regular reports, as he kept following Cyan around, which was annoying since Cyan often came to this place when he wanted to be alone. He recalled that one day, Echelle had received a divine revelation from the god of light, Lumendal, which stated that an ancient temple was hidden somewhere in these mountains. Although Cyan hadn't fully believed it, he realized that there was indeed a place where the flow of mana was concentrated. Since the divine revelation had yet to arrive, it seemed that Cyan was the only one who knew about this at the moment. Pressing his hand down on the ground, Cyan used mana to give out a sense of presence, causing the surrounding area to collapse. He laughed joyfully, thinking of Echelle, and mused that she couldn't even imagine what he was doing at that moment. Looking down, he saw a staircase descending into the ground with a light at the end. It seemed like the temple was nearby, and with determination, Cyan decided to enter. He noted that it was different from the last time he had been here, muttering to himself as he took in his surroundings. The place was an ancient temple that had once served the god of light, Lumendal, until all history on this land was erased due to the god-demon war that had happened 300 years ago. Who could have imagined such a place hidden in the mountains just behind the castle? Cyan observed it now, the remnants of a temple whose origins seemed rooted in the distant year 999 before creation. On August 12th of that year, humanity had achieved a monumental victory, driving out the Demon King's army from Velius. Despite being far weaker, humans had unearthed ancient relics, artifacts known as the weapons of the gods, that had tipped the scales in their favor. Among these relics was Duran Dark, a holy sword blessed by Lumendal, the god of light. This weapon had been heralded as the key to humanity's triumph over the demons. Cyan's future, however, held a bitter irony, as it was destined to bring about his demise, wielded by Echelle Vert. Perhaps this very sword had a role in Cyan's inexplicable regression. Reaching out, he touched the holy blade, its surface smooth and unyielding. As expected, there was no response. The absence of any reaction soured his mood, stirring a fleeting annoyance. It seemed the sword held no interest in him, and he dismissed it, silently vowing to focus on the task at hand. Continuing past the light of the altar, his attention was drawn to a shadow lurking nearby. Its presence felt otherworldly, impossible to ignore. At first glance, one might mistake it for the sword shadow, but its origin was far more complex. Light and darkness coexisted, and the shadow concealed a hidden pathway beneath the altar. Descending the newly revealed staircase, Cyan encountered a door shrouded in mystery. He opened it cautiously and stepped inside. Before him stood a sword bathed in a bloody red aura. It radiated immense magical power, distorting the air around it. Cyan's expression twisted into one of joy as he reached for it. This was Kirim, his magic sword. Addressing the weapon, he acknowledged its dormant state, his voice calm, yet edged with anticipation. The silence was broken by a grotesque voice emanating from the blade, mocking him for his lack of fear and questioning his audacity in awakening it. Darkness surged forward, aiming to engulf him entirely. Unfazed, Cyan caught the encroaching shadow with one hand, halting its advance. The darkness shifted form, coalescing into the shape of a woman. Her attempt to retreat was futile as Cyan's gaze locked onto her. His smile brimmed with a chilling intensity. She demanded to know how he had touched her. Disbelief etched into her face. Cyan dismissed her questions, calmly asserting his claim over the sword. She spat in defiance, lunging at him with her claws, only for him to evade her attack effortlessly. As the battle unfolded, her disbelief grew. She demanded answers, sensing the unmistakable presence of Air's aura surrounding him. Cyan confirmed her suspicions, declaring himself the successor of Air and commanding her submission. The demonic sword, now furious, launched a ferocious assault, her attacks growing faster and more relentless. Cyan's thoughts remained steady, calculating. Words had proven futile, and he knew Kirim's ultimate goal was to claim his body. Deciding to assert his dominance, Cyan stepped back and issued a command: sword manipulation. Instantly, Kirim's form stiffened, her movements ceasing entirely. As she collapsed, he offered her a final warning, suggesting she accept him as her master while he still retained a modicum of patience. Restrained and unable to move, Kirim's thoughts raced, wondering how Cyan could wield the incantation with such precision. Despite her defiance, Cyan repeated the command with unwavering authority. Each utterance of demonic sword control pressed her head further into the ground, forcing submission. With a final, begrudging tone, Kirim conceded, her resistance giving way as she addressed him as master. Cyan acknowledged her submission with little more than a glance. His thoughts turned to his next move. He had accomplished his purpose here and considered whether it was time to return. He realized he had been away for far too long. As he exited the basement, Kirim's voice broke the silence, filled with relief and curiosity. She remarked on the freshness of the air, marveling at how invigorating it felt after so long. She addressed him playfully, asking for his name. Without hesitation, he responded, introducing himself as Cyan Vert. Her confusion was immediate, expressing disbelief at the unfamiliar name. She questioned how could have chosen someone so young. Cyan remained unperturbed, casually confirming that he had been chosen, though his connection with came from his past life. Kiram, taken aback, demanded clarification, but Cyan simply stated that he had died once before. Her shock deepened, and she glanced at the holy sword nearby, noting its dormant state. He explained that the sword's owner would not awaken for another 20 years, a revelation that left her questioning how he seemed to know the future with such certainty. Without offering much explanation, Cyan firmly gripped his dagger and, with decisive force, severed its handle. Kiram's reaction was immediate, a mixture of surprise and fear. She demanded to know what he planned to do with the broken handle. Cyan's response came with a sly, devious smile, suggesting that it might make the future more interesting. Time passed swiftly, and the day of departure arrived. That afternoon, a carriage rolled away from the ancestral mansion. Cyan, now clad in armor, reflected on how quickly the moment had come. Time, it seemed, had moved faster than expected. As the convoy arrived, Cyan approached, offering formal greetings to the Duke. Turning to Cyan, the Duke asked one final question, giving him an opportunity to reconsider. He assured Cyan that he would not stop him if he chose to withdraw. Cyan bowed respectfully, his resolve unshaken. He replied with certainty that his heart already belonged to the battlefront. Accepting this, the Duke ordered his knight, Jurkin, to proceed. Jurkin obeyed, producing a magic scroll. As the scroll activated, a glowing magic circle illuminated the area, summoning a fearsome beast. A creature with a fiery body emerged from the light, its bloodthirsty gaze fixed on Cyan. It was a hellhound, a low-ranked demonic beast native to Lamea Valley. Cyan observed the knights and his father, noting the effort they must have invested in preparing this test. Gripping his sword tightly, he reassured himself that they would step in if the situation became too dangerous. The Duke, standing watch, reminded him of the weight of responsibility. Every action carried consequence, and the trial before him was meant to demonstrate the strength of his resolve. As the word trial lingered in Cyan's mind, he recalled a recent conversation with Jurkin about arranging a duel. With only 3 days left to fulfill his promise to his father, he knew aimlessly practicing sword swings would not suffice. He had sought a real fight to hone his skills. Jurkin had suggested someone of Cyan's age, like young Master Krantz, as a potential opponent. However, Cyan dismissed the idea, mentioning that Krantz always seemed to avoid him. The hassle of chasing him down was not worth the effort. Jurkin, after some hesitation, agreed to spar instead, though he clarified he would use only a sheathed sword and focus solely on defense. Cyan had instructed him not to inform the Duke of the arrangement, emphasizing that it was an order. As the sparring began, Cyan launched an aggressive attack. Jurkin, wielding his sheathed sword, found himself astounded by the strength behind Cyan's strikes. Despite being only 10 years old, Cyan displayed remarkable speed and power. Jurkin thought to himself how heavy the blows felt, struggling to reconcile them with the age of his opponent. Cyan's movements grew sharper and more unpredictable, vanishing from Jurkin's line of sight in a mere instant. Jurkin, momentarily distracted, was caught off guard as Cyan reappeared behind him, delivering another strike. Though Jurkin remained stationary, focused purely on defense, the sheer intensity of Cyan's swordsmanship left him astonished. Cyan acknowledged his limits, silently admitting that defeating Jurkin was beyond his current ability. Still, the sparring session had served its purpose. Concluding the duel, Cyan expressed his gratitude. Jurkin, equally impressed, praised Cyan's progress. Internally, Jurkin marveled at the transformation of the young master he had once considered weak. If his earlier suspicions had been correct, Cyan's growth meant he could now face any trial with confidence. Returning to the present, Cyan stood before a massive monster, prepared for the next stage of his training. In an instant, his body disappeared from its original position, his swift movements propelling him toward the creature. A moment later, he reappeared, having delivered a powerful strike as he passed by. Despite the impact, Cyan recognized that his current strength was insufficient for prolonged combat against such a foe. Determined to avoid being overwhelmed, he resolved to end the battle as quickly as possible. Cyan advanced with determination, channeling his energy into the sword in his right hand. He leaped high into the air, a powerful surge of focus guiding his movements. With precision, he thrust the blade downwards, piercing the monster's head. The scene unfolded with awe. The sheer force of the attack left the onlookers in silence. His father's face brightened with pride as Cyan stood over the fallen beast. Cyan's thoughts wandered momentarily, amused by the idea of bottling the abundant blood spilling from the creature. Yet, he dismissed the notion, aware of how odd such an act would seem to those around him. The Duke's applause broke the quiet, his voice filled with approval as he commended Cyan's skill. He declared his readiness to see Cyan at the battlefront. Cyan acknowledged his father's words with gratitude, standing firm in his resolve. Kiram's voice interrupted the moment, tinged with irritation. The sword spirit expressed disdain, likening itself to a mere kitchen knife in Cyan's hands. Cyan responded with measured reassurance, reminding Kiram of its true nature as a demonic sword. Kiram's plea for blood to regain strength was met with Cyan's promise of future use, a promise that carried an edge of anticipation. Transitioning to the battlefield, chaos erupted as a group of ogres launched an attack. The soldiers responded swiftly, organizing a defensive line to counter the threat. Magic users cast spells, their radiant light forcing the ogres to recoil. Threads of binding magic emerged from smaller circles, immobilizing the creatures. With the command to strike, the army unleashed its full might upon the restrained ogres, overwhelming them with precision and force. A warrior charged into the fray, decapitating an ogre with a swift stroke. The severed head landed near Cyan, who observed the scene from atop his horse. Emily, his maid, stood behind him, trembling with fear. She questioned Cyan's decision to be present in such a perilous place, her voice betraying her anxiety. Cyan, however, viewed the unfolding battle with a mix of nostalgia and unease, recalling the familiarity of such chaos. The Duke approached, asking Cyan how he felt witnessing the front lines. Cyan admitted to some nervousness, but resolved to remain vigilant. His father's reminder of the ever-present danger resonated deeply, and Cyan's confident smile masked his growing determination. As the battle subsided, Cyan's assigned tent provided a semblance of safety at the rear of the encampment. Reflecting on his surroundings, he noted the disciplined guards and considered the delay in feeding Kiram. Frustration simmered as he contemplated his restricted circumstances. Emily's bustling presence provided little comfort. Her insistence on staying by his side grated on his nerves. To prepare for his departure, Cyan left a doll resembling himself on his bed. Emily's inquiry about his intentions revealed her suspicion of his plans. Cyan's reply, cloaked in casual dismissal, did little to quell her concerns. Donning his cloak, he stepped out into the night, his swift movements carrying him toward his next endeavor. Due to the heightened night guard duties on the front lines, moving freely was a challenge. Cyan executed the skill of the Black Mist, third move, Misty's Descent. He recalled that the area was filled with monsters, making it an ideal opportunity to wield Kiram. The demonic sword, sensing the strong scent of blood, grew restless and urged Cyan to let it cut something down. At that moment, a pack of hellhounds charged towards Cyan. He acknowledged Kiram's eagerness and decided to proceed. Using the skill Mist Blade, Misty Tempest, Cyan maneuvered through the hellhound pack with lethal precision, leaving their bodies lifeless in his wake. Afterward, at the corpse of one of the hellhounds, he inserted a sharp tube into a blood vessel, allowing the blood to flow into a wooden cup. He drank it heartily, expressing satisfaction with the quality of the blood. Kiram, too, expressed its refreshment and eagerness to grow stronger. Cyan evaluated their progress, assuring Kiram that the night was still young and the area teeming with monsters. Before them, another herd of beasts awaited. Kiram's excitement grew as they prepared for the next confrontation. Elsewhere, a group of horse-drawn carriages traveled. Within one sat a young lady with white hair. A companion expressed concern about the dangers of the front lines, suggesting they turn back. The young lady, the royal princess of the empire, dismissed the suggestion firmly. She reiterated her duty to assist her father on his tours and warned against further attempts to dissuade her. The conversation shifted to news of the youngest son of the Vert family being on the front lines. It was mentioned that the boy had volunteered himself, and the princess was encouraged to get along with him since they were of the same age. However, she dismissed this as trivial and decided to rest. Before falling asleep, she learned his name, Cyan Vert. On the battlefield, the Vert family fought against monsters. A bird-shaped creature fell to their attacks as the battle concluded. The Lord called for a status check, and the soldiers confirmed no injuries. Pleased, the Lord commended their efforts and instructed them to return to camp. His attention was briefly drawn to something unusual. Meanwhile, Cyan finished off another monster and sheathed his sword. His father approached, inquiring about his adjustment to life on the front lines. Cyan responded respectfully, noting that he was learning something new every day. Surprised, his father acknowledged Cyan's perseverance and expressed pride in him. This unexpected praise left Cyan deep in thought. Before leaving, his father mentioned wanting to discuss something the next morning and instructed Cyan to come to his tent. Later that night, in the monster territory, the sounds of movement and attacks echoed. A large monster attacked from underground, prompting Cyan to evade and observe. It was a deathworm, a creature that usually resided deeper in the valley. Kiram suggested taking over, pointing out the creature's regenerative abilities that rendered shallow injuries ineffective. Cyan, aware of Kiram's potential schemes, hesitated but ultimately agreed. The fusion process began as Cyan activated Black Mist, 9th form, magical sword manifestation. His body became enveloped in dark, blood-like energy. In a blur of sharp strikes, the deathworm's body was shredded. Merging with Kiram and channeling their power beneath the seemingly crimson moon, Cyan executed Mist Blade, 8th form, fluttering petals. The technique cleaved through the deathworm entirely, leaving its body in several pieces. Cyan stood amidst the remains, victorious. Later, on the battlefield, someone examined the monster's bloodstains and noted that the creature had not been dead for long. Jerkin, holding a torch, remarked from behind that the mana emanating from the area felt unusually intense. He speculated whether a demon might have been responsible for the carnage. Cyan's father, standing nearby, declared that such a possibility could not be ignored and immediately ordered the area to be inspected thoroughly. The soldiers were instructed to burn the corpse without delay. As they complied, Cyan's father scrutinized the sword traces left on the monster's body. A sense of familiarity crept over him as he silently wondered if his mind was playing tricks, questioning whether the peculiar marks were merely a coincidence. Jerkin, observing something of significance, called for his attention. In front of them lay the massive corpse of a deathworm. Shock rippled through the group. It was a deathworm, something that should have been nearly impossible to kill. The question of who could have accomplished such a feat lingered heavily in the air. Jerkin voiced a theory, considering whether the act could have been carried out by a certain organization. The presence of the demonic sword manifestation technique loomed over the discussion. Allowing Kiram to take control unleashed her full power, but doing so always came with risks. She could completely overpower Cyan if his guard slipped. At Cyan's location, he lay sprawled on his bed, thoroughly drained. Exhaustion coursed through his body, and he inwardly reflected on the reckless nature of relying on Kiram to defeat even a single foe. The toll on his body was undeniable, yet he acknowledged that drinking the blood of demonic beasts had fortified him. Had this been a month earlier, his body might not have withstood the strain. Kiram observed his state with an almost analytical air. Her tone carried a mix of curiosity and suspicion as she remarked on his behavior and abilities. She noted that while he appeared to be a child outwardly, his actions, words, and handling of her suggested otherwise. His mastery over the geography of the Lamea Valley and the mist sword techniques spoke to decades of experience, not the abilities of someone his apparent age. Furthermore, she had pieced together his earlier statements and confidently concluded that he was a regressor. Cyan responded with a lazy, indifferent expression, as though the revelation mattered little. He questioned whether he hadn't made it obvious enough already, given his earlier comments about dying before. Kiram reacted with a heavy silence, clearly unimpressed, before snapping in frustration that it was hardly obvious when he had explained nothing. Cyan's nonchalant attitude persisted as he brushed off her concerns, admitting that he lacked the motivation to elaborate. Kiram, undeterred, pressed on with her suspicions. She speculated that killing someone like Cyan would have been no small task, deducing that his death must have involved the owner of Durand Dark. She considered the possibilities, whether he had fallen in a duel or through betrayal, and confidently concluded it was the latter. Cyan inquired about Kiram's thoughts on the matter. Kiram responded by observing Cyan's disdain on Holy Sword. Kiram admitted he would be foolish if he couldn't discern Cyan's intentions, deducing that revenge must be Cyan's goal regardless of the circumstances. He warned Cyan to be mindful, threatening to eliminate him if he faltered or lost control. Without hesitation, Cyan immediately punched Kiram, sending her flying with a disdainful expression. He asserted that Kiram should know her place, emphasizing that he was not an idiot. Kiram spun silently, and Cyan smiled to himself, thinking that she hadn't changed at all. She remained the same as she was in his previous life. At that moment, Cyan left his camp to observe the surrounding atmosphere. He pondered the current chaos, noting that the day seemed unusually tumultuous. Emily approached him, addressing him as young master and informing him that it was his turn. When Cyan asked if something had happened, Emily replied with a worried expression, explaining that a high-level monster's corpse had been found near the entrance of the valley. Cyan realized she was referring to the deathworm. He wondered silently. Emily continued, mentioning that it had been a long time since there was a sighting of a high-level monster near the camps. Cyan, fearing that he might be discovered as the one who killed the deathworm, hastily asked if there was anything else. Emily appeared flustered. Cyan attempted to inquire further, asking if there had been any reports of suspicious individuals or anything related to him. However, their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Jerkin, who approached from behind and informed Cyan that the Duke wanted to see him immediately. Feeling uneasy, Cyan silently evaluated the situation. He lamented that he couldn't manage the corpses of the monsters because soldiers had suddenly appeared, disrupting his plan to enjoy a quiet life before entering the academy. Now, at his father's camp, Cyan bowed respectfully and greeted his father as the youngest son of the Verts. He secretly hoped his father wouldn't recognize him. His father responded with a serious tone, requesting Cyan to sit down. Cyan contemplated what excuses he could offer if his father inquired about the previous night's incident. His father asked directly what he had been doing last night. Anxiously, Cyan replied that he had gone to bed early because he was tired. Upon hearing this, Williers thought that while Cyan claimed to have gone to bed early, the traces of swordsmanship suggested otherwise. He wondered if he was overthinking it. Feigning ignorance, Cyan asked why his father was asking. His father didn't respond, seeming skeptical that someone so young could have slain a deathworm. The Duke explained that he was sure Cyan had heard about the incident near the camps last night, and that they needed to investigate further. It appeared to be the work of a secret assassin organization. Cyan pretended not to know anything about it. His father continued, describing the organization as one that had existed since ancient times. Their goals were unknown, but they had assassinated countless nobles under the guise of purification. They were infamous for leaving behind a black mist wherever they appeared. However, one day, they had disappeared and were last seen 300 years ago. The corpse of the deathworm from the previous night was enveloped in black mist. Black mist is the trace left behind by air, the god of darkness, who is worshipped by the mist and serves as the source of their power. If Willier's assumptions are correct, the mist were responsible for slaying the deathworm and the other demonic beasts. Internally, Cyan marveled at his ability to precisely identify the culprit despite the organization having been last seen 3 centuries ago. His father advised that they couldn't determine the reason for the organization's sudden appearance, but cautioned Cyan to remain vigilant. He assured Cyan that he would notify the Empire about the incident and investigate further. Obediently, Cyan responded affirmatively, while also thinking that his father was likely to believe him. His father found it hard to believe that Cyan was involved with such an organization at his young age. He then declared that the conversation was over and inquired if Cyan had been informed about who was visiting that day. Cyan replied that he had heard His Majesty would be visiting, but was unsure if it was scheduled for that day. His father smiled and confirmed, expressing that he wanted to ask Cyan for a favor regarding the visit. Curious and anxious, Cyan asked for more details, but before his father could respond, a soldier interrupted, announcing the Emperor's arrival. Cyan's father went outside, kneeling and addressing the Emperor with respect as the king appeared on horseback, calling out to Williers. The king dismounted, approached Williers, and assisted him up, remarking that they were old friends and asking him not to be overly polite since he had the king's permission. Williers still felt some apprehension and greeted the emperor respectfully. The king's gaze then shifted to Cyan's position, prompting Cyan to bow and introduce himself as Cyan Vert, the youngest of the Verts. The king complimented Cyan, noting it was impressive for someone so young to reside in such a rough environment, and remarked that his children were definitely different from ordinary ones. Feeling more at ease, Cyan thought he was curious about the favor his father had mentioned, but realized his father merely wanted him to appeal as his son. Cyan reflected on how he had always been confined to the mansion in his past life. As the emperor visited, Emily nearby exclaimed that the emperor had arrived. Deeply touched by his father's trust, Cyan watched as the king called a servant to introduce someone else. From the drawn carriage emerged a beautiful woman who introduced herself as Arin Sevelus, the fifth princess of the empire. Cyan observed the princess, thinking of her as the tragic fifth princess. Before the emperor's arrival, Cyan and his father spoke at the camp, where his father informed him that he would need to escort the princess for the day. Cyan wondered about the significance of this task, but his father reassured him not to be surprised. He explained that Cyan just needed to keep her company since they were the same age, and that Cyan would see her again once he entered the academy. Cyan recalled seeing her at the academy in his past life, remembering observing her a few times between classes. His father remarked that there was no harm in becoming acquainted with someone from the royal family. He mentioned it wouldn't take long, but expressed a desire for Cyan to get along with her. Cyan silently evaluated the situation, feeling reluctant but understanding his father's intentions. He suspected that his father wished for them to develop a friendship similar to the one he had with the emperor. However, Cyan felt that his father had chosen the wrong person for such a friendship. He concluded that she could not become his friend, though he couldn't voice this thought as it pertained to a future only he was aware of. Annoyed, Cyan decided he would have to remain obedient for the time being. At that moment, images of the battlefield appeared. Arin inquired about the river's redness. Cyan explained that she must be referring to the Blood River, a stream running through the entirety of the Lamea Valley. There wasn't any complex reason for the water's redness. Demonic beasts, whether old or injured and unable to compete for survival, would instinctively leap into the Blood River. Their corpses and bodily fluids dissolved into the river, turning it red due to mana-induced decomposition. Arin, alarmed, sought confirmation if that was the sole reason for the river's condition. Cyan affirmed, adding that the demonic beasts also drank and washed in it, making it very disgusting and advising against entering. Arin grimaced and pressed further, inquiring about what lay at the end of the river. Cyan responded that it led to the demon realm. She questioned whether the demon realm was where the demons lived. With a mischievous smile, Cyan affirmed and added that if one continued following the river, they might even encounter the Demon King. Internally, Cyan thought that no sane person would pursue that path, finding amusement in teasing her. Suddenly, the sky signaled with a flare. Arin curiously inquired about the light. Cyan explained that it was the 3rd century post in the west, where a yellow light signifies incoming demonic beasts. Arin, somewhat fearful, questioned if there were demonic beasts nearby. Williers ordered the protection of His Majesty, stating that the Guardian Knight Division troops would accompany him to the 3rd century post in the west. The Emperor, wearing a cheerful expression, remarked to Williers that he did not intend to go on a hike and had been growing increasingly bored. Hesitant, Williers reluctantly complied. The king proclaimed that they would join the demonic beast raid, focusing on eliminating the beasts until the raid concluded. All the soldiers responded in unison with affirmation. Williers turned to Cyan and instructed that he join as well. Cyan promptly agreed. The princess incredulously questioned his ability to fight the demonic beasts. Cyan responded that he could, although he was still just supporting from the back, and advised seeking shelter. Arin hastily demanded to be taken along. Cyan wondered about the princess's insistence, and the attendant beside her attempted to restrain her. However, Arin persisted, stating that since Cyan was the same age as her, she could accompany him. Cyan warned that people died in that area, and that it was not a playground. Arin remained undeterred, declaring her intention to go and asserting that no one could stop her. Frustrated by her stubbornness, Cyan angrily summoned his knight, Jurkin. With a terrifying demeanor, Jurkin assured that he would substitute the royal knights and escort Her Highness to safety in the camps, initiating their departure. Arin, though somewhat scared, remained defiant and rebuked Cyan for treating her, a princess, in such a manner. Cyan, with a menacing look, leaned close to Arin's face and warned that dozens of knights might die due to her stubbornness. He emphasized that a split-second decision could determine their fate in the war, questioning whether she could take responsibility for all those lives. Hearing this, Arin felt so scared that she almost burst into tears. Cyan walked away, leaving her behind with the knights, and instructed her to go back if she was going to cry like a child, "Your Highness." At that moment, Arin could only stand and watch Cyan leave in silence. At the center of the battlefield, a monster resembling a giant snail was devouring the foot soldiers. The soldiers screamed for defense, urging each other to fend off the beast, stand their ground, and not to fall back. Villiers then appeared brandishing his sword and ordered the troops to get back into formation, protect his majesty, and slay all the monsters without sparing even a single one. Upon hearing his command, all the soldiers charged into battle with unwavering determination. Arin Sevelus, the emperor of the Abusive Empire, had 2 wives. Kundel Quiselle was his first wife, but she is now dead. Cassandra Nephilis is his second wife and is considered the prominent judiciary of the empire. The former Empress Dion gave birth to the first and second princesses, while the current Empress Cassandra gave birth to the third and fourth princes. However, Arin Sevelus, the fifth princess, was a bastardized daughter born to a peasant mistress. People treated her as a scarecrow-like princess due to her mixed blood, but she did not care about how others perceived her. She fulfilled her duty as part of the royal family and devoted herself to her studies more than anyone else. However, she was framed for treason by those who resented her and was expelled from the royal family and the empire. Rumors spread that she died alone from a disease on an island, leading people to call her the tragic princess. It was believed that she could have lived a happy life had she not been greedy, and that it would have been better for her to live without any ambition. After recounting the story, Kiram questioned whether that was what Cyan's father had always told him in his past life. Cyan, who was currently engaged in battle with the monsters, responded that it was different, explaining that such was the nature of royal politics. At that moment, a giant snail was struck by powerful lightning, its body thoroughly cooked. Other giant snails suffered a similar fate. Cyan stood nearby, observing and evaluating that the emperor was skilled with his holy lightning ability. The king was slaughtering all the giant snails within his reach. Cyan noted that Emperor Dion was publicly recognized for his 8-star magic prowess, and that had he not become emperor, he probably would have been the Mage Association's head. Cyan understood that an intermediate-ranked demonic beast would pose no challenge, considering that being an emperor seemed to be his hobby. After a period of fighting within the camp, the emperor and Villiers sat together, enjoying wine. The emperor mentioned that it had been a while since they had shared a drink. The emperor admitted feeling quite lonely, noting that he was the only one drinking. Villiers apologized, explaining that he did not permit himself to drink on the front lines. At that point, the emperor changed the subject, recalling when Villiers had inquired about the current atmosphere in the empire. He noted that there had been a recent increase in the assassination of nobles, which was causing widespread anxiety. Villiers inquired whether there were any patterns to these assassinations. The emperor confirmed that all the victims were corrupt officials and that black mist had been present at each murder scene. Upon hearing this detail, Villiers pondered thoughtfully. The emperor then asked if Villiers had any ideas. Villiers responded that he had discovered traces of black mist in the area the previous day, suggesting that the followers of black mist might be mobilizing again. The emperor agreed that this made sense, but emphasized the need for further investigation. He appreciated Villiers' efforts in managing the situation, but expressed concern about the growing anxiety among the people. Additionally, the emperor mentioned another troubling matter. A noble was spreading rumors that blamed the fifth princess for the assassinations. Villiers sought clarification, confirming that individuals were attempting to associate Princess Arin with the incidents. The emperor elaborated that he had been dismissing these claims as nonsense, but suspected that a group intended to exploit her. He then requested a personal favor from Villiers, not as an emperor, but as a friend, to take care of Princess Arin if he were to die before Villiers. Accepting the emperor's request with a serious demeanor, Villiers assured that he would carry out the emperor's orders to completion. Pleased by Villiers' assurance, the emperor thanked him. Heavy rain poured at the campsite. Inside Cyan's tent, Emily felt frustrated and questioned him, prompting him to respond curtly, indicating that was all he had to say. Emily firmly countered, expressing that Cyan's actions were unacceptable, stating that as the princess, ending the escort would jeopardize any chances of marriage. Feeling overwhelmed by Emily's criticism, Cyan thought to himself that she might have thought he was planning a date. He then left the tent, telling Emily that he trusted her to manage things in his absence. Emily voiced her concern, asking if Cyan was heading to training despite the severe rain. Cyan reassured her not to worry and advised her not to stay up waiting for him either. As Cyan was about to depart, a girl cloaked in rain stood outside his tent, waiting. Puzzled by her presence, Cyan observed the stranger while Emily, filled with fear, asked who she was. The stranger then removed her hood, revealing herself as Princess Arin, and inquired where Cyan was intending to go. Arin approached Cyan and requested a conversation, apologizing if he was busy. Quickly changing her demeanor, Emily welcomed Arin warmly. Outside Cyan's camp, not only soldiers from his family were present, but also royal soldiers. Arin inquired how long Cyan had been there. Cyan responded that it had been about a month, and then curiously asked her the reason for her visit. Arin sensed something slightly ominous behind her and asked if they could be excused for a moment. Cyan turned to Emily and instructed her to go outside for a bit. Before leaving, Emily agreed and wished them a good time together. With everything quiet, Cyan thought to himself that spending time with a 10-year-old wouldn't be enjoyable, correcting his own thought by noting he was 40 in this situation. Arin hesitantly apologized for her earlier behavior, expressing that she felt she hadn't acted as a princess should. Cyan responded politely, assuring her there was no need to worry and apologize for being rude. Arin smiled and reciprocated, saying she would have done the same in his place. Her smile faded, and a slightly saddened expression took over her face as she continued, noting that Cyan was acknowledged by many people, unlike herself, and that he was much more mature. Observing Arin's change in demeanor, Cyan recognized the kind of personality she possessed. Arin then expressed her desire, mentioning that Cyan was entering the academy as well and suggested they become friends. Understanding her suggestion, Cyan interrupted her before she could finish. His face turned serious, with a hint of intimidation, as he firmly declined, stating that he didn't believe he could be of any help to her. This response made Arin feel fearful for a moment. Cyan clarified his stance, indicating that if Arin was here to make friends, she should leave. Arin attempted to persuade Cyan, explaining that she just wanted them to be on good terms. She remarked on his harshness, questioning if he also thought she was merely a shell of a princess. Without receiving a response to her difficult question, Arin continued, acknowledging that there was likely no benefit in being friends with her and apologized for wasting his time. Deciding to leave, she stated that she had been short-sighted in thinking they could at least talk, and remarked that Cyan was completely different from what Sir Echelle had said. Upon hearing the mention of his betraying brother, Cyan became visibly unsettled, deeply pondering the implications of the words he had just heard. In that moment of intense distress, he lost control and tightly gripped Arin's hand, desperate to prevent her from leaving. Concerned for his well-being, Arin inquired about the cause of his distress. Cyan responded with a cold demeanor, questioning how Arin had come to know about his brother. Fearfully, Arin explained that she had become acquainted with Echelle during her tour of the Royal Academy the previous year. During that time, Echelle had advised her not to concern herself with others' opinions and to focus solely on fulfilling her duties as a princess. Upon hearing this revelation, Cyan comprehended the gravity of the situation. He thought to himself that he understood Echelle's personality, the demonic bastard's nature, better than anyone else. The plan to undermine Princess Arin had commenced as soon as she had met Echelle. Cyan felt a surge of fury but remained worried as he issued a warning to Arin. However, his warning was abruptly interrupted when their camp was suddenly shaken by an unexpected and violent disturbance. Emily rushed into the camp from outside, urgently informing them that the young master needed to flee immediately. At that precise moment, a massive log crashed down onto Cyan's tent from above with such speed that its approach went completely unnoticed. The entire camp was obliterated in an instant, leaving devastation in its wake. Fortunately, Emily had been outside the attack range, and thus escaped death unscathed. Standing before them was a colossal monster, holding a tree branch, towering menacingly. Panic ensued as people began shouting to one another, cursing and exclaiming that the young master's tent was under attack, urgently urging others to verify his safety. Emily, overwhelmed by fear, crouched on the ground, her heart racing as she desperately called out for her young master. Meanwhile, the shock of the attack had reached Willier's camp, causing both the Emperor and Williers to become increasingly worried and highly uncertain about the unfolding events. A soldier entered the camp to report the dire situation, and the Emperor's face darkened with deep concern as he inquired about the details of the report. The soldier explained that advanced-ranked demonic beasts had ambushed the rear camps in the border regions and believed that the princess was present during the attack. In response to this alarming news, the Emperor urgently ordered all members of the Imperial Army to head to the rear camps without delay to ensure the princess's safety. The Emperor pondered the perplexing situation, questioning how the princess had come to be in the rear camps and whom she might be intending to meet in such a dangerous and volatile area. The narrative then shifted to the area under attack by the monsters, where two ogres emerged from the chaos, wreaking havoc and causing further destruction. Cyan, having survived the initial attack, was now hiding and carefully assessing the increasingly dire and chaotic situation around him. He observed that deathworms and ogres were typically creatures that resided only in the deeper, more secluded regions of the valley. Their unexpected presence in the rear camps indicated that something significant had changed in the dynamics of the area. Cyan wondered whether this change was a direct consequence of his own actions or involvement. Emily cried out in anguish, expressing that she had believed the young master to be truly dead and vowed never to leave his side again, her voice filled with joy. Returning to the time of the attack, Cyan had swiftly jumped off, managed to hold on to Arin, and dodged to the side to avoid the fatal blow from the giant log. He silently evaluated his own strength and capabilities, recalling that in his earlier days, he had even killed the Demon King, which suggested that he was not about to perish to what he considered a mere troll-like creature. Arin, clearly worried, asked whether the knights in the camps were safe. Emily reassured her by stating that there was no need to worry, as the knights were exceptionally strong and well-trained in combat. Arin, in a moment of intense emotion, hugged her face and cried, believing that this dire situation would not have occurred had she not come here. The knights accompanying them reassured Arin, affirming that they were all right and that it was their duty as the Knights of the Empire to protect her at all costs, emphasizing their unwavering and steadfast commitment to her safety and well-being. The remaining knight also smiled confidently and affirmed that he was right, assuring the Highness that they would protect her with their lives. Suddenly, Cyan's expression turned serious as he warned the knights to move. The knights didn't grasp his meaning and remained unaware of the imminent danger approaching from behind. In the next moment, the troll's large hand grasped one knight's body, and with a single grip, the knight was killed. Cyan stepped forward to protect Arin and instructed her to step back. Seeing Cyan's appearance, the ogre seemed to recognize something. Cyan immediately realized that the ogre had recognized him. Upon identifying its target, the troll threw the knight's body aside. Cyan urgently told everyone he would distract the troll, urging them to flee with the princess. Emily agreed without hesitation, not worrying about Cyan. She carried Arin and questioned the other knight actions, prompting him to leave. Cyan thought angrily, realizing that Emily was eager to leave. The troll raised both hands to attack Cyan, who prepared to counter. In the next moment, Cyan's sword cut through the troll's arm. After the attack, Cyan wondered why all the advanced-ranked demonic beasts were attracted to him, feeling as though they could smell something on him. Kiram chuckled maliciously, explaining Cyan of drinking the blood of countless demonic beasts to become strong, explaining that it was the reason Cyan had killed so many of them. Kiram added that it would be strange if the beasts did not come for him. Cyan urgently asked why Kiram was revealing this information just now, to which Kiram smirked and replied that Cyan had forgotten her true purpose. Before Kiram could answer, Cyan squeezed her shadow form, and the magic sword appeared. Kiram complained about Cyan's actions, pleading to be treated better. Cyan demanded silence, stating he didn't care how many monsters approached him. After making his declaration, Cyan rushed towards the troll. The troll threw a punch at him, but Cyan dodged and approached its head, cutting it off. The troll's heavy body fell to the ground. Cyan declared that now that no one was watching, they should go sip on some advanced-ranked demonic beast blood. In front of him stood a crowd of large monsters. Kiram excitedly announced that it was going to be a feast, but then he noticed something and called for caution as a large dragon with a purple body appeared. Cyan exclaimed that it was a devil dragon, and its roar echoed around them. Kiram confirmed that it was still a baby and added that the dragon also smelled Cyan. Cyan smiled maliciously, thinking it didn't matter why the dragon was there. The demonic sword manifestation caused Cyan and Kiram's spirit power to merge. What mattered was that Cyan wasn't missing out on a chance like this. With a confident and intimidating face, Cyan declared that they had to catch the dragon. Kiram objected, stating that they had to eat it. On another side of the camp, a monster was attacked by several golden lightning bolts. The Emperor asked Williers if this was the last one. Williers replied that it seemed so. The Emperor then inquired about the princess and Williers' son. Williers responded that he couldn't find their traces past the tent. The Emperor apologized, assuring Williers that it was fine and understanding that he was surely worried about his son too. Trusting in Cyan, Williers replied that there was no need to worry about his son, emphasizing that what mattered right now was the princess. The Emperor thought that was cold, but Williers affirmed that a Vert should know to watch out for himself. At that moment, someone came to report to the Emperor that they had found the princess. The Emperor asked for confirmation, and immediately after, Arin rushed in calling for her father. The Emperor inquired about her condition and whether she was hurt anywhere. Arin, worried, said they needed to hurry to save him. The Emperor asked whom they needed to save. Arin explained that because of her, he was in danger. The Emperor asked her to calm down and to tell him what was going on. Williers stepped forward and addressed Cyan's maid. Emily replied, with a terrifyingly dark face, that she is. Williers demanded to know if something had happened to Cyan. Emily, frightened, thought she was scared as she had never seen the Duke look so scary before. Trembling, she stuttered that the young master acted as bait to give them time to run away. Hearing this, Williers' eyes sharpened as he looked at Emily. The royal soldier next to them immediately said he remembered where Cyan was last. He added that if the Emperor just gave an order, he would go with others to save the young master. The Emperor urged him to do so. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Williers remained silent for a moment before stating firmly that they would not proceed with the proposed course of action. His decision left many puzzled. The Emperor questioned him again, asking with disbelief if Williers was serious. With composure, Williers explained that the immediate priority was addressing the current situation. If the camps fell, the demonic beasts would invade the empire. The place had to be reconstructed immediately to prevent further loss of life. Emily, though terrified, found the courage to question what would happen to the young master. With a cold demeanor, Williers stated that Cyan had fulfilled his duty by aiding the princess's evacuation, demonstrating what it meant to be a Vert. Hearing this, the princess felt a surge of guilt, wondering why such sacrifices had to be made because of her yet again. Their discussion was interrupted by a piercing cry from above. Arin turned her attention skyward, recognizing the sound, a dragon. Above them, a dragon soared majestically, and soon she spotted Cyan clinging desperately to one of its legs. Cyan's face bore a defeated expression, tears streaming down his cheeks as he struggled to hold on. Dragons, revered as rare and noble creatures closest to the Creator, were rarely approached by humans. Yet here was Cyan, clinging to one, his heart torn between honor and dread. As the dragon flew over the camp, directly above Arin, she called out Cyan's name in worry. The king, astounded by the sight, exclaimed at the unbelievable scene. He demanded to know why Williers' son was on the dragon and whether Williers intended to rescue him. Williers, visibly worried, remained silent, deep in contemplation. Meanwhile, Cyan struggled atop the dragon, cursing his predicament. His original intention had been merely to drink the creature's blood, but now he was caught in this chaotic situation. Earlier, he had confronted the dragon after merging with Kiram, determined to defeat it. Facing a horde of monsters blocking his path, Cyan had cursed them for wasting his time and unleashed his mist sword skill, Russian Mist Storm. In a blur of motion, he sliced through hundreds of monstrous foes, leaving a trail of destruction before landing face-to-face with the dragon. Observing the dragon, Cyan noted its smaller size, indicating it was not fully grown. The creature immediately retaliated, firing a powerful energy beam. Cyan dodged swiftly, remarking sarcastically about the attack's brightness as he closed the distance to strike. Kiram, his companion, criticized Cyan's brashness, to which Cyan responded with annoyance, claiming the dragon deserved what it got. His strikes wounded the dragon, causing it to roar in pain and release a burst of air pressure that hurled Cyan backward. Rather than being deterred, Cyan's excitement grew. The dragon, seeing Cyan as a threat, lunged at him with its horn, but Cyan evaded and countered with his swordless fluttering petals technique. His strikes left the dragon with deep wounds, and it plummeted from the sky, stirring up clouds of dust upon impact. Cyan, facing the downed dragon, admitted to himself that he wasn't yet strong enough to fully defeat such a creature. As Cyan prepared to finish the battle, the dragon suddenly rose, its sharp eyes fixed on him. A powerful gust of wind surged from its body, but Cyan held his ground, refusing to fall for the same trick twice. To his surprise, the dragon turned and fled, tail tucked. Realizing the creature's sensitivity to his attacks, Cyan panicked and pursued, unwilling to let it escape. This chase led to the current moment, where Cyan clung to the dragon's leg midair, his thoughts consumed by his predicament. Reflecting on his dwindling luck, he deliberated his next move. Kiram, appearing beside him, demanded to know why he was hesitating. Cyan, irritated, pointed out the people below them, emphasizing that using the demonic sword in their presence would result in dire consequences, including being burned at the stake. Kiram rebuked him for his indecision, urging him to act. As Cyan argued with Kiram, Williers, still on the ground, focused intently on casting an advanced spell. Cyan recognized the intricate golden swords forming within the magic circle, identifying it as 8-star advanced magic, the fabled secret sword of the heavens. Knowing that his son would be caught up in the chaos when the moment arrived, Williers cast his spell. Dozens of swords materialized, flying toward the dragon in a coordinated attack. Cyan, observing the spectacle, muttered in awe about his father truly living up to his title as the continent's guardian. The dragon, showing no fear, dodged and maneuvered through the barrage of swords with remarkable agility. Cyan found amusement in the dragon's skillful evasion, encouraging it with a mix of sarcasm and admiration. However, his tone shifted to worry as a sword aimed for the dragon's blind spot, potentially endangering him as well. Cyan commented nervously that the dragon might not be able to dodge this one. The sword grazed the dragon's leg, and the impact caused Cyan to lose his grip and plummet freely downward. Frustration overtook him as he lamented the missed opportunity for what he considered a special meal. Kiram, his companion, berated him, demanding that he fly or find a way to avoid crashing into the ground. Cyan resisted, knowing that using mist magic in front of onlookers would expose his powers and lead to severe consequences. Kiram, exasperated, accused Cyan of accepting death without a fight. Resigned, Cyan mumbled about his uncertainty but was suddenly struck with an idea. With renewed hope, Cyan exclaimed that he might have a solution. Kiram, sensing the direction of Cyan's thoughts, guessed his master's plan and questioned if Cyan truly intended to fall into the blood-infested river below. Cyan, seeing no alternative, replied with resignation, acknowledging the grim situation. Moments later, he plunged into the river, infamous for being formed from the blood of monsters. Though far from an ideal outcome, Cyan managed to survive the fall. In a distant place, a devil and a young demon observed the commotion. The young demon noted the rare sight of a dragon flying in the area and speculated about the strong demonic beast likely responsible for the disturbance. The elder demon corrected him, pointing out that humans lived across that border. Doubting the possibility, the younger demon expressed disbelief that a dragon could lose to mere humans. Growing quiet, he sensed something unusual. When asked what was bothering him, he explained that he could feel a strange, yet familiar energy from the area. The elder demon suggested he investigate, cautioning him not to kill indiscriminately out of boredom. The younger demon irritably agreed before spreading his wings and heading towards Cyan's location. Back at the river, columns of bubbles rose from the murky depths as Cyan emerged, gasping for air. Exhausted, he crawled onto the shore and complained bitterly about his predicament. Turning to Kiram, he asked if his companion was still alive. Kiram, soaked and fuming, snapped that he was contemplating how to kill Cyan for his recklessness. Cyan attempted to reassure Kiram, promising to clean up and regroup later. Kiram, clearly agitated, pressed Cyan about his plan, emphasizing the dangers of their surroundings, the demon realm. Cyan dismissed Kiram's concerns, insisting that encountering a higher demon was unlikely. Just as he finished speaking, a voice interrupted, exclaiming excitement at finding something fun. The voice struck a chord of recognition in Cyan, who muttered to himself about the familiarity of the speaker. The source of the voice soon revealed itself. Standing before Cyan was the young demon boy, his face fierce and eyes gleaming with curiosity. The boy demanded to know if Cyan was human. Stunned, Cyan recognized the figure before him as none other than the demon king, Valkyrion. Memories of Valkyrion's fearsome reputation flashed through his mind, an embodiment of evil whom no human dared to challenge. Under his breath, Cyan cursed the timing of this encounter. Valkyrion, calm yet menacing, repeated his question, asking Cyan to confirm whether he was human. Before Cyan could respond, Valkyrion's eyes darkened, and in an instant, he appeared behind Cyan with deadly intent. The demon king's voice, laced with malice, questioned whether Cyan wanted to fight. Reacting instinctively, Cyan swung his dagger, but Valkyrion vanished and reappeared effortlessly. As Cyan's attacks failed, a strand of Valkyrion's hair was cut, an act that prompted a chilling shift in the demon king's demeanor. Instead of anger, Valkyrion chuckled, commenting on Cyan's supposed infinite potential. He acknowledged Cyan's audacity in daring to cut his hair, finding it amusing. Kiram, observing the situation, asked Cyan mentally about the stranger's identity. Cyan, still trembling, identified the figure as the demon king. Kiram, stunned, questioned how Cyan planned to survive this encounter. Cyan admitted that his only option now was to run. Fear gnawed at him as he doubted his ability to escape Valkyrion's grasp. However, to his surprise, the demon king reassured him. Valkyrion stated that he had no intention of harming Cyan, urging him to relax. With an unsettling casualness, the demon king lay down, insisting he wouldn't hurt a child and inviting Cyan to converse without fear. Cyan, baffled by the demon king's sudden change in behavior, wondered aloud why Valkyrion had chosen to lie down so unexpectedly. Valkyrion chuckled, repeating his question, asking Cyan whether he was human. Cyan confirmed with a hesitant nod. Valkyrion continued, probing further, and asked how Cyan had arrived in the demon realm. Cyan replied that he had come through the current of the river. Valkyrion seemed amused, commenting on the oddity of Cyan's aura and asking who he truly was. Nervously, Cyan denied any special identity, insisting he was just a normal human. Valkyrion smirked, his tone teasing, as he remarked that Cyan's claim of being normal seemed questionable. Cyan's thoughts raced as he insisted silently to himself that they had never met before. Valkyrion, lying relaxed on the ground, mused aloud that this must be true since he had never encountered a human. He wondered aloud when Cyan could have possibly seen him. Cyan remained silent, questioning internally why Valkyrion seemed so casual and whether this was the same demon king he remembered. Valkyrion spoke again, explaining that he had sensed a strange energy while making his rounds. Cyan, confused, asked what he meant by making rounds. Valkyrion clarified that, as the demon king, it was his duty to watch over the lands he ruled. Abruptly, Valkyrion asked Cyan to repeat what he had just said. Cyan hesitantly repeated the demon king's words about his responsibility to oversee his lands. Valkyrion chuckled, commenting on Cyan's unusual reaction. He jokingly added that Cyan's calm demeanor suggested familiarity, asking if his mother had never used him, the demon king, as a threat to scare him into obedience. Cyan doubted his assumptions, wondering if this truly was the same demon king he had known in his past life. If events were following the path he remembered, the demon's invasion should begin soon. However, Valkyrion's current demeanor did not align with the monstrous figure from his memories. Cyan speculated about what might have triggered Valkyrion's transformation and resolved to prevent such an event from occurring. Gathering his courage, Cyan asked what Valkyrion sought to accomplish as Demon King. Valkyrion responded with laughter, amused by Cyan's audacity. He stated simply that he wished for his people to live well and eat well. However, he warned that anyone who interfered with that peace would face his wrath. Cyan, while listening, felt a momentary glimpse of the monstrosity he remembered from his past life, though it seemed repressed for now. An idea sprung to mind. Cyan proposed a deal, warning Valkyrion of an impending event that could endanger his people and lead to a war between humans and demons. Valkyrion, intrigued but skeptical, asked Cyan to elaborate. Cyan explained that while he did not know the exact details, he was certain it would ignite a large-scale conflict. Valkyrion questioned whether Cyan was implying that he would seek to invade human lands. Cyan calmly suggested a negotiation, asking Valkyrion to promise not to start a war regardless of what happened. Valkyrion appeared amused by the proposition, asking what Cyan could offer in return. Meeting the Demon King's gaze, Cyan declared that he would do everything in his power to support Valkyrion and help him protect his people. Valkyrion leaned closer, scrutinizing Cyan's expression, and asked for his name. The boy responded firmly, introducing himself as Cyan Vert. Valkyrion nodded, agreeing to the terms. As the ruler of the demon realm, he promised not to invade human lands, no matter the circumstances. However, before departing, Valkyrion reminded Cyan that a deal was a deal and warned him to uphold his end of the bargain. With that, Valkyrion's wings unfolded, and he soared into the sky. Sometime later, an inspection team from Cyan's clan discovered him near the river, battered but alive. They escorted him back to safety, and his survival against the odds earned him the nickname the boy who survived the Devil Dragon. The group returned to an abbey near the borders of Velius, which had been repurposed as a military hospital. When Cyan awoke, he found Arin sitting by his side. Before he could process the situation, Arin hesitantly began to speak, her face flushed. She seemed to struggle with her words, and Cyan suspected she intended to ask him something significant. Finally, she asked if he would be hers, though her phrasing was vague and confusing. Cyan stared at her in bewilderment, unsure of her meaning. Internally, he questioned her motives, growing frustrated. Arin, failing to realize how unclear her words had been, began to cry. She lamented her incompetence, berating herself as a useless princess who could not handle the weight of her responsibilities and taking the boy's silence as refusal. Cyan, already irritated, thought about her self-pitying behavior and its connection to the tragic end he knew awaited her. Frustrated by her inability to act decisively, he spoke bluntly. He told her that in her current state, she was of no use to him or anyone else. Without influence, etiquette, or purpose, she was more of a liability than an asset. Cyan's words struck deeply, wounding the vulnerable princess. However, he added a statement that softened the blow, telling her that he would watch over her from afar until she developed into someone better. This unexpected remark deeply moved Arin, prompting her to ask what he meant by watching her. Trying to remain indifferent, Cyan replied that she shouldn't be disappointed. Arin, her emotions swirling, composed herself and replied with determination that she understood. She confidently declared that she would improve until she gained his acknowledgement. Smiling, she pointed at Cyan and vowed that one day she would become so powerful that he wouldn't be able to ignore her. Cyan, surprised by her sudden confidence, responded that he looked forward to it, though inwardly he found her quick change in demeanor perplexing, thinking she was still just a child. As Arin prepared to leave, she turned back with flushed cheeks, adding one more thing. She thanked him for being alive. Cyan, dumbfounded, struggled to grasp her intentions. The scene shifted to another location, the outskirts of the rear camp, deep within a snowy forest. A cloaked man moved cautiously through the snow until he reached a tree stump. After ensuring no one was watching, he retrieved a brightly colored cube, his face lighting up with joy as he muttered that there wasn't much left to accomplish. Suddenly, a voice startled him, stating his name, Reynold Crimson. At the sound of the voice, Reynold froze in place, his body bound by an invisible force. He struggled to move, realizing he was completely immobilized. Behind him stood Cyan, smirking faintly. Cyan calmly identified the cube as a small dimensional box, remarking that its commercialization hadn't yet occurred. It was an artifact capable of infinite storage, powered by immense mana. Cyan stepped closer, disguised as the cloaked man, while Reynold glared but powerless. Cyan explained that this artifact was a masterpiece of the Garum Kingdom's Mage Association, one he had been tracking for a year due to suspicions of smuggling within the Empire. Without hesitation, Cyan seized the cube from Reynold's hand, commenting on how Reynold had been using it for his illegal operations. Cyan proceeded to read Reynold's personal details aloud, revealing him to be a 7-star sorcerer knight from the Garum Kingdom. Reynold, shocked by Cyan's knowledge, grew even more alarmed when Cyan removed his hood, revealing his identity as Echelle Vert. Reynold began to wonder how Cyan had tracked him. Inspecting the cube's contents, Cyan revealed parts of demonic beasts, remarking that Reynold had been extracting their blood and smuggling it across the border in supply carriages. Cyan also deduced there was a spy in the Empire's supply department aiding the operation. Reynold immediately denied the accusations, claiming ignorance, but Cyan remained composed. He pointed out that the blood was already being sold on the black market. Reynold, recalling a transaction involving Hellhound Blood and Alice, began suspecting her betrayal. Regardless, he knew he couldn't let Cyan leave. Cyan continued his investigation, dismissively noting the beast parts as too large to consume, and wondered aloud how Reynold had managed to operate so boldly. As Reynold regained some control over his body, he smiled darkly and broke free of Cyan's restraining magic. With a crazed laugh, he cast a spell, Breath Fire, directing magical flames towards Cyan in an attempt to kill him. Reynold sneered, claiming that Cyan's carelessness would now cost him his life. The flames engulfed Cyan, and Reynold momentarily thought he was finished. The rumors about Cyan's strength, it seemed, were true. The fire spread, and Reynold, speaking smugly, lamented the loss of the dimensional box during transport, but remained confident in his victory. However, before Reynold could celebrate, his hand was severed in an instant. Reeling in pain and confusion, Reynold cried out as blood poured from his wound. He looked around frantically, noticing a strange black fog surrounding him. Before he could process what was happening, Cyan reappeared, alive and unscathed, and rushed toward him with terrifying speed. Cyan grabbed Reynold by the neck and pressed him against a tree, his aura radiating fury. With a menacing tone, Cyan demanded that Reynold reveal the smuggling routes and the identity of the spy. He warned that failure to comply would result in a death so horrifying that even Satan would pray for mercy on Reynold's behalf. The scene shifted to a bustling trading post on the western border of Velius. Merchants were fervently trading goods when two men opened a crate for inspection. As they lifted the lid, they froze in horror. Inside, they found the dismembered body parts of a smuggler dealt with by Cyan. The man's severed head lay among the blood-soaked remains, serving as a grim warning to anyone daring to follow in his footsteps. Cyan stood above and observed while Kiram questioned whether any action would be taken against the group nearby. Cyan responded with a calm assurance that the warning issued would suffice. The situation involving Reynold Crimson, a 7-star sorcerer knight from the Garum Kingdom. He had been smuggling demonic beast blood from the front lines without the Empire's knowledge. These contraband items were being delivered to the Garum Kingdom's Mage Association. That was a place where mages, driven by an obsessive passion for magic, gathered to delve into the origins and foundations of their craft, while also experimenting with the creation of new forms of magic. They aspired to transcend the limits of humanity itself. Currently, their efforts were directed toward practical innovations like the Dimension Box, but Cyan warned of the catastrophic implications of their future experiments with demonic beast blood. Resolving to put an end to their schemes, Cyan prepared to leave. Kiram, in a teasing manner, remarked on Cyan's apparent shift in purpose, suggesting it resembled a change in class from assassin to problem solver. Irritated, Cyan dismissed the comment and asked Kiram to stop talking. Undeterred, Kiram questioned whether the decision to interfere was selfless, noting it seemed contrary to Cyan's claim of living for personal goals. Cyan, however, replied with firm conviction, explaining that preventing the misuse of demonic beast blood was a personal matter, not an altruistic endeavor. The scene shifted to a residence in the Wuzif Empire, where Echelle, Cyan's older brother, stood by a window, reading a letter. The content mentioned Cyan, and Echelle mused aloud about Cyan being on the front lines with their father. A lady, sitting on the bed, curiously asked about Cyan, referring to him as Echelle's half-brother. Echelle, with evident irritation, confirmed and admitted that Cyan was becoming a nuisance. Resolving to confront him, Echelle decided to give him a visit. Meanwhile, Cyan was preparing to leave the battlefield. Emily expressed excitement about finally departing the front lines and speculated enthusiastically about the academy they were headed to, expecting it to be a far cry from their current grim environment. Cyan, however, viewed the academy differently, describing it as a harsh environment dominated by politics, envy, and competition over education. Despite his warning, Emily's excitement remained unshaken, as she chattered about the prospect of handsome instructors and the possibility of romance. Cyan wondered silently about her priorities and whether her enthusiasm was really about the academy. After a long journey home, Cyan stepped down from the carriage, taking in his surroundings. Unexpectedly, he encountered his half-brother, Krantz, who appeared strangely terrified upon seeing him. As Cyan attempted a casual greeting, Krantz fled in fear, leaving him puzzled. Kiram, observing the encounter, questioned who the stranger was. Cyan explained it was his half-brother and dismissed the interaction as unimportant. Kiram, however, laughed, noting the stark contrast between Cyan and his family. Cyan denied the observation, though he privately acknowledged someone else as the true opposite. Upon arriving at his family's residence, Cyan was surprised to find the servants lined up respectfully to welcome him back. This unusual display of courtesy puzzled him, as the servants had always ignored him in the past. He suspected their sudden politeness was due to the presence of his father or someone of equal authority. Reflecting on the changes that had occurred over the past year, Cyan considered this a testament to his own efforts. As Cyan approached his room, a sinister aura emanating from within caught his attention. Recognizing the presence, he steeled himself before entering. Inside, Echelle stood, his expression twisted into a disturbing grin. Echelle greeted Cyan casually, remarking on the time that had passed since they last saw one another. Cyan's shock and anger were palpable as he tried to maintain composure. Echelle continued, expressing mock concern over whether Cyan remembered him. However, Cyan found it difficult to focus, his thoughts consumed by the overwhelming urge to kill. As he reached for his demonic sword, Kiram materialized beside him, urging restraint. She reminded him that attacking Echelle impulsively would be unwise. Though infuriated, Cyan managed to suppress his rage and instead bowed, addressing Echelle as his older brother. Echelle, seemingly pleased, patted Cyan's head and expressed satisfaction at being remembered. Though this action incensed Cyan further, he forced himself to remain calm. Echelle then commented on Cyan's improved swordsmanship and expressed expectations that Cyan would soon prove useful on the battlefield. Despite his growing resentment, Cyan maintained a serious demeanor and replied that he looked forward to it as well. Echelle, appearing slightly skeptical, noted Cyan's response, but concluded by stating his pleasure at visiting. Inwardly, Cyan assessed Echelle's intentions. Knowing his older brother's habit of disregarding those deemed insignificant, Cyan recognized that Echelle's presence had a purpose. Strangely, this realization helped Cyan regain his composure. Cyan forced a peculiar smile, his expression strained, and acknowledged that he had missed him as well. Meanwhile, in the corridor, Emily wrestled with two heavy suitcases, her displeasure evident. She muttered complaints under her breath, remarking on how Cyan didn't even have any luggage and could have easily helped her. Frustration crept into her actions as she opened the door and immediately directed her anger at Cyan, questioning his behavior. However, upon noticing Echelle's presence in the room, she fell silent, her words abruptly halting in surprise. Echelle appeared calm and approachable, offering a smile as he observed Emily. He mentioned that he had heard of her closeness to Cyan and assured her to continue her work without hesitation. His tone was courteous, implying that she needn't feel uncomfortable. After delivering his statement, Echelle exited the room, prompting both Cyan and Emily to bow respectfully in farewell. As the door closed, Emily let out a sigh of relief and confessed her nervousness. Her demeanor quickly shifted to irritation as she directed a sharp look at Cyan, expressing her frustration at not being informed earlier of the first young master's arrival. Cyan, visibly uneasy, interrupted her complaint with a pointed tone, requesting to be left alone for a while. Emily, unaware of his troubled mood, attempted to protest but stopped short when she caught sight of his intimidating glare. He repeated his demand firmly, leaving no room for argument. Reluctantly, she complied, though she was perplexed by this unfamiliar side of him. Once alone, Cyan felt overwhelmed. He retreated to the bathroom, where the intensity of his emotions caused him to vomit. When he finally emerged, his demeanor had shifted, appearing slightly more composed. Turning his attention inward, he addressed Kiram, questioning why she had intervened earlier. Kiram, her tone mocking, replied that Cyan should actually be grateful. Cyan retorted, accusing Kiram of seeking opportunities to take control of his body. Kiram's response carried a sinister undertone as she clarified that her intent was merely to fuel Cyan's anger, savoring the emotional turmoil it would create. Amused by this revelation, Cyan laughed, acknowledging the dark honesty in Kiram's words. The scene then transitioned to Echelle's location, where he summoned a servant. The servant promptly provided an update, stating that the second young lady had been located in the northern territory of the White Elves, Farina. Echelle mused over the reputation of the White Elves, who were known for their disdain toward outsiders. He remarked on her ability to navigate such challenging environments and instructed the servant to monitor her movements closely, especially if there were signs of her return. The servant agreed to the task, noting Echelle's seemingly brighter mood and curiously inquired if the meeting with his younger brother had been enjoyable. Echelle responded with a laugh, acknowledging that it could be described as amusing, though his expression quickly turned foreboding. Correcting the servant, he admitted to being in a foul mood. Echelle's thoughts lingered on Cyan's expression during their encounter, noting the intensity in his younger brother's eyes. It felt as though Cyan viewed him as a lifelong nemesis. He questioned whether this perception was merely his imagination, but resolved to keep a close watch on him regardless. The servant assured Echelle of his dedication to the task, while Echelle, lost in thought, contemplated the enigmatic nature of Cyan's gaze, wondering what secrets he might be hiding. The scene shifted to a carriage waiting outside the mansion, with Emily standing nearby. Her displeasure was evident as she confronted Cyan, voicing her disappointment in his actions. Cyan attempted to justify his situation, explaining that he was only allowed to take a knight escort to the academy. However, Emily grew more irate, chastising him for not informing her sooner. The argument escalated briefly before it was time for Cyan to leave. He bid her farewell, urging her to behave in his absence. Emily, feigning indifference, returned the sentiment with a playful remark. As the carriage began its journey, Emily shouted after him, her voice tinged with emotion, urging him not to let himself be discouraged even if he faced difficulties. Her words caused Cyan to glance back, his face betraying a mix of embarrassment and gratitude. He reflected on a childhood memory, recalling a time when he had been gravely ill. At the age of 8, during a torrential rainstorm, Emily had carried his feverish body to seek help. Despite being only a servant, she had run through the streets tirelessly until a kind old man offered them shelter and assistance. Back in the present, Cyan recognized that while their interactions were often contentious, their bond was akin to family. With a rare smile, he called out from the carriage, teasing Emily to behave or face his wrath. Emily, delighted by his light-hearted tone, pretended not to hear, though her expression betrayed her happiness. To Cyan, Emily was far more than just a servant. She was someone deeply significant in his life. As the carriage moved farther away, Cyan sat in silence, his expression growing pensive. He noted with unease the presence of 6 intermediate-class knights assigned to escort him. The disproportionate security puzzled him, prompting a weary sigh. Finally, he muttered with a wry smile, suggesting to himself that trouble was likely brewing before he even reached the academy. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the carriage slowed, and 2 knights exchanged subtle signals, indicating a hidden plan. Inside the carriage, Cyan lay calmly, seemingly aware of everything unfolding around him. A knight approached and suggested that they camp for the night. In response, Cyan asked where they were. The knight informed him that they were near the central city of Saffron and assured him they would arrive in the city by morning. Cyan agreed and instructed the knight to inform him once the campsite was ready. The knight acknowledged the order with deference. Observing the surroundings, Cyan immediately recognized the knight's lie. He noted that there wasn't a forest like this near Saffron, nor was it a place with any notable shade or landmarks. The area, remote and isolated, was far from any central city. Internally, Cyan confirmed his suspicion, realizing the knight's true intentions. Moments later, another knight called to Cyan, requesting him to step out of the carriage. Cyan complied, feigning ignorance, and commented on how refreshing the air was. As he exited, the knights surrounded him. Noticing what he intended to do, Cyan inquired about the mastermind's identity. The man with brown hair hesitated, appearing anxious, while the other knights remained silent, their unease evident. One of them finally smirked, prompting Cyan to fix him with a menacing gaze and repeat his question. The knight with the smirk, now holding his sword, dismissed Cyan's inquiry, stating that it didn't matter since he would be dead soon. Another knight expressed regret over the situation, remarking that there were no personal feelings involved. A third knight added that he would try to make Cyan's death painless, instructing him to close his eyes and accept his fate. As the smirking knight lunged forward to attack, Cyan remained calm. In a flash, the knight's body fell to the ground in pieces, his head severed cleanly. The other knights froze in shock, their faces pale with terror. Cyan, now exuding a chilling bloodlust, brandished his sword and demanded to know who was behind the ambush. The knights, paralyzed by fear, failed to respond. Cyan's voice turned cold as he taunted them, questioning why they seemed unprepared for this outcome. The brown-haired stood frozen, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Summoning his courage, one knight charged at Cyan in a desperate bid for survival. However, his attempt was futile. Mere moments later, his head was severed. With swift and calculated strikes, Cyan unleashed a barrage of attacks on the remaining knights, each blow finding its mark. One knight, too frightened to fight, attempted to flee, but was swiftly cut down by Cyan's dagger that hurled toward his back. The man in the brown-haired, now the sole survivor, tears streamed down his face as he stammered in disbelief, questioning how an 11-year-old could be so fearsome. Cyan's reputation as someone who had survived a battle with a dragon suddenly seemed all too credible. As Cyan approached, his menacing gaze fixed on the man, he demanded a confession. Overwhelmed with fear, the man revealed that Mrs. Margaret had orchestrated the ambush. Cyan, finding the answer almost too convenient, expressed mild disappointment, but listened as the man continued to sob and tremble. Later, the carriage resumed its journey with the man at the reins and Cyan seated on top. The man elaborated further, explaining that the mission stemmed from a favor Mr. Krantz had requested from Mrs. Margaret. Cyan, surprised by this revelation, recalled how Krantz had fled at the mere sight of him. Internally, he resolved to teach Krantz a lesson when their paths crossed again. The man, still trembling, asked Cyan about his fate, wondering if he would be killed. Cyan dismissed the question, remarking that the man didn't seem particularly upset about the possibility. The man confessed that since they had been the ones to attack first, he had no right to resent being killed in return. Cyan ignored the sentiment, instructing the man to focus on driving. He added that there was a difference between being useless and having no value, and acknowledged the man's skill in handling the carriage. Surprised, the man thanked him. As the majestic city of Saffron came into view, Cyan announced their arrival. The scene shifted to a luxurious room where a shattered vase lay on the floor. A woman's furious voice demanded an explanation as she trembling in anger. Her butler confirmed that of the knights sent to attack Cyan, 6 were dead and 1 was missing. He added that the young master had left Saffron 10 days ago. Margaret, shocked and enraged, exclaimed that she had been assured there would be no problems. The butler bowed apologetically, admitting they had underestimated Cyan. Furious, Margaret berated him for being unable to eliminate a mere child. Attempting to justify himself, the butler suggested that someone unknown might have intervened on Cyan's behalf and proposed sending someone to the academy. However, Margaret, growing increasingly anxious, cut him off sharply. She reminded him of the consequences should Cyan retaliate, especially if Krantz were harmed. The memory of Cyan's terrifying demeanor and past threats caused her voice to falter with fear. The thought of what Cyan might do made Margaret resolve to abandon any further attempts, her anxiety visibly consuming her. Margaret, her face still tense, turned sharply to the butler and ordered him to stand down, forbidding any further action. Her voice carried a tone of finality as she added that no one must ever know about the incident. The butler bowed obediently, silently acknowledging her instructions before leaving the room. However, his movements caught the attention of Echelle's servant, who observed him carefully. The scene then shifted to Cyan, lounging comfortably in the back of a horse-drawn carriage. His thoughts drifted as he noted it had been 10 days since their departure. Sir Brian had been acting as his subordinate the entire time, and Cyan surmised that word of his survival had likely spread by now. With the Royal Academy drawing near, Cyan contemplated his next move regarding Brian. Interrupting his thoughts, Brian opened the carriage window and announced their arrival. Cyan, still half asleep, opened his eyes and acknowledged the information. As the Academy complex came into view, Cyan's mind wandered to the past. He reflected on his time there, remarking internally that while the memories weren't particularly pleasant, the Academy had shaped him in significant ways. Arriving at the reception desk, Cyan presented his family crest and introduced himself as Echelle Vert of the Duke Vert family. The staff member at the desk froze momentarily, visibly startled by the prestigious name, before quickly regaining composure. She welcomed Cyan with a smile, confirming his registration and instructing him to proceed to his assigned dormitory. She also informed him of the upcoming entrance ceremony and elemental test scheduled for 2 days later. Cyan's surprise grew when he learned he had been assigned a private room, something unprecedented for his family. He questioned whether there had been a mistake, but the staff member simply handed him a tray containing his belongings, a key, and a letter, avoiding further explanation. Still skeptical, Cyan accepted the items and made his way to the dormitory with Brian. When they entered the room, Brian, overwhelmed by the grandeur of their accommodations, dropped the luggage abruptly. His expression betrayed shock as he stood speechless. Cyan took a moment to examine the luxurious surroundings and quietly remarked on the significance of being placed in the royal hall, noting that no one from his family had ever received such an honor. Convinced that someone influential must be behind this, Cyan turned to Brian for confirmation about the luggage. Brian, still shaken, confirmed that everything had been delivered. Cyan then reached into his coat, retrieving something as he casually remarked that Brian's role had been completed now that they had safely arrived at the academy. Brian, misunderstanding Cyan's intent, began trembling and begged for mercy, fearing the worst. To his astonishment, Cyan tossed him a bag of gold coins instead. Brian, bewildered, tried to comprehend the gesture. Cyan turned toward the window, waving his hand dismissively, and explained that the gold was payment for his service. He added that it would be enough for Brian to start a new life elsewhere, but warned him not to return to Velias if he valued his safety. Despite the warning, Cyan clarified that he wouldn't stop him from doing so. Hearing these words, Brian's expression grew solemn. After a moment of hesitation, he dropped to one knee and solemnly declared his intent to serve Cyan for life. Introducing himself formally as Brian Kendrick, a knight of Velias, he requested permission to remain in Cyan's service. Cyan, visibly surprised, remarked on Brian's true identity, admitting he had mistaken him for a mere coachman. Brian confessed that he was a low-ranking knight, often assigned to menial duties. He explained that his father had advised him to serve someone trustworthy without hesitation if he ever encountered such a person. Cyan's expression turned serious, his aura growing more imposing. He questioned Brian's loyalty, asking how he could trust that Cyan wouldn't betray him in the future. Despite his fear, Brian responded resolutely, stating that it wouldn't matter even if Cyan did. Satisfied with Brian's unwavering resolve, Cyan patted him on the shoulder and acknowledged his loyalty. With a dismissive tone, Cyan stated that he had no intention of attending the entrance ceremony and instructed Brian to prepare for the elemental test instead. Brian complied, addressing Cyan as young master, while still processing everything that had transpired. Meanwhile, in the dean's office at the Royal Academy, Kundel Quiselle reviewed the year's student intake. Stroking his beard thoughtfully, he noted that several talented individuals would participate in the elemental test. Among them were Princess Arin Sevelus, who possessed 2-star mana control abilities, AB rank in physical aptitude, and 52% purity in the light attribute. Another notable name was Seth Chaharkin, who boasted 3-star mana control abilities, an A rank in physical aptitude, and 71% purity in the sand attribute. However, what caught the dean's attention most was Echelle Vert reviewing Cyan's statistics. He noted the stark contrast. A 1-star mana control ability paired with S-ranked physical aptitude and a remarkable 92% purity in the dark attribute. The instructor present, a woman named Serrika Nigrithie, pointed out that even Alice Vert, the so-called God's child, had only achieved 88% purity in the water attribute upon graduation. The dean mused over the implications of Cyan's talents. He found it fascinating that the younger sibling of a prodigy might surpass their elder sibling in potential. With an intrigued expression, he acknowledged that Cyan Vert was a subject worth monitoring closely. Serrika expressed concern about Cyan's dark attribute, remarking that talents aligned with darkness often had the potential to stagnate or rot. The dean then asked if Serrika was aware that Cyan Vert had been assigned to the royal hall. She replied affirmatively, explaining that other instructors had informed her. The dean elaborated, revealing that it was an order from the emperor himself. This revelation left Serrika stunned. The dean continued, explaining that Cyan had saved the young princess from monsters on the front lines, and there were even rumors that the emperor was considering marrying the fifth princess, previously regarded as a failure, to Cyan. The union between the princess and the illustrious Vert family, known for producing exceptional talents, would undoubtedly cause significant ripple effects. Serrika speculated on the consequences, predicting that conflicts over imperial succession could intensify and potentially lead to a civil war. The dean cautioned her not to overthink the situation, stating that their role was merely to observe. He mused aloud, wondering whether Cyan would ultimately rise as the empire's hero or bring about its downfall. Meanwhile, after completing his examination, Cyan walked through the academy corridors, reflecting on his test results. His dark attribute purity had reached an impressive 92%, prompting him to ponder whether this was higher than in his past life. He speculated that his unusually high score might be attributed to consuming the blood of demonic beasts. As Cyan turned a corner, he encountered Krantz. Greeting him in a seemingly casual manner, Cyan noted Krantz's visible fear. Cyan privately thought about how shocking it must be for Krantz to see someone he believed to be dead. Standing beside Krantz was a tall young man who exuded hostility. This individual, with a mocking tone, asked Krantz if Cyan was the boy he treated like a servant. Krantz, stammering, nervously introduced Cyan. The young man, whom Cyan recognized as Popper Penneron, the son of Marquis Penneron of the Garum Kingdom, sneered and insulted Cyan, commenting on his unknown parentage. Memories of Popper's bullying from Cyan's past life surfaced, prompting Cyan to smirk wickedly. He thought to himself how fortunate he was to meet Popper again under these circumstances. Unaware of the brewing tension, Popper urged Krantz to move aside, suggesting that Cyan deserved a beating. Krantz, sensing the imminent confrontation, tried to defuse the situation by suggesting they head to the cafeteria instead. However, before anything could be resolved, Cyan lunged forward and delivered a powerful kick to Popper, sending him crashing into the wall, which cracked under the impact. Krantz shouted Popper's name in shock as the unconscious boy slumped to the floor. Cyan then turned to Krantz, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. Krantz, trembling and tearing up, could only stammer apologies. Leaning in, Cyan whispered a chilling threat into Krantz's ear, warning that while he was lenient about actions taken behind his back, any future encounter would result in Krantz graduating in a wheelchair. The fear in Krantz's eyes was unmistakable as Cyan left him paralyzed with terror. As Cyan walked away, a sinister smile crept across his face. He thought to himself that life at the academy was shaping up to be quite entertaining. Elsewhere, in the Royal Academy's library, an instructor named Serrika roamed the shelves while contemplating Cyan. She wondered whether he would emerge as the hero of the Empire or its greatest downfall. Moving toward the spot where a particular book should have been, she discovered it missing and frowned, puzzled by its disappearance. Suddenly, Cyan appeared behind her, startling her. He held the missing book in his hand and casually asked if she was looking for it. Serrika tried to maintain her composure, forcing a smile as she questioned how a student had gained access to a restricted area. Inwardly, however, she was alarmed, realizing she hadn't detected his presence at all. Feigning ignorance, Serrika addressed Cyan formally, asking if he was Mr. Cyan Vert and politely requesting the book for her research. Cyan, with a friendly expression, handed her something resembling a letter instead of the book. Serrika began to thank him when, suddenly, a sharp weapon was launched in Cyan's direction. Though the attack caught him off guard, it struck the book rather than Cyan himself. Cyan, now on high alert, asked Serrika if that wasn't what she was looking for. His tone turned sharp as he accused her of belonging to the Mist, a notorious assassin organization. Serrika's expression hardened. Her true identity revealed as she held the letter hidden within the book and demanded to know how Cyan had discovered her secret. Cyan recounted his past life, recalling how he had initially found Serrika's demeanor unremarkable. She had presented herself as a kind and friendly instructor, frequently engaging him in conversations about his growth and his challenges as someone bullied by his brother. At the time, her interest in him had seemed almost comical. Interrupting his thoughts, Serrika expressed her fascination with Cyan, remarking on the rarity of his dark attribute purity, which he believed to be around 84%. This caught Cyan off guard, though he remained focused on the dangerous game now unfolding between them. Cyan, with a hesitant expression, remarked that he had been told his element wasn't particularly special. Serrika, maintaining her calm demeanor, responded with words of encouragement, pointing out that humanity's understanding of the darkness element was still limited. She added that she believed his growth potential was infinite. Cyan, briefly caught off guard, found himself entertaining the thought that this instructor might genuinely want to help him. However, that momentary trust quickly dissipated as Cyan's sharp instincts kicked in. Internally, he reminded himself that this was all a misunderstanding. He was being deceived. Serrika's innocent appearance was nothing more than a mask. Cyan's mind raced as he analyzed the situation. Serrika wasn't just an instructor. She was an assassin. Not only that, but she was the Hall Master of Mist, a shadowy organization notorious for its covert operations. And now, she was hiding within the Academy, a place teeming with nobles and royals from across the continent. Serrika, now composed, suggested with a seemingly harmless tone that Cyan join her in her laboratory. Her unbothered demeanor caught Cyan by surprise, as it wasn't the reaction he had anticipated. The two soon found themselves in Serrika's laboratory, a space crowded with peculiar objects and tools. As Cyan surveyed the room, he noted that it hadn't changed from what he remembered. Sitting down, he casually sipped the tea offered to him. With a sudden, bright smile, Cyan commented that she had poisoned the tea. Serrika, unfazed, returned his smile and confirmed it cheerfully, stating it wasn't a severe poison and would only melt his organs. Cyan remained calm, thinking to himself that the poison wouldn't affect him, as he had built immunity from years of consuming demonic beast blood, and of course from Emily's less-than-edible cooking. Changing his demeanor to match the gravity of the situation, Cyan looked Serrika in the eye and suggested that she use something stronger next time. The atmosphere shifted as Serrika abandoned any pretense of friendliness. She leaned forward and suggested they have a proper conversation, asking Cyan how he had discovered her true identity. She also demanded to know how he was aware of her orders being hidden in the obscure book in the library. Her suspicion deepened as she speculated whether Cyan was a part of Mist himself. Calmly, Cyan asked what more proof she needed. Unnerved, Serrika scoffed, accusing Cyan of being overconfident after his recent elemental test results. Cyan ignored her remark and began recounting the events before his arrival at Chatran, where others had questioned why he only had one escort knight and a coachman for protection. He highlighted the recent string of noble assassinations and then asked Serrika directly when the purification project had begun. Feigning ignorance, Serrika questioned what he meant by purification project. However, her growing hostility betrayed her true feelings. Cyan clarified that he was referring to the assassinations and confronted her directly. Serrika, now with a cold and threatening tone, warned him that he might regret his words. Unbothered, Cyan pressed her further, asking if she was threatening a student. The confrontation escalated as Serrika flipped the table between them, attempting to obstruct Cyan's view. Cyan, unfazed, smashed the table in half with a single punch. Serrika, demonstrating her assassin skills, moved to the ceiling, armed with 2 daggers. From above, she lunged at Cyan, declaring that if he were truly a part of Mist, she would have known about him. With incredible speed, she unleashed 2 strikes aimed directly at Cyan. However, Cyan managed to evade them just in time. Serrika's excitement grew as she taunted him, refusing to let him escape. Cyan, now visibly irritated, drew Kiram's blade form, its dark energy pulsating in his hand. In a calm but serious tone, he stated that he had no choice but to fight back. Changing his grip on Kiram, Cyan rushed toward her, stating that if she couldn't trust his words, he would prove himself through action. His relentless assault from multiple angles overwhelmed her defenses, forcing her to call for a halt. Breathing heavily, Serrika's eyes widened as she recognized the weapon Cyan wielded. Staring at the dagger, she stammered, questioning whether it was the demonic sword Kiram a legendary weapon said to be wielded only by someone chosen by Eru. Cyan, holding Kirim firmly, asked coldly if she believed him now. He then added that Mist must currently be searching for its successor. Serrika, bewildered, demanded to know how Cyan was aware of this. With a chilling calmness, Cyan revealed that the successor Mist sought was standing right in front of her. He instructed Serrika to bring him to Eru, leaving her visibly shaken by the command. The scene shifted to a dark and desolate street in Lewin, the area illuminated only by faint moonlight. Serrika led Cyan to a concealed door, using magic to unlock it. As the door opened, a dense, eerie mist poured out, carrying an air of foreboding. Serrika motioned toward the doorway and informed Cyan that this was the path to the altar he sought. She added that he was on his own from this point forward. Without another word, she turned and disappeared into the shadows, leaving Cyan to venture into the darkness alone. Cyan surveyed his surroundings, quickly deducing the nature of the strange realm he was in. He noted that this was a unique space, expanded using the power of the god of darkness. From the outside, the area seemed far smaller than it actually was. As Cyan analyzed the terrain, he sensed ambushers lying in wait. He calmly assessed their positions, identifying 2 at one direction and 3 at another. Moments later, daggers flew toward him, but Cyan had anticipated the attack and effortlessly blocked every projectile. However, the thrown daggers were merely distractions. 2 masked assassins emerged from behind and moved in to strike. Cyan remained calm, thinking to himself that while he had predicted such a maneuver, this elaborate welcome ceremony was excessive. As the assassins lunged, Cyan skillfully dodged, stepping back with measured strike. The speed of the assassins' attacks was astounding, their movements appearing as flashes of red light. They threw a barrage of concealed weapons at Cyan, who blocked each one without faltering. Cyan retaliated by throwing their own daggers back at them, nearly hitting one assassin's face. However, the assassins skillfully deflected the projectiles, demonstrating impressive technique. Cyan briefly admired their abilities, thinking how remarkable it was that they managed to deflect his counterattacks in such a short window of time. But the respite was brief as all the assassins converged on him, activating their secret technique, expansion, and forming the deadly Deathhorn formation. Cyan found himself surrounded, with attacks coming from all 4 directions simultaneously. Despite the situation, Cyan remained unfazed. He had already analyzed their techniques, and in response, activated his own secret technique, expansion. A red aura enveloped his body, radiating outward with a menacing intensity. The assassins froze in shock, realizing that Cyan, a mere child, was using their exclusive technique. Their astonishment grew as Cyan unleashed Bloodthirst Wave, a skill that converted bloodlust into a physical wave of energy. As the wave surged outward, it engulfed the assassins, constricting their movements and making it impossible for them to breathe. One by one, the assassins collapsed unconscious, their bodies overwhelmed by the force of the technique. Cyan observed the aftermath and confirmed that none of them would be getting up anytime soon. However, Cyan's focus shifted to a final assassin who had yet to act. This figure had been silently watching from a distance, exuding an air of authority. Cyan suspected this individual was a higher-ranking operative. To prepare for any surprises, Cyan activated Mist Sword, unshakable roots of a great tree, channeling power into the demonic blade, Kirim. Before Cyan could execute the skill, the assassin launched a swift and powerful attack, interrupting his technique mid-action. Cyan staggered momentarily, surprised by the assassin's strength. His thoughts raced as he questioned the identity of someone capable of halting him so effortlessly. As the mask of the final assassin slipped off, Cyan's eyes widened in shock. Standing before him was none other than Serrika, the Hall Master herself. Serrika's expression twisted into a deranged smile, her cheeks flushed red. In an obsessive tone, she demanded that Cyan reveal his true power. Without hesitation, Cyan activated Thick Mist 8th Form, Assault. The skill unleashed 8 slashes within a single second, forcing Serrika to retreat. The ferocity of the attack even severed the hair tie that bound her hair, causing her long, smooth locks to cascade freely. Serrika, unbothered by the setback, looked delighted as she complimented Cyan's proficiency with both the thick mist technique and the mist sword. Her excitement only seemed to grow as she insisted he reveal his full potential. Before Serrika could finish her sentence, Cyan turned and fled, unwilling to continue the confrontation. Serrika's excitement turned into relentless pursuit as she activated zeal for combat. Cyan, now running for his life, couldn't help but feel the weight of his predicament. He realized that Serrika, as a hall master, was driven by an insatiable desire for combat, a fixation that would only end with one of them dead. As Cyan's apprehension grew, Serrika used her skill to climb the walls, quickly closing the distance between them. Her expression was a mix of madness and delight, her flushed cheeks and maniacal smile making her appear more like a demon than a human. Her voice echoed in the eerie space as she called out to Cyan, taunting him and asking if this wasn't exactly what he wanted. Serrika activated Mist Sword, rushing Mist Storm, unleashing slashes that blocked all of Cyan's escape routes. Pushed back, Cyan defended himself as best as he could, muttering under his breath that he wasn't nearly as deranged as her. Amid the chaos, Serrika informed him that the realm they were in was created by Eru, the god of darkness. She explained that no energy or activity within the space could be detected by the outside world. Her words carried a terrifying implication. There would be no interruptions, no escape, and no consequences from the outside. Upon hearing the situation, Cyan made a decision. In a place like this, where all techniques could be utilized, he acknowledged the risk of killing his opponent but dismissed the concern. In the next moment, Cyan's entire body underwent a transformation. A red aura surrounded him, and his eyes turned crimson, signaling his fusion with Kirim. Suddenly, Cyan's behavior changed dramatically. His body froze, and without warning, he collapsed face-first onto the ground, unconscious. Serrika, witnessing this, was taken by surprise and struggled to comprehend what had just occurred. As confusion clouded her mind, Kirim's voice echoed, expressing confidence and remarking that Cyan could rest. Immediately afterward, a dark energy coalesced, materializing Kirim's physical form. Serrika, still unsure of the woman's identity, recoiled in shock as Kirim's voice turned threatening. Kirim admitted reluctance in intervening and questioned Serrika's actions. Recognizing her, Serrika knelt out of respect and addressed her by name. Demonic Sword Kirim. Visibly angered, Kirim demanded an explanation for Serrika's actions, accusing her of attacking Cyan despite worshipping Eru. In defense, Serrika clarified that her actions were meant to verify Cyan's legitimacy as the successor. Dissatisfied with this reasoning, Kirim unleashed a powerful aura and stated that Serrika could have called upon her god instead. Kirim interpreted Serrika's actions as a direct challenge and voiced this interpretation with evident hostility. Serrika, hesitant to engage further, offered an awkward smile and redirected Kirim's attention to Cyan. Puzzled, Kirim glanced at Cyan and noticed him lying in a pool of blood. Alarmed, she exclaimed in frustration, questioning why he was dying. Serrika explained the inefficiency of manifesting one's entire form, noting that it consumed the owner's life force. Furious at this revelation, Kirim grabbed Cyan by the collar and chastised him for the reckless use of his abilities, referencing the beast blood he had consumed. Serrika, however, intervened, asserting her readiness for battle and expressing that she never turned down a challenge, especially one from Kirim. Kirim, disturbed by Serrika's enthusiasm, reflected internally on the absurdity of the situation and admitted to feeling uneasy. At that moment, Cyan regained consciousness and, exhausted, demanded Kirim release him. Once freed, Cyan questioned Kirim's sudden manifestation. Kirim, smiling mischievously, instructed him to stay behind her, claiming it was time to teach Serrika a lesson. Serrika, delighted by the challenge, prepared herself and expressed the honor of fighting Kirim. In response, Kirim warned her not to beg for mercy later. Serrika, undeterred, provocatively replied that she hoped Kirim could push her to that point. Before the conflict could escalate further, a whisper interrupted Serrika. Recognizing the voice as Eru's, she froze. A blue portal appeared, capturing the attention of both Kirim and Cyan. From the portal came a command, instructing Serrika to send Cyan to the altar. Serrika, showing respect, agreed without hesitation. Observing the unfolding events, Cyan felt a sense of relief, quietly expressing his anticipation of finally meeting Eru, the god of darkness. Within Cyan's mind, memories of the past resurfaced. He recalled how people described the god of black mist as evil, claiming that this god justified killing without hesitation. The god, in response, had stated that such acts were driven by the desires of others, emphasizing the importance of individual ethics over external judgment. Though many would deem this logic insane, Cyan recognized the god's intent to protect the weak. Despite this understanding, Cyan considered the god an idealistic fool. Returning to the present, Cyan and Kiram, with Eru's permission, stepped into the abyss portal. Ahead of them lay an endless staircase ascending to a throne. Atop the throne sat a figure clad in the familiar hooded cloak of assassins. As they approached, the figure addressed Cyan, asking if he knew his identity. Cyan, maintaining a calm demeanor, confirmed the man as Eru, the god of darkness. Eru, seeking further confirmation, inquired about Cyan's name and the evidence supporting his claim as the successor. Cyan, confident, pointed out the presence of the power of darkness within him. Satisfied by this response, Eru refrained from questioning further. Eru explained the two paths to becoming the successor. One where the mist stone is bestowed directly, and another where the stone independently finds a worthy individual. Eru acknowledged that the latter applied in Cyan's case, noting the unexpected disappearance of the mist stone a year earlier. Additionally, Eru expressed surprise at Cyan's ability to awaken Kiram, admitting his own failure in locating her. Kiram, appearing in her diminutive demonic form, silently displayed her displeasure at the notion of being handled by Cyan. Continuing, Eru complimented Cyan's eyes, observing a wisdom beyond his years. He concluded that Cyan was an outsider from this timeline disconnected from his own. In Cyan's mind, thoughts churned as he pondered what Eru had referred to, noting that Eru's worlds were not part of his. He considered the possibility that Eru might have been involved in his regression and voiced his suspicion, remarking internally that he had assumed Eru had a hand in it. Eru, however, dismissed the idea with an air of bluntness, explaining that if an omnipotent and omniscient god had been sought, then Cyan was in the wrong place. Eru admitted he no longer possessed such powers, as his rights as a god had been stripped away long ago. Hearing Eru's words, Cyan silently acknowledged their truth and admitted to himself that such expectations had indeed been misplaced. He reflected on the irony of the situation, expressing to Eru in a contemplative manner that it was, in fact, convenient for him. Eru's response to Cyan's observation carried a tone of excitement as he commented on the arrival of a perfect successor who had come willingly, reducing the burden of effort on Eru's part. There was an unmistakable glee in Eru's words as he mentioned not needing to lift a finger. Cyan, acknowledging this with a touch of sarcasm, remarked on Eru's unchanged laziness, a sentiment that left Kiram, who was observing the interaction, both confused and uneasy. Shifting the subject, Eru noted that Cyan had brought something troubling along with him. Eru questioned whether the demonic sword had not been enough and hinted at Cyan's apparent intent to wield the power of the holy sword as well. Cyan, responding with a mischievous smirk, denied any current plans. With a devilish expression, he took out the broken piece of the holy sword's handle and speculated aloud that if the world were unaware of its existence, it might render the artifact useless. Eru, observing Cyan's actions, appeared intrigued and commented on the malicious nature of Cyan's hobby, adding that he had no interest in interfering but would adhere to the rules. Eru then approached Cyan, his presence growing oppressive as a dense aura emanated from him. With a cold and commanding tone, Eru demanded that Cyan, as a successor and the inheritor of his power, reveal his intentions. Faced with Eru's intimidating demeanor, Cyan slipped into deep thought. Memories of his brother surfaced, along with recollections of a similar question posed in his previous life. Back then, his answer had been a declaration to live for his brother, a response he now regarded as foolish. Reflecting on why such a shallow resolve had not been challenged, Cyan concluded that his past self had lacked deeper ambition. Eru's voice echoed in his mind, warning of the peril inherent in blind faith. Resolving to be different, Cyan met Eru's imposing question with clarity. He declared that his use of Eru's power would not serve any grand cause or divine faith, but would instead be entirely self-serving. Surprised by this forthrightness, Eru remarked on the weight of Cyan's decision and warned him to consider his answer carefully, as the wrong response could result in death. Remaining composed, Cyan reaffirmed his stance, expressing indifference to any consequences his actions might bring. He emphasized his intent to follow no one's orders and chart his own path. Eru, sensing a hidden determination in Cyan's words, speculated about the existence of a greater plan, but received only a curt refusal from Cyan when asked for details. Accepting Cyan's decision, Eru remarked that it was sufficient as long as Cyan purified his name. Their conversation was interrupted when Eru swiftly appeared before Kirim. He declared that it was time to continue his conversation with his daughter, all while Kirim stood, sweating profusely in surprise. Kirim, flustered and angry, demanded an explanation, but Eru continued with a light-hearted remark about her apparent obedience to Cyan. His words only served to intensify her discomfort, prompting her to lash out in protest. Cyan, observing the exchange, offered a dry remark on the nature of their wholesome father-daughter relationship, which only deepened Kirim's unease. As the tension escalated, Eru's mouth attempted to kiss Kirim before magical circles appeared around her. The energy from these circles transformed Kirim back into her original form, leaving her bewildered. Cyan noted that his mana had not been consumed during this process and deduced that Eru must have used his own power. Kirim, furious, seized Eru by the collar and demanded an explanation. Eru, unperturbed, calmly revealed that he had merely given her a portion of his life force, questioning whether she found this undesirable. He implied that such an action was necessary for her to serve Cyan's wishes. This implication drove Kirim into a fit of rage as she accused Eru of harboring indecent intentions. Cyan, still observing, concluded that the relationship between Eru and Kirim was undeniably that of a father and daughter. The following day, in the student dormitory, Cyan sat in a state of confusion. Brian, noticing his master's unusual demeanor, expressed concern and cautiously inquired about the situation. Cyan, maintaining a calm demeanor and a faint smile, simply replied that he did not know either and simply let them be. Brian, feeling uneasy, voiced his disagreement in a hushed tone. He whispered to Cyan, expressing his concern that the situation could not be left as it was. In front of them, Kirim and Serrika were exchanging glances filled with a peculiar form of affection, though their dynamic was far from ordinary. Kirim, visibly annoyed by Serrika's presence but still attempting to maintain a facade of civility, remarked with a strained smile that it was rather bold for an instructor to visit her students so early in the morning, hinting that others might gossip about their special relationship. Serrika, unfazed by the comment, retorted with a sharp tone, emphasizing that her intentions were purely professional and aimed at guiding her disciple along the correct path. She dismissed Kirim's insinuation, claiming the relationship was entirely normal. Kirim's expression hardened, her eyes sharp and threatening as she warned Serrika that a hall master ought to be more cautious. Serrika, not one to back down, snapped in return, questioning why her actions should matter to Kirim and telling her to mind her own business. The heated exchange resembled a battle of wits, with neither willing to concede. Kirim boldly declared that Cyan only needed her and that Serrika should keep her distance. Serrika, equally defiant, asserted that Cyan was her disciple and her responsibility. Standing amidst their escalating argument, Cyan wore a troubled expression, clearly unsure of how to resolve the conflict. He eventually stood up and announced his intention to go for a walk. Brian, alarmed by the prospect of being left alone with the two women, pleaded with Cyan to stay, but his protests were ignored. As the verbal duel continued, Brian's nervousness grew, beads of sweat forming as he feared becoming collateral damage in their clash. Outside the city, sunlight bathed the towering buildings, and the streets buzzed with activity. Merchants traded goods, and conversations filled the air. Cyan found a quiet, elevated spot where he sat alone, taking in the beauty of the bustling city below. For a moment, he felt a rare sense of peace and contentment. However, this tranquility was interrupted when a faint metallic scent drifted through the air. With his heightened senses, Cyan identified it as the smell of blood. His attention was drawn to an alley where a group of students surrounded a fallen peer. The victim had been kicked so hard that he crashed into a nearby barrel, coughing up blood as he clutched his bruised body. 3 other students loomed over him, their mocking laughter echoing through the narrow passage. One of them suggested something sinister, urging another to act. The student addressed as Barrett conjured an energy sphere and approached the fallen boy. With a cruel grin, he forced the injured student's mouth open and taunted him, claiming the sphere was a snack made especially for him and insisting that he eat it. As Barrett prepared to feed the energy sphere, the bullied student, terrified, closed his eyes tightly, bracing for the worst. Before the attempted assault could land, a commanding voice rang out, ordering Barrett to stop. It was Arin, who stepped forward with an air of authority. She sternly rebuked the aggressors, questioning how they could perform such a cruel act and whether they felt any shame in calling themselves nobles. Angered by the interruption, he revealed himself as Barrett Louismiel, the eldest son of Duke Louismiel of the Garum Kingdom. With an air of arrogance, he demanded to know who Arin was. Arin stood tall, crossing her arms confidently, and introduced herself as Arin Sevelus, Princess of the Wuzif Empire. Barrett, unimpressed, responded with a condescending smirk, noting that she was merely the fifth princess of the empire. Leaning closer, he mockingly expressed that it was an honor to meet her. Arin, uncomfortable with his demeanor, refused to shake his hand and instead demanded an explanation for the scene she had witnessed. Barrett, still smirking, dismissed her concerns, gesturing toward the injured student. He advanced menacingly, pulling the student forward and questioning whether he felt bullied. Intimidated, the student nervously denied the accusation, claiming that it was all just playful roughhousing. Arin, unconvinced, encouraged the student to speak honestly, pointing out his injuries as evidence. However, the student avoided her gaze and insisted that everything was fine, pleading for her to leave. Barrett, clearly pleased with this response, taunted Arin, accusing her of misunderstanding the situation. Undeterred, Arin declared her intent to take the injured student with her. Barrett, offended by her defiance, grabbed her arm tightly and threatened her, claiming she had failed to understand the situation. Puzzled, Arin demanded clarification, only for Barrett to growl that she had ignored his warning to leave. Before Barrett could finish his sneering insult, Cyan appeared suddenly, delivering a swift kick that sent Barrett sprawling to the ground. Arin's expression brightened at Cyan's timely arrival, relieved to be rescued from the tense confrontation. However, Cyan's attention was quickly drawn to a woman with pink hair standing nearby. He recognized her as Leximus. Observing her, Cyan was struck by a flood of memories from their shared past. He recalled an encounter on a rooftop where he and Leximus had engaged in fierce combat. Despite her being a woman, Leximus's swordsmanship had been formidable, her aggressive attacks forcing Cyan to fight with all his might. As these memories surfaced, Cyan contemplated whether the Leximus before him was truly the same person he had once known. Meanwhile, Leximus, witnessing the unfolding situation, grew increasingly concerned about the potential consequences of her involvement. Cyan defended and retreated, maintaining distance while assessing the situation. He remembered the continent's best swordsman, Leximus Klein. He knew she was originally from the Wuzif Empire, but after graduating from the academy, she entered the Count Klein household in the Garum Kingdom and even changed her nationality. The battle between them continued, with blue and red sword slashes cutting through the air. Leximus executed a sword strike from below, slicing the ground vertically. Cyan attempted to evade by leaping high, but was surprised when Leximus immediately leapt toward him, swinging her sword in an arc from below. It seemed as if Leximus had struck Cyan, but to her surprise, it was only his cloak. Unexpectedly, Cyan appeared above her, catching Leximus off guard. Before she could react, Cyan dove down, stabbing his blade straight into her back, successfully pinning her to the ground. The dagger pierced through her from behind, scattering debris around as her sword slipped from her hand. She coughed up blood and lay motionless on the ground. Cyan revealed that he had been ordered by the Empire to kill her. His mission had been to assassinate her. However, after infiltrating the castle, he ended up in an official duel with her. There had been no particular reason for it. She was someone who had reached the peak of swordsmanship without mana. He didn't want to stealthily assassinate someone hailed as the continent's best swordsman. Returning to the present, Cyan still felt conflicted when facing the person he had once attempted to kill. Leximus, at this point, remained a naive girl, visibly intimidated by him. Other students rushed toward Barrett, calling out to him and expressing concern about the situation. Barrett, with an annoyed tone, rebuked the noisy attempting to stand up, grumbling about the number of nosy bastards around. He then confronted Cyan with a sharp look and asked if he was Cyan Vert, mentioning that he had heard about him. Barrett noted that Cyan had returned from the front lines and asked if he wanted to join their little game. Cyan considered Barrett's proposition to be a ridiculous game and think deep that the misuse of a mana marble could destroy mana within the body. He glanced at Barrett's group and said that he would join the game only if they forced a mana marble into someone's mouth. Immediately after, Cyan unleashed a shadowy version of the purple mana sphere, which appeared in his hand. Moments later, Cyan's mana transformed into a large ball that grew rapidly, engulfing the area above them, leaving Barrett horrified and speechless. Cyan's gaze then turned menacing as he questioned Barrett, demanding to know what he was doing. He continued by demanding that Barrett open his mouth to begin their game. The events following this moment were unknown, but the scene shifted to the Academy's infirmary. Leximus sat on the bed, her wounds bandaged, while Arin and Cyan were also present. Arin reassured Leximus that her external injuries were mostly healed, but that she needed to rest for her internal injuries to heal fully. Leximus expressed her gratitude for their help, thanking them and saying she didn't know how she could repay them. Arin excitedly, with her nose in the air, proudly remarked that they had only done what was necessary and that the bastards had run away when Cyan scared them. Cyan stood nearby, feeling puzzled by Arin's words. His expression turned slightly somber as he evaluated Leximus's injuries, noting fractures and a slight concussion. It was shocking that she had endured so much. He guessed that the continent's best swordsman would be different. Suddenly, Leximus hesitantly asked if Cyan knew her, feeling that he had been looking at her in a particular way. Cyan, puzzled by her question, responded coldly that he thought he knew her, but didn't. He apologized if his gaze had been unpleasant. Embarrassed, Leximus lowered her head and dismissed it, saying it was nothing. Still puzzled, Arin asked about Leximus's dorm and whether those bastards would come to retaliate or cause more trouble. Leximus, with a saddened expression, replied that she stayed in Commoner Hall. Upon hearing this, Arin wondered that Leximus stayed in Commoner Hall and noted that she was a peasant. Leximus admitted that she was. She had been enrolled thanks to instructor Velton, who promised her financial support for her education, but he had suddenly been fired. Cyan confirmed the situation, saying that no one was there to support her. Leximus agreed. Cyan continued, suggesting that she might have to leave the academy. Arin, feeling sorry for her, exclaimed that she was poor. Then Cyan suggested that Arin take her as her person to learn swordsmanship from her. At this point, Arin naively pointed at Leximus and asked Cyan with confusion what he was talking about, stating that Leximus was a boy. Cyan corrected her, explaining that she was in fact a girl. Arin, upon hearing this, stood frozen, unable to realize that Leximus was a woman. Leximus, now flustered, explained that she hadn't meant to deceive anyone. She mentioned that short hair and boys' clothes were simply more comfortable, which led many people to mistake her for a boy. Arin apologized, admitting that she hadn't even realized, and that even Cyan had known. In her heart, Arin told herself that she had failed as a woman. Leximus, equally flustered, quickly denied it, saying she should be the one apologizing. Arin then returned to the main topic, asking Leximus what she thought about her proposal. Arin elaborated that the idea was good and that she wouldn't be bullied by bad people if she came under Arin's protection. Leximus wondered why Arin would offer her help. Arin awkwardly laughed and explained that she didn't like being alone. However, the true reason, in Arin's mind, was that she couldn't just do nothing, as she was the princess. Leximus immediately thanked Arin, promising to become someone she could be proud of. She expressed her gratitude, thanking her profusely. Arin turned to Cyan, telling him that there was no need to thank her, as it was all Cyan's doing. But when she turned to look at him, Cyan was no longer there, having left without them noticing. Outside the medical building, Cyan stepped out, thinking to himself that he had done enough and that Princess Arin would take care of the rest. However, he also reflected on the reason Leximus had abandoned the Wuzif Empire. She never would have lost her mana if it hadn't been for Barrett Louis Smil, if the continent's best swordsman, who had never lost her mana, making her someone difficult to defeat, even for him. Still, his current interest lay elsewhere. Cyan held a joyful mission order in his hand and thought about the task he had received from Hall Master Serrika that morning. It was his first purification mission as a mist, The card displayed characters not found in the common language. Their specific contained the information for his eyes only. Cyan silently examined the task card, noting that it was his first mission and that the challenge was far more difficult than anticipated. He recalled Serrika's faith in him and grumbled about the demanding nature of the task as he strode down the hallway. In his mind, he worried that if someone already took charge in such a manner, the difficulties ahead might only intensify. Without warning, Cyan's attention was captured by an unusual scene. With every step along the corridor, the wall was being torn apart by an unseen force as dust and dais scattered in every direction. Instinctively, he shielded his face from the cloud of dust, silently fretting over the cause. He wondered if a demonic beast had infiltrated the academy, yet contrary to his dire prediction, a massive man emerged instead. This towering figure, with eyes as red and fierce as those of a wild beast, fixed his gaze on Cyan and spoke in a tone that confirmed his identity as Echelle Vert. Startled by the sudden arrival of the imposing stranger, Cyan was taken aback as the man inquired, with an air of astonishment, how his name was known. The tall man responded with a confident, self-assured smile, listing Cyan's stats, with valuation of a 1-star magic rank and held an S rank in physique, in addition to being the youngest son of the esteemed Vert family. Continuing with his confident demeanor, the man introduced himself as Seth Chaharkin and remarked that he was a newcomer to the academy, just like Cyan. Although both were new students, the details of Seth's introduction sparked a torrent of suspicion in Cyan's mind. Thousands of questions flared up as he silently contemplated the incongruity of an 11-year-old being described in such imposing terms. He wondered how in a previous life, someone so young could have grown into a figure of such strength. Before Cyan could dwell further on his doubts, Seth wasted no time. He flexed his muscles in a display of strength and confidence, making it clear that word of Cyan's exploits had already spread. Seth recalled that Cyan had fought and defeated demonic beasts and had even survived a dragon attack. With a broad grin, he added that Cyan had earned an S rank for his physique, an accolade that Seth, despite all his efforts, had not managed to achieve. Seizing the moment, Seth proposed that the two settle their rivalry in a duel right then and there to determine who was superior. At that moment, memories of Seth and a distinctive mark on his chest came flooding back to Cyan, a mark that symbolized Sparnia. This revelation confirmed the rumor that the so-called Prince of the Sand had indeed gained entry to the academy. Cyan recalled that Sparnia was a country nestled in the heart of a vast desert to the east of the continent, renowned for its powerful military. The first Prince of Sparnia had been a genius in both magic and combat, so formidable that even the mighty Abusive Empire had struggled in its attempts to conquer the nation. The downfall of Sparnia had been sudden, following the unexpected death of its only successor, a demise attributed to sickness. It was clear that Seth, in his youthful exuberance, had devoted too much effort to physical development while neglecting his overall health. The encounter with Seth at the academy now struck Cyan as both ironic and significant. Seth's fierce expression persisted as he demanded an immediate decision from Cyan. Though Cyan's thoughts churned with annoyance at the unexpected confrontation, remarking internally that he had not encountered Seth in such a manner in a previous life. He raised his head and responded. With measured resolve, Cyan confirmed that the challenge was to be faced immediately, a notion that Seth eagerly affirmed. He declared that no refusal would be accepted, insisting that both were equally eager to engage in this contest of strength. Yet when Seth's threats hung in the air, Cyan remained unfazed, replying with a clear and firm negation. Taken aback by the refusal, Seth demanded an explanation. Cyan wasted no time in pointing out that unauthorized duels were forbidden in the academy and that any contest of this nature required an official request to be submitted at the administration office. The knowledge of the regulations prompted Seth to quickly temper his aggressive stance. He inquired about the location of the administration office, to which Cyan pointed in the direction of the 3rd floor of the main building. Satisfied with the information, Seth dashed toward the main hall, promising that he would be swift and urging that Cyan wait. As the large figure of Seth disappeared around the corner, Cyan allowed himself a cynical thought. The rumor about his rival's mind being as muscled as his body now seemed true, for Seth was clearly taking a roundabout route. Cyan mused that perhaps a duel could not even be requested in the way he had imagined, and he decided that he would postpone any further confrontation to focus on the purification project for the time being. Elsewhere in the city, at the bustling slave market, a man with a prominent scar over one eye and a sword at his side approached another man from behind, addressing him with the formal title of Sir Zickerman. He informed Albus that the preparations were complete. In response, Albus turned his intense gaze upon his subordinate, and through clenched teeth he commanded that time be wasted no longer. He ordered the immediate delivery of the goods to the customers. He was one among the 3 wealthiest individuals on the continent. Despite maintaining a public image as a philanthropist, Albus's management of a slave market, along with his dealings in crossbreeds, painted a darker picture of his true activities. With an authoritative tone, he declared that that very day would mark the debut of his life's masterpiece, instructing his men to handle it with the utmost care. His orders were met with prompt and respectful affirmations. Nearby, Cyan observed the scene with a critical eye, thinking that his target had been confirmed and that his mission might progress more swiftly than expected. At that moment, Kiram interrupted the quiet observation, sensing a very complex energy. With genuine puzzlement, Kiram inquired about the nature of this energy and the identity of the mysterious target, remarking that something unusual was being concealed. Almost simultaneously, near the enclosures, Albus was seen laughing maliciously to himself as he taunted an unseen adversary, remarking that calm had finally settled in and that his money would soon be returned. Just then, a red mist materialized nearby, immediately seizing his attention. He turned back, wondering about the swirling smoke. In the next moment, a red light flashed through him and his companions, and one of his men fell without any reaction. Overwhelmed by fear, Albus collapsed to the ground. His remaining guard panicked and cried out for the culprit. Trembling, Albus ordered the guard to apprehend the intruder and fulfill his duty. Although frightened, the guard tried to remain composed while urging the unseen attacker to cease hiding and reveal himself. As if obeying the command, Cyan unsheathed the Kiram's blade form and swiftly advanced toward the mysterious man. Before any reaction could occur, Cyan struck, forcing the man to drop his sword. With incredible speed, Cyan delivered 2 precise cuts behind the man's knees, and the man collapsed in an instant. Then, appearing behind him, Cyan grabbed the man by the hair and pressed the sword to his neck. The stunned and defenseless man struggled to comprehend the situation, but Cyan ended his life with a swift slice to the throat. Witnessing this brutal act, Albus stood horrified, sweat beading on his brow as he glared at Cyan. In anger, he demanded to know the fate of his other men. Cyan replied in a sly manner that the answer would soon become apparent and hinted that Albus would soon join the others, gesturing to the fallen guards with a remark that employing so many people had not been worthwhile. Recoiling involuntarily at the threat, Albus stammered an inquiry about Cyan's intentions, suggesting money might be the motive, for he claimed to possess boundless wealth. Cyan said nothing at first. Then, without hesitation, he drew his sword again and severed the arm of a man who had been pleading for mercy. The victim's cry of pain echoed as Cyan slowly approached while the wounded man clutched his bleeding stump. Thereafter, Cyan began reciting a sentence of judgment against Albus for conducting inhumane experiments, engaging in crossbreeding with different races, and managing an illegal slave market banned by law. His eyes flared with anger as he pronounced that Albus's death was deserved. He allotted 1 minute for repentance, promising that all pain would vanish thereafter. Enraged, Albus gritted his teeth and argued that this punishment merely meant his impending death. Observing his futile struggle, Cyan muttered that remorse was not something he had expected, and then declared that the allotted time was over. Albus was to die painfully. As Albus begged for his life, numerous strikes from Cyan's missed sword rained down upon him, driving agonized screams until his life ended. After confirming that the purification was complete, Cyan surveyed the area and moved toward a prison room. He called out for Kiram, who confirmed that he sensed a melding of 2 distinct energies. With practiced ease, Cyan sliced through the iron bars and peered inside, finding an immobile girl. In surprise, he noted that by her stillness she appeared dead, but his expression soon normalized as he dismissed her as merely human. Kiram, however, disagreed. Pointing to what the girl clutched, she confirmed it was a dragon egg. Cyan took the egg. Later, in the academy dormitory, Cyan carefully placed the light purple, radiant dragon egg on a cushion. Upon seeing it, Brian could scarcely believe his eyes and questioned its origin. Cyan explained that he had simply picked it up off the street on his way to the academy. Brian was astonished that anyone would casually retrieve such an object, and he wondered aloud whether Cyan intended to sell it or deliver it to someone. Still in a state of panic, Brian worried about the possibility of the egg hatching. Calmly, Cyan reassured him that separated dragon eggs rarely hatched even with continuous elemental mana infusion, dismissing them as merely fancy rocks. No sooner had Cyan finished speaking than a cracking sound echoed through the room. Brian's ominous suspicion materialized as the egg began to fracture. Cyan and Brian stood frozen in shock while a purple light burst from within, signaling the imminent birth of a dragon hatchling. In awe, Cyan silently prayed as the light intensified and the shell cracked ever faster until it broke open entirely, revealing an adorable baby dragon. Overwhelmed, Brian grabbed his head in disbelief and wondered aloud what should be done next. Cyan, however, remained silent as he gazed at the surreal scene. The baby dragon sat before him, its body emitting a terrifying aura, and he silently concluded that this creature was neither truly a dragon nor entirely human. That woman had been nurturing a draconic human, a mix between a dragon and a human. This development was going to be a much bigger pain than Cyan had expected. At that moment, Cyan could only gaze at the baby dragon in silence. His intense stare immediately captured the creature's attention. Soon after, as the baby dragon's eyes sparkled, its mouth slowly opened, and it began speaking for the first time since birth, calling Cyan Papa. With surprising agility, the creature leaped into his arms and embraced him affectionately. Shocked by hearing the term Papa, Cyan wondered silently whether the baby truly believed him to be her parent. Nearby, Kiram could not ignore the scene. She appeared at their side, witnessed the tender moment, and laughed, pointing at Cyan as she congratulated him on becoming an 11-year-old dad. Annoyance mingled with resignation in Cyan as he recalled past events, a time when they found the dragon egg. She had urged him to take charge of it, arguing that it would be dangerous if the wrong person possessed something so extraordinary. Cyan had agreed, remarking that its hatching could spell disaster. Kiram had speculated that the egg might never hatch, having never seen a dragon emerge after losing its mother, dismissing it as nothing more than a dangerous stone. Presently, Kiram continued teasing Cyan, remarking that she had never expected such an outcome. Irritated, Cyan emanated a dark, intimidating aura as he reminded her, with anger, that she had once insisted this could never happen. In her defense, Kiram maintained that her earlier words had been a prediction, a claim that now seemed tragically ironic. In his thoughts, Cyan worried that a hybrid such as this, by mere existence, might prove to be a threat. While the baby dragon slept peacefully in Cyan's lap, he remained anything but calm. Deeply troubled by the idea of harboring such a dangerous creature, he acknowledged internally that the situation was dire. Oblivious to the brewing tension, the baby dragon continued to slumber soundly. Cyan's contemplation led him to conclude that this was no ordinary mixture of human and beast. It was, in fact, a fusion of dragon and human. He reflected on how perilous the world to her, reasoning that if the Academy discovered the child's existence, the principal might resort to harming her in an effort to eliminate external threats. Moreover, the rigid traditions of the dragons concerning bloodline purity meant that if they learned of her existence, they might try to eradicate every creature privy to the secret. As Cyan looked down at the sleeping baby dragon, he questioned whether he should risk exposing her to such danger. He wondered if sparing her from a life filled with suffering might be the more compassionate course. At that moment, his arms moved almost of their own accord, as if preparing to act. Beside him, Kiram confirmed her understanding of his intent with a knowing look and an unspoken agreement that it might indeed be better for her not to live a miserable life. Cyan's hand slowly reached toward the baby dragon, who remained blissfully unaware in her slumber. In a heart-wrenching instant, the creature slowly opened her eyes. When her gaze met Cyan's, she softly called him Papa. For a brief, tense moment, Cyan's hand nearly grasped her neck. However, the baby dragon's next action stunned him completely. Upon awakening, the first thing she did was to call him Papa again and quickly snuggle into his embrace, openly expressing her fondness. In that tender moment, Cyan felt a strange warmth emanate from the baby dragon. Puzzled by this unfamiliar emotion, he realized that the warmth was slowly melting the once icy heart filled solely with hatred. Gently lifting the creature, he examined her adorable face, which shone back with a bright, genuine smile. With his heart softened by the innocent display, Cyan resolved to keep her, announcing to Kiram that perhaps raising her together was the best path forward. Kiram, standing quietly beside him, observed his happy smile in silence. musing privately whether he might one day treat her as more than just a charge. The scene then shifted to Vert Estate, where Lady Margaret paced back and forth in a room, her mind tormented by indecision and panic etched across her face. She fretted over the potential consequences of her actions, convinced that if nothing were done, Krantz would suffer greatly at the hands of that troublesome young man. Suddenly, Echelle appeared behind her and addressed her as mother. Startled, Lady Margaret turned to see Echelle, his handsome face softened by concern as he gently placed his hand on her shoulder. He urged her to speak openly about any struggles, noting the anxiety that had overtaken her. Embarrassed, the lady thanked him, but, fearing that sensitive information might be leaked, she departed quickly, insisting that she was not troubled and had urgent matters to attend to. Echelle waved farewell in a friendly manner. Yet, once the door closed, his true expression emerged as he ordered a servant to report everything. The servant reported that 6 knights had been found dead in the mountains near Velius. He explained that it was assumed the remaining one had fled to Lewin with the youngest son, while the proprietor was Margaret, just as expected. At the news, Echelle's eyes darkened, and he inquired if there was any further information. The servant continued his report, noting that the latest word was that the youngest son had been taken to the royal hall and that the informant had since become unreachable. Echelle revealed that he already knew these details, his voice turning menacing as he pressed about any news concerning his brother. Terrified by the disappointment in his superior's tone, a disappointment he rarely tolerated, the servant worried about the implications for his position after all his hard work. In a desperate bid to salvage the situation, he hastily promised that he would go to the source himself and assured Echelle that he would not disappoint. Echelle placed a firm hand on the servant's shoulder, acknowledging his diligence and ordering him to act swiftly before departing with further instructions. His brother was hiding something, and it was imperative to uncover the truth. The servant remained rooted in place, offering a measured reply that affirmed his compliance. Meanwhile, at the academy, Serrika hurried down the hallway until she reached Cyan's room. Upon opening the door, she witnessed a peculiar scene. Cyan and Kirim were together, holding a baby dragon and feeding it milk. Cyan, noticing Serrika's arrival, felt awkward and remarked that there were no classes that day while questioning the purpose of her visit. In response, Serrika, puzzled by the sight of the baby dragon, wondered aloud why one was present. The creature, behaving much like a normal child, chirped excitedly at her inquiry. Cyan then explained briefly that it was a long story and that the focus should be on Serrika's unexpected visit. Adjusting her glasses with a serious expression, Serrika stated that there would be time to hear the story later, for a more urgent issue had arisen. She pointed out that considerable trouble had already been caused. Cyan's worry deepened as he listened, uncertain of the nature of the problem at hand. Without delay, Serrika took out a sparring approval form, a formal duel request, and criticized the notion of remaining inconspicuous. She scolded, with palpable anger, that the actions taken were insane and attention-seeking, especially since even the principal would soon be present. At that moment, Cyan, now aware of the formal duel request, realized that Seth had indeed found a way to instigate this confrontation and had even secured the necessary documentation. Kirim, still cradling the baby dragon, curiously asked what all the fuss was about, remarking that it was merely a matter of a couple of 11-year-olds engaging in combat. In a silent, fearful moment, Cyan considered that those 11-year-olds was far from ordinary before asking Serrika when the duel was scheduled to take place. She responded that it would begin in 2 hours. When the appointed time arrived, Cyan found himself in the arena, accompanied by Seth's unmistakable enthusiasm. His laughter filled the air as he joyfully anticipated the battle. Although Cyan felt uncomfortable, believing the duel had come about sooner than expected, Seth, wearing a wicked smile, approached him and remarked that he had been waiting for this moment. His tone implied certainty that Cyan shared the same anticipation. In response, Cyan offered only a dismissive sound paired with an uninterested expression. Seth then slowly drew his sword, stating his preference for a duel of combat, but noting that the only options available were swordsmanship and magic. He politely inquired whether Cyan intended to use magic, to which Cyan replied plainly that if magic was not to be employed, then he would refrain from using it either. Enthused by the agreement, Seth declared his approval and, without pausing, vanished from view. Not literally, but by moving with such incredible speed that he closed in on Cyan almost instantaneously. His eyes burned with bloodlust as he prepared to strike from behind. Cyan, still holding his sword, confidently declared that the duel would reveal the true measure of skill under such dangerous circumstances. Despite his larger stature and the heft of his sword, Cyan remained calm and swiftly blocked Seth's initial attack. He did so with an effortless motion that harnessed the momentum of Seth's own strike rather than relying on brute force. Seth, perplexed by the ease with which his attack had been deflected, observed as Cyan skillfully countered with refined techniques. Cyan noted internally that an opponent like Seth, he did not need mere strength, but rather acuity and precision. As Seth continued his relentless offensive, his repeated strikes failing against Cyan's skill, his frustration grew. He shouted angrily that his methods were not working and channeled all his strength into a decisive downward strike. Cyan blocked the forceful blow, and Seth, frustrated, gritted his teeth while silently noting that his adversary was skillfully twisting away from his attack, using only the force of his downward swing, despite wielding just a rapier. Their blades clashed as Seth quickly maneuvered around Cyan, launching a low blow from behind. Faced with this dangerous tactic, Cyan maintained his composure. In a sudden move, he sheathed his sword, anticipating that Seth would shift his attack strategy from a blade strike to a kick. The surprise, however, was on Seth. Cyan had already deduced the change. In an instant, Cyan lowered himself to evade the incoming kick, then shifted his weight and used both hands to grasp Seth's leg, exploiting the imbalance created by the single-legged stance and the momentum of the kick. Cyan used his strength to successfully lifting him into the air. With a swift motion, Cyan hurled Seth's body forward in an arcing trajectory, and for a moment, it appeared as if Seth were about to kiss the arena floor. In his panic, he could only wonder if he possessed eyes on the back of his head. At the critical moment before impact, Seth braced his hands against the floor. However, the slam was so powerful that the ground cracked beneath the force of his palms. Managing to avoid a disastrous collision with the ground, he broke into a profuse sweat. Using his hands as a pivot, he spun and kicked in an effort to break free from Cyan's grip. Cyan released his hold on Seth's leg, a faint smile of amusement crossing his face as he mused that his counterattack had been impressively nimble for someone of his size. The students watching the match were astounded. One student, filled with disbelief, wondered silently what had just occurred and questioned whether Seth was even human. Panting heavily, Seth stood on his knees and then unexpectedly let out a mocking chuckle followed by a hearty laugh. Despite being overpowered by Cyan, he was exhilarated by the fight, remarking that he had lost in swordsmanship. Not one to admit defeat easily, Seth rose to his feet, flexing his muscles as his magical energy surged and an impressive golden aura enveloped him. Determined to win at any cost, he resolved to give everything he had in the battle. Cyan is slinging his sword over his shoulder with a faint, challenging smile as he silently accepted the invitation to continue. Seth, not to be outdone, stomped his right foot on the arena floor to gain momentum, shattering the ground beneath him as he reminded, through his actions, that every effort must be made. Unleashing his magical power, he tore his sleeves apart as the arena floor cracked and shattered around him under the force of his energy. His eyes shone brightly, and his laughter grew maniacal as his magical power raged. Meanwhile, the principal watched from above, stroking his beard thoughtfully while remarking on the unexpected turn to magical combat. The professor noted that Cyan had clearly won the sword fight, a sentiment echoed by Serrika beside him. The principal reflected that Seth Chaharkin's physique was rated at rank A, while Cyan's was at rank S. An obvious result, considering that being physically fit is only the basic requirement for manifesting higher-dimensional spells. With Seth's 3-star mana rank, the highest among the enrolled students, the principal wondered aloud what move Cyan would make next. While Serrika is extremely angered at how Cyan seems to beg for attention. As the match continued, a giant sand hand emerged from the arena floor, reinforced with debris to increase its hardness and impact, a signature skill of Seth known as Death Fist. Standing still, Seth threw a punch towards Cyan, his body bulging with muscles. Cyan, unmoved, observed the unfolding battle with a cool detachment as he pondered that the contest had now evolved into a clash of magic. The sand fist slammed into the spot where Cyan had stood, shattering the arena floor and creating a large crater. Yet Cyan leapt aside effortlessly. The moment his feet touched the ground, Seth launched another attack in an attempt to prevent Cyan's evasion. In a loud declaration of determination, Seth vowed that he would not let his opponent escape. But despite his words and several successive punches, Cyan dodged them all with ease. Frustrated, Seth concentrated his magical power into his left hand and unleashed his skilled Desert Tooth, causing sand columns to erupt from the arena floor. While sprinting, Cyan suddenly found his path blocked by a towering sand column. More columns emerged around him, forming an elaborate trap. His expression turned serious as he lowered his stance and regarded Seth thoughtfully, realizing that with a 3-star mana rank, Seth's attack had the potential to escalate into even 4-star magic. The instructors managing the barrier might well be struggling to contain the power on display. Panting heavily from exhaustion, Seth's mana was visibly depleting, yet he persisted in provoking Cyan with repeated attacks. He provoked that his adversary resembled a little rat scurrying to avoid direct confrontation, which made Cyan wonder whether he should have taken the attacks head-on instead. Seth, furious and gritting his teeth, shouted that a true warrior would never have been dodged, calling Cyan a little kid. Cyan, even more confused, retorted that Seth was a kid as well. Humiliated and incensed by the rebuke, Seth focused his mana into his right arm, where streams of swirling energy gathered like a raging storm. Once sufficient power coalesced, he unleashed his ultimate move, a sandstorm aimed directly at Cyan, while bellowing for him to shut up. The headmaster, watching from above, was mildly surprised by the display of mana and chuckled in amusement. Meanwhile, Miss Serrika was taken aback. She mused that she had always believed Seth's mana ranked to be 3-star, not enough for a 4-star spell. Seth then propelled a powerful punch that released a massive sand vortex towards Cyan. As the vortex expanded and advanced, an enraged Seth screamed that Cyan would not be able to dodge it. Yet Cyan did not run or attempt to evade. He simply stood his ground, grinning as he declared that he would meet the attack head-on. Inside the dormitory, Nanny Brian was preparing milk for the Dragon Princess. He carefully checked the temperature and was pleased to find it perfect. Reminiscing that caring for a baby had once been a bothersome chore with his younger siblings, he nevertheless appreciated the skill, now proving useful. After ensuring the milk was ready, he gently called the princess to eat. To his shock, the dragon baby, hatched only the other day, had already grown significantly. Now able to stand and walk, with her hair noticeably longer, she turned in the mention of food on in bewilderment. Back in the arena, the sandstorm unleashed by Seth obscured the view for the spectators, its destructive power evident as cracks spread across the barrier. Instructors struggled to maintain the protective field, and shouts rang out that the barrier was on the verge of collapse and needed reinforcement. One instructor, pouring all his mana into the barrier, exclaimed in astonishment that just 2 students could be so formidable, questioning the dean's oversight of the situation. Miss Serrika, growing anxious, abruptly stood up and insisted that the duel be halted immediately. In contrast, the headmaster calmly ordered her to hold on and wait a bit. With his keen senses as a high-ranking mage, he detected something unusual within the sandstorm. At that moment, Cyan was employing his shadow magic, a secret technique called Expansion Void Sphere, by forming a sphere of dark mana in his palm. Recognizing the technique, Miss Serrika was both surprised and astonished. She silently resolved that Cyan must not reveal such a move to outsiders. Gradually, Cyan's void sphere expanded, absorbing all of Seth's sandstorm. The dark energy it emitted was as intense as if a black hole devouring everything. As the sandstorm weakened, the headmaster stroked his beard in amusement, remarking at how Cyan continued to surprise him. Serrika, however, wondered why he would use that technique in such a context. The void sphere grew until it completely absorbed the sandstorm, and then Cyan retracted it into his hand. Seth stood in silence, panting heavily and bewildered, unable to fathom where his sandstorm had gone. The students watching were equally astonished, speculating whether that mysterious black sphere was magic unlike any they had seen before and questioning who Cyan truly was. With dark magic still swirling about him, Cyan casually asked Seth if he wished to continue fighting. Utterly confused by how effortlessly his skill had been nullified, Seth suddenly collapsed to his knees and admitted defeat, lamenting that he had lost in both swordsmanship and magic. Seeing Seth's dismay, Cyan felt a twinge of guilt, wondering if his counterattack had been too one-sided. Then, in a burst of defiant energy, Seth pounded the floor and declared that he was tired of fighting weaklings and was motivated to train harder in the coming days. Uncertain when a rematch might occur, he extended his hand with a promise to a challenge, but when Cyan met his gaze, he decisively refused any further contest. After the match, Cyan returned to the dormitory seeing the little dragon, who had grown surprisingly fast. He noted that a dragon's growth spurt far outpaced that of humans, as she now appeared to be about 6 years old. The little dragon, with her hair neatly tied and dressed in well-fitting clothes, ran happily upon seeing Cyan and called out a cheerful welcome, addressing him as her papa. Reflecting on the rapid growth of a dragon-human hybrid, Cyan mused that she might soon be his age. Meanwhile, Brian scratched his head in mild confusion, remarking on her swift development. Cyan nodded in agreement, realizing that it would soon become more difficult to raise her in secret. Off in the background, Kiram slept soundlessly, oblivious to everything around her. A familiar voice came as she entered the room. It was Serrika. Leaning casually against the door while adjusting her glasses, she announced that sooner or later it would become impossible to conceal the draconic human. Although she could help hide the demonic sword, she warned that hiding a draconic human, especially one that had behaved wildly earlier, will be far more challenging. Her disapproval was unmistakable as her face contorted in a frown and her teeth ground in frustration, silently questioning the recklessness of the actions taken. Half asleep, Kira murmured that it seemed someone was discussing her, unaware of the true subject of conversation. Meanwhile, Serrika, noticing the rapid growth of the little dragon, expressed astonishment at how quickly she had grown. In barely a short time, the creature had grown alarmingly large. She remarked that while one might manage responsibilities or items acquired during a mission, handling something of this nature would prove extraordinarily difficult. Cyan explained that Brian was responsible for taking care of the child, and noted that a barrier had been set up in the dormitory to conceal both Kiram and the young one. Brian, puzzled by this assignment, questioned why he was suddenly tasked with caring for a child. In response, Serrika handed Cyan a dark red letter and cautioned that the arrangement would be acceptable as long as no trouble was caused. Glancing at the letter with a hint of disappointment, Cyan considered it a rather unsatisfactory reward for winning the duel. Stepping outside, Serrika issued a warning to be cautious, emphasizing that attracting too much attention would yield nothing positive. Brian, with genuine curiosity, inquired about the nature of the letter, and Cyan clarified that it was a warning letter. The notice indicated that misbehavior would result in expulsion, a prospect that shocked Brian. His reaction grew even more intense as he voiced disbelief at the idea of being kicked out. The baby dragon, noticing Brian's alarm, voiced her concern in her own way by asking if they would soon have to live on the streets. The sight of the adorable baby dragon left Cyan amazed, prompting him to marvel at the unexpected clarity of her speech. He wondered how the little one had acquired such articulate words, all the while noting that the creature was growing far too quickly. Offering reassurance, Cyan patted the baby dragon's head and insisted that there was no need for immediate worry. Nonetheless, Brian's anxiety persisted as he questioned whether returning to Velia's would be safe. Quickly, Cyan reassured him by promising to file a complaint regarding the situation. While examining the expulsion notice, Cyan observed that it had been sent directly by the dean rather than through the usual administrative channels. This detail suggested that the dean wished to speak with him personally. The observation stirred memories of a previous encounter with the headmaster in a past life. Cyan recalled how the headmaster had once inquired if he desired to join the Knights of Light and live for the sake of his brother. Naively, Cyan had agreed without hesitation, only to later realize that the headmaster possessed deeper insight and advised him that such a path was unsuitable. The recollection stirred tension and even a hint of anger in Cyan's eyes as he remembered the headmaster's amused tone, a tone that warned against a life destined only to yield trials, cruelty, and an eventual tendency to place blame on his brother. Lost in these thoughts, Cyan was soon interrupted when Brian suggested that the child be given a proper name instead of being referred to merely as a kid. Without much deliberation, Cyan immediately proposed the name Nana. Brian felt uneasy at the hasty decision, silently questioning whether any real consideration had been given to the name's significance. In the midst of the discussion, the baby dragon, filled with excitement, expressed delight at being called Nana. The creature even noted that the name resembled Nana spelled backwards and expressed a wish to be known as Nana Vert, echoing the style of its father's name. Cyan, however, remained perplexed as to how the little one knew his last name, while Brian's worry for the child's future deepened, fearing that she might become a target for bullying by the other kids. The scene then shifted to the Royal Academy Dean's office, where Headmaster Kundel Quiselle was diligently working on documents. As he contemplated a particularly intriguing case, he recognized the potential of a student who had managed to absorb a 4-star spell using only a 1-star black sphere. This rare talent, though impressive, appeared to require surprisingly little effort, prompting the headmaster to express a desire to understand the true limits of the ability. Kundel, known not only for teaching the current Emperor Arin Sevelus, but also as the father of the last Empress Diana, was one of the few 9-star mages on the continent. Since the passing of Diana, he had devoted himself exclusively to the education of students at the academy. Outside the hallway, Cyan approached the headmaster's office, his mind occupied by a single, pressing question. He had always regarded the headmaster as a pacifist, yet in this life the headmaster had unexpectedly intervened in the royal succession dispute. With a mixture of curiosity and contemplation, Cyan wondered what further insights or revelations might emerge from their impending conversation. As Cyan strolled down the hallway, a magical disturbance caught his attention. With a light tap, he revealed a boundary that materialized instantly, crafted by formidable magic. The energy within was remarkably pure and solid, and a smile of interest crept across his face. It was clear that someone had anticipated his arrival, for a 9-star area restriction barrier had been set up as a test. In the adjacent room, the principal sensed the barrier's fluctuation and eagerly anticipated how Cyan would overcome it. The principal presumed that only an exceptional mage could dismantle such a barrier, and estimated that it would take at least half an hour for Cyan to bypass it. However, in an unexpected turn of events, Cyan appeared through the window behind the principal's desk. He had leaped straight into the room, evading the barrier entirely, and landed in a pose reminiscent of a hero's landing, exuding an effortlessly cool demeanor. With wide eyes, he announced his identity as Echelle Vert, an incoming student, and declared his intent to express disagreement with the complaint. The principal, still recovering from shock and having disregarded the barrier by entering through the window, pondered silently that he had miscalculated this challenge. Slowly, he inquired about the nature of Cyan's disagreement. Cyan explained that although the warning letter had come from the principal, the impressive barrier outside convinced him that the letter was merely an excuse to test his talent. Admitting that the warning had indeed been aggressive, the principal acknowledged that while Cyan had demonstrated his formidable abilities, the warning would remain in place. Though indignant, Cyan felt powerless to reverse the decision. Seizing the moment, he asked the dean a pointed question about whether the principal favored the expansion of the empire or the honor of his family. A bold inquiry that left the principal visibly surprised. After a brief pause, the principal confessed that neither was his primary concern. Cyan pressed further, questioning if, following Emperor Dion's death, the principal would refuse to side with a third or fourth prince seeking the throne instead of the first. The principal's anger escalated, and his magical power surged as if on the brink of eruption. In a low, growling tone, he accused Cyan of excessive arrogance. Unruffled, Cyan reflected that he had once been a pawn for Echelle and found little difference between the principal's current stance and his own experiences from a past life. He recalled how Headmaster Kundel had once influenced the succession, helping the first prince Lunav Sevelus, a man notorious for his cruelty who had eliminated his siblings. When Kundel had opposed Lunav, the first prince framed him as a traitor, leading to a death sentence. Kundel's efforts to secure a brighter future had ultimately been betrayed by the very person he sought to protect. Unable to contain his fury any longer, the principal stood abruptly, slammed the table, and ranted about the impossibility of reclaiming the legacy of a bygone era. He lamented that while many believed him to be a genius, he was, in fact, nothing more than a fool. Calmly, Cyan continued, noting that the first prince's mother and the second princess had perished from illness, and that the third and fourth princes were equally capable contenders. He mentioned that the Nepellus household, from which Empress Cassandra hailed, was infamous for its unyielding greed for power, willing to do anything to secure its position. In his view, the empire's peace was fragile, and once it collapsed, the academy would inevitably suffer. The principal, astonished by the depth of Cyan's political insight despite his young age, lowered his voice and asked for clarification regarding the purpose of these remarks. Cyan explained that he wished to negotiate. He would help secure peace for both the principal's family and the academy in exchange for the withdrawal of the warning letter. Before the principal could respond, a resonant laugh echoed as a beam of light shone down from the ceiling, leaving Cyan momentarily perplexed. The principal had drawn a vast ring magic circle that spanned the entire ceiling. In a gesture meant to crush Cyan's arrogance, he flicked his finger downward, invoking the spell Chains of Judgment. Instantly, numerous magic chains surged forth, binding Cyan's limbs and body with overwhelming pressure, forcing him to crouch. Despite the restraint, Cyan's smile only widened with excitement. While Kundel wondered what the kid would do, confident his chain tower would be unbreakable. With a leisurely stroke of his beard and a sarcastic remark suggesting he had overestimated Cyan's skills, the principal set the stage for a confrontation. Without further argument, Cyan simply smiled and resolved to prove himself. In response, he activated the Void Sphere technique, cloaking his body in a shroud of dark mist as though he had vanished to become the darkness itself. The chains gradually became shrouded in smoke as black mist seeped through their gaps, slowly engulfing them. At the same time, the black sphere increased in size until it completely enveloped the chains. Even Principal Kundel was forced to step back, covering his face in astonishment while thinking that it was absurd. A void sphere of only one star's power had absorbed his spell. Soon, the golden chain shook violently and began to crack. When the sphere reached its maximum size, the rumble of the chains grew. Kundel could hardly take his eyes off the scene as sweat beaded on his forehead and fear filled his eyes. He wondered just how talented this boy must be. In an instant, the chains shattered completely, and the dark sphere gradually disappeared into the air. Cyan, looking composed, casually dusted off his clothes and addressed the principal by inquiring whether he was now considered useful. Maintaining his characteristic arrogance, the principal, no longer inclined to continue punishing or testing him, lowered his head and glared as he cautiously asked if retracting the warning was all that was desired. With a leisurely smile, Cyan affirmed that he only wanted to enjoy a peaceful student life. The principal, surprised by this answer, pressed for confirmation, and Cyan firmly reiterated that indeed, that was all he wanted. In that moment, Cyan recalled the catastrophic end of the academy in his previous life and silently resolved that he would not allow it to collapse again. That afternoon, under the evening sun that bathed the entire street, Brian received an order from Cyan to purchase various items for children. On his way back to the academy dormitory, laden with a pile of snacks, he cheerfully muttered to himself that perhaps having a child at home explained why he ended up buying all manner of sweets. Immersed in happiness like a true babysitter, he walked and laughed joyfully while thinking of Nana savoring the treats. Yet a sudden, ominous feeling compelled him to stop and look ahead. Brian realized that he was alone on the road, with surroundings deserted despite the busy hour. Uneasy, he thought that the streets were strangely quiet and wondered if he was overreacting. Turning into an alley, he nervously glanced into the dark, cold passage that filled him with overwhelming uneasiness. Sensing something vague nearby, he muttered for whoever was hiding in the alley's shadows to come forward. Slowly, a figure emerged. Stunned, Brian's eyes widened as he furrowed his brows in confusion. In his astonishment, he blurted that the figure must be coming to attack him. With a heavy thud, the bag fell to the ground, and the mysterious presence vanished, leaving only scattered food behind. The scene then shifted to Cyan, who was reflecting on his agreement with the dean. He mused that he had agreed to attend his lessons, even though this was his last class of the day, and felt unbearably bored. So bored, in fact, that he could not sit up straight. He lay on his desk and dozed off to the point of drooling. Frustrated, he groaned about his boredom and decided to sneak out of the classroom. Quietly closing the door behind him, he muttered that learning something he had mastered 30 years ago was nothing short of torture, and resolutely determined that, with no pressing mission, he would simply go train. However, Cyan's plan to sneak to the headquarters of the training ground was abruptly foiled when Arin unexpectedly intervened. Standing behind him with threatening eyes, she inquired about his destination. Her tone edged with a prickly attitude as she reminded him that the lessons were not yet over. Startled, Cyan glanced over his shoulder and turned to see Arin fuming. Hastily, he fabricated an excuse that he was headed to the bathroom, addressing her as Her Highness. The princess, however, was not fooled. She bluntly accused him of lying and insisted that such an excuse was unacceptable if he were truly going to the bathroom. Leximus quickly intervened, admonishing the princess to behave more appropriately. Yet Arin pressed on with her questioning, asking once again if he was really heading to the bathroom. Finding himself unable to provide a satisfactory answer, Cyan diverted the conversation to Leximus, asking if he had permitted Leximus to address the princess by her name. The girl appeared startled and confused, But the princess calmly replied that there was no need to change the subject, adding that she had allowed it in private. Immediately afterward, she pressed closer and irritably questioned why Cyan still referred to her as Her Highness if they were friends. Flustered, Cyan turned away and responded that he was merely a civilian while she was a princess, making it impossible to address her so casually. Arin then criticized him for being too serious, to which he lazily retorted that he would take it as a compliment. At that moment, someone descended from upstairs. Upon hearing her name called, Arin was startled, turning her head and becoming instantly stunned. Cyan noticed the princess trembling, sweat dripping from her forehead, and looked up to see two senior academy students approaching leisurely. They appeared to know her well and sneered as they remarked in mocking tones that it had been a long time since they last saw Arin. Arin surveyed the gathered figures and calmly pronounced the names Pavian and Nerovian. With silver hair flowing gracefully, the princess respectfully bowed and adjusted her dress as if to mark the passage of time. Pavian stepped forward with disdain, his gaze fixed on her as he clicked his tongue in mockery, suggesting that she was now mingling with commoners. Nerovian, his smirk barely concealed, added a cutting remark about her consorting with servants, insinuating that birds of a feather flock together. Overwhelmed, Arin lowered her head, rendered speechless by their words. Beside her, Leximus also bowed hastily upon recognizing the two before her. Cyan, observing the scene, quickly identified them as the third and fourth princes, the sons of the current queen from the Nepellus family, and noted with concern their clear disapproval of her. Eventually, the two arrogant princes took notice. Pavian, in a tone of feigned surprise, expressed his astonishment, while Nerovian stammered in confusion upon realizing Cyan's presence. Without delay, Cyan introduced himself in a straightforward manner as Cyan Vert, the youngest of the Vert. Ignoring Arin completely, the princes stepped past her to greet him warmly. Pavian remarked that there was no way he would fail to recognize a son of Duke Vert, admitting that he had been impressed by Cyan's duel. Seizing a rare opportunity to recruit such talent, Pavian shamelessly extended an invitation, promising to include him at any forthcoming party. Cyan's attention briefly shifted to these royals as he noticed Arin's dejected demeanor. She remained bowed and silent, her initial greeting to her royal brothers long past. The princes continued their shallow chatter, with Nerovian suggesting that they talk further and become friends, patting Cyan on the shoulder as though it were a rare opportunity. Dismissing their words with a curt affirmation, Cyan offered a polite, dismissive reply. Satisfied, Pavian bid farewell, and the conversation ended. At that moment, a familiar, malicious voice emerged from behind Arin. Her brother placed a hand on her shoulder and whispered with an arrogant smile that she should know her place and avoid excessive pride. Shock widened her eyes as his contemptuous reminder resonated painfully. Without hesitation, he further humiliated her by sneering that she needed to be more self-aware. Alongside him, Pavian frowned at Arin, his gaze reducing her to insignificance, before both turned their backs and walked away, leaving her overwhelmed by a torrent of bitter emotions. Leximus, still reeling from the encounter, could hardly believe what she had witnessed. She asked in astonishment whether those men were indeed princes and lamented their behavior. Arin, still with her face darkened, coldly remarked that they were still family, invoking the old adage that blood is thicker than water. At that moment, Cyan interjected, challenging the notion by suggesting that, in his eyes, she was in a worse position than strangers. Arin jerked her head up, her eyes filling with a blend of surprise and horror. Calmly, Cyan explained that whether it was blood or water, in the face of power both were meaningless. He knew that within the royal family, everyone eventually turned on one another in the struggle for the throne. He reminded her that if these princes were treating her so poorly, it was simply because they were wary of her. Stunned by his frankness, the young princess remained silent as Cyan added with a calm acknowledgement that they were merely trying to keep her in check. Cyan's parting words, a simple farewell, caused her cheeks to flush red and her heart to flutter. Distracted by the warmth on her face, she found it increasingly difficult to concentrate on preventing him from skipping class. Leximus, noticing Arin's flushed expression and naive demeanor, worriedly inquired if she was all right. Later, Cyan returned to his dormitory and called out loudly, yet only found Nana, the dragon girl, sleeping soundly. After scanning the room and muttering that no one was present, he called out again, this time summoning Brian and Kiram. At the mention of her name, The lazy demon sword floated over with a grumbling acknowledgement, complaining about the constant interruptions. Observing Kiram now flickering like a flame, Cyan inquired why she had assumed that form. The demon's sword lazily explained that it was more convenient for concealing her presence, and when Cyan curtly questioned the lack of politeness in addressing him, he pointed at Kiram in order to search for Brian. Abruptly, Kiram's demeanor changed as she shouted in anger, protesting that she was not to be treated like a dog and that his methods of asking for favors were not proper, insisting that Brian would eventually find his way back. Cyan silently endured the outburst. Suddenly, Kiram sniffed the air and remarked that she detected blood. Cyan startled and confused. The scene shifted to a nearby alley where a group of thugs, led by a smug nobleman from the academy, was shoving and jostling Brian. The nobleman sneered that Brian's current predicament was the consequence of his earlier failure to heed their advice while they were still being kind. The person in question was none other than Barrett, the arrogant noble who had bullied Leximus before being driven off by Cyan. Now, he was venting his anger on Brian to avenge the humiliation. With a smirk, he surveyed Brian, who lay on the ground coughing up blood, and mocked him, insisting that he had expected a guardian knight, but instead found only garbage. Barrett regarded the helpless, motionless Brian with contempt and declared, with arrogant certainty, that he intended to cut him into pieces and send those pieces to his owner as a twisted gift. Seething with anger, he snarled that all of this was due to Brian's owner having the audacity to act in his face, and he laughed maniacally, expressing revulsion at the very thought. Brian struggled to cough and groaned, his small resistance only serving to infuriate Barrett further. In response to Brian's blunt retort, which suggested that Barrett would never succeed, Barrett frowned and glared, his anger deepening with every challenge. Even though Brian had already been beaten and disfigured by Barrett's men, the knight, refusing to surrender, managed a mocking half-smile that only stoked Barrett's fury. Grinding his teeth, Barrett grinned maliciously, his eyes flashing with a wild and vicious light as he ridiculed Brian for being an insane bastard who must have lost his mind from the beating. Leisurely, he directed his thugs to unsheathe their swords and surround Brian, indifferent to the knight's defiant retort that he only pitied them. At that moment, a mercenary was about to draw his sword when Cyan appeared atop the roof of a nearby house. With a cold tone, he inquired what they were doing. The mere sound of Cyan's voice made Barrett's hair stand on end. Startled, he leaped back as cold sweat poured down his body. Cyan stood there with a clenched fist and a faint dark mist swirling under his feet, and he growled that the chaos before him was Barrett's doing. Recognizing Cyan's presence, Brian opened his eyes weakly, while young Master Cyan fixed his gaze on his subordinate, remarking that he was a mess and noting that even his vocal cords seemed injured. Despite his initial shock, Barrett maintained a confidence born of relying on his hired mercenaries. With a sneer, he taunted that Cyan had come crawling to the tiger's den and declared that he would begin by carving out his organs. Cyan, however, smirked with excitement at the challenge. Gripping his demon sword Kiram tightly, he descended into the thick mist using his 8th form, Assault, aiming straight for the throats of the mercenaries below. Kiram's blade flickered with a crimson glow, reminiscent of spilled blood. In the blink of an eye, the mercenaries fell, scattered in all directions, leaving only the brightly glowing swords of Cyan visible. Panic seized Barrett as he retreated to a corner, covering his face in horror and staring helplessly at the unbelievable scene. He could scarcely believe that his mercenaries had been defeated so swiftly, and he wondered if anyone could ever stand against Cyan. Barrett recalled the day when a gigantic manosphere had terrified him to the point of cowering in fear. Deep inside, he questioned how Cyan had become so formidable. With the mercenaries dealt with, Cyan raised his glowing, demon sword and pointed it directly at Barrett, who trembled as he watched Cyan charge forward. Desperation overtook Barrett, and he gathered mana while shouting furiously, vowing to kill Cyan. Before he could complete his incantation, Cyan rushed forward and delivered a swift kick to Barrett's stomach. The force of the blow sent Barrett flying backward, tumbling several times until he finally crashed at the end of the alley, writhing in pain and unable to rise as he groaned in agony. Approaching Barrett with cold resolve, Cyan passed judgment by remarking that some things never changed, and he calmly turned to interrogate whether Barrett truly enjoyed harassing those weaker than himself. Despite being at a disadvantage, Barrett managed to sneer and scoff, questioning what hobbies had to do with such matters and implying that Cyan might kill him for his insolence. Barrett Louis Mill, the oldest son of the Louis Mill household, recognized as the true authority in the Garum Kingdom. In Cyan's previous life, Barrett had been notorious for problematic behavior, physically assaulting others, burning small animals alive for amusement, and even crossing the line by murdering a female classmate under the pretext that she was practicing magic. When an order came from Mist to purify him, Cyan recalled infiltrating the mansion where Barrett had been staying and witnessing the countless corpses of tortured servants stored in the basement. He remembered vividly the moment when Barrett had smiled at him and dared him to kill him quickly rather than prolong his suffering. A smile so terrifying it still made others' blood boil, its perverse indifference devoid of humanity. The recollection of that scene stirred a deep, seething rage within Cyan. Cyan glanced at Barrett with disgust, silently thinking that killing him in such a manner was hardly the punishment he deserved. After all, Barrett had claimed to have had all his fun before dying. Memories of what Barrett had done to Leximus flashed through Cyan's mind, and he could not accept that mere death could atone for the countless lives Barrett had ruined. The thought alone stoked a fierce anger within Cyan. The price he had paid for destroying so many lives was far too little. Without warning, Cyan seized Barrett by the mouth and forced him to open it. With a swift swing of his arm, he conjured a small mana sphere into his hand. Barrett immediately realized that Cyan intended to force him to swallow the mana sphere to completely destroy his mana core. Horrified and unable to move his soaked, weakened body, Barrett could do nothing to escape Cyan's grip. He cried out in fear, pleading for Cyan not to do it, but Cyan's cold tone demanded him to repeat what Barrett had planned to do to him. As the mana sphere was drawn closer, Barrett's panic intensified. He shouted wildly that he was a member of the Luis Mill family, the most powerful family in the Garum Kingdom, implying that such a lineage might protect him from harsh consequences. Cyan sneered at his words, remarking bitterly on how much Barrett talked. Then, forcefully, he shoved the mana sphere into Barrett's throat, pressing it firmly to prevent any chance of spitting it out, and compelled Barrett to swallow it. In a tone as cold as ice, Cyan remarked that it was acceptable if Barrett detested him. Barrett thrashed in agony, struggling to resist the forced ingestion, but Cyan's grip only tightened. He continued, dismissing any words spoken behind his back, and denounced Barrett for daring to lay his dirty hands on his subordinate. A garbage excuse for a human being, in Cyan's eyes. A malicious smirk played upon Cyan's lips after he forced Barrett to swallow the mana sphere. The agonizing pain tore through Barrett's mouth, and he cried out as the intense light of the sphere seemed to engulf and burn him from within. Above, a figure concealed in a tattered cloak silently observed the scene. One of Echelle's subordinates, now panic-stricken, watched from a distance and thought anxiously that he had never imagined such power could be hidden. He resolved to notify young Master Echelle immediately, though he also worried that this revelation might interfere with his plans. Unexpectedly, an arm reached out from behind him. Clad in the assassin's mist-cloak, a mysterious individual named Serrika grabbed his mouth, pressed a dagger to his throat, and whispered that he was the little obsessive stalker who had been following her disciple everywhere recently. After dealing with Barrett, Cyan turned and walked toward Brian. By that time, Brian managed to sit up, leaning against a corner and cradling his injuries. His swollen face, marred by the conflict, prevented him from meeting Cyan's gaze as he whispered an apology, expressing regret that he had never imagined such a large group would attack him. Observing Brian's disheveled state, Cyan regarded him with cold scrutiny and bluntly questioned whether his subordinate was truly fit for duty, wondering why he had engaged in a fight that was clearly unwinnable. Brian bowed his head and murmured his apologies further. Cyan then crouched down in front of Brian, resting his chin on his hand in a teasing manner, and inquired why Brian had not simply run away. He admitted that he had somewhat understood Brian's intentions, but added that recklessness was not acceptable. With a serious glance into Brian's eyes, he reminded him that he did not need a loyal subordinate who would simply perish. Foolish actions were nothing but an annoyance. Rising to his feet, Cyan warned that a lecture awaited Brian upon their return, while Brian continued to bow and whisper apologies. At that moment, his voice rang out, calling for Serrika to come forward. She chuckled in amazement at the observation. Cyan glanced at her and at all the guild members who had hidden nearby. Calmly, he responded that it was impossible not to notice, given that they had brought all their hall members along. The other guild members silently withdrew as Serrika appeared, leaping down and seizing the person following Cyan by the collar. With an amused tone, Serrika declared that she had brought a gift and she tossed the hapless man to the ground, leaving him dazed. Cyan showed no surprise at these developments. He calmly stated that the man who had been trailing him was well known, a fact that elicited a surprised exclamation from Serrika. She then admitted, with a slight sigh and a hint of admiration, that she did acknowledge his talent. Reflecting on the secret observations she had made of him over time, she praised his powers that surpassed those of a typical assassin, his intellect that enabled him to negotiate fairly with the Dean, and his mental fortitude that allowed him to handle the demonic sword with ease. In her eyes, he was an ideal candidate for succession. However, her expression turned sharp as she reminded him that such events could not continue indefinitely. More people would eventually become suspicious. Cyan met her gaze calmly and confirmed that he would be careful. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and his tone turned threatening as he declared that he had no intention of living like an idiot who took advantage of others. He vowed that if anyone dared to lay a hand on his people, he would crush them without mercy. Serrika bowed her head and laughed in amusement, remarking internally that she understood. She believed he would protect his own people. Concluding that further intervention was unnecessary, she waved goodbye and added that she was confident he would handle matters before departing. Cyan, perplexed by her unexpectedly calm reaction and feeling a growing suspicion, watched her leave. Just before she departed, she turned back, pointed at the figure still lying on the ground, and reminded him not to forget that person. She intended to deal with Barrett and his minions. Cyan acknowledged her words and confirmed her plan. Next, Cyan glanced at Echelle's subordinate, who was now squirming and crying out in alarm, questioning what fate awaited him. With a slight smirk, Cyan remarked that killing him would be far too easy. Despite sweating profusely, the subordinate pleaded to remain silent. Cyan sneered as he reminded the subordinate that he was meant to be Echelle's #1 aide. The subordinate, bewildered, wondered silently how that could he know. Cyan recalled with a quiet thought that the subordinate never strayed from Echelle's side, a fact that had once fueled Cyan's jealousy in a previous life. Smiling knowingly, Cyan considered that this subordinate might prove dangerous in a different way. Gradually, he gathered dark energy in his hand as he observed the quivering figure. He mused that it would be simple to end him immediately, but his connection to Echelle made him too useful for future plans. The subordinate's terror grew as he took in Cyan's calculating expression and the creeping violet-black mist that enveloped him. In panic, the subordinate cried out in confusion, demanding that the ominous presence be driven away. Cyan chuckled, his eyes shining brightly as his body radiated mana. He then invoked his shadow personality of creation, which flowed into the subordinate. In moments, the dense black mist surged into the subordinate's mouth and eyes, eventually engulfing his entire body and causing him to convulse and scream in horror. Elsewhere that morning, the sounds of wooden swords clashing echoed through the academy. Leximus gripped her wooden sword tightly and charged forward with resolute determination, swinging a strike straight at Princess Arin. Though the princess managed to parry the blow just in time, the force of the attack made her struggle and cry out. Arin attempted to shake off the impact and push Leximus back while insisting that the assault was trivial. However, Leximus was one step ahead. She swiftly circled behind the princess before Arin could discern her position. With her sword pointed at the princess's back, Leximus gleefully announced her victory and addressed the royal with a formal title. Startled by her own carelessness, Arin gasped in surprise, pouted, and turned to Leximus, muttering that she could never win against her. She also reminded Leximus that when they were alone, she should be called by her given name. Leximus awkwardly scratched her head and apologized, reverting to the proper address as the princess glared and sternly corrected her. In that moment, a loud yelp echoed from the adjacent training ground, and Arin glanced over with concern, remarking that the training there was exceptionally intense. Meanwhile, Cyan was pushing Brian through an intense physical training session following the recent confrontation with Barrett. Brian was no match for Cyan, who delivered a punishing punch to the stomach. Cyan's relentless assault left Brian little time to recover before another kick struck his knee. As Brian cried out in agony, unable to defend or counterattack, he hunched over in pain after a barrage of blows. Observing that Brian might not endure much longer, Cyan stepped back briefly to offer a moment of respite, while noting the errand boy's impressive endurance despite the onslaught. Even with his body battered and sweating profusely, Brian took a few heavy breaths and seemed to recover quickly. Satisfied that Brian would prove useful later, Cyan sharply inquired whether he was tired. Brian, clearly struggling to continue, replied that he could keep going. Taken aback, Cyan muttered about the blood and acknowledged that his harsh training methods, while severe, suited Brian's physical capabilities. He mused that he would have persisted even if Brian were tired, for there was no guarantee that another incident like Barrett's would not occur. Brian needed to be able to defend himself. Although the incident had passed a few days earlier, Cyan remained troubled by the memory of Barrett's malicious smile as he vented his anger on his subordinate. Now somewhat recovered, Brian hesitantly asked whether that Kellen fellow was truly all right. Cyan noticed that Brian was still troubled by the incident and, with a serious tone, reassured him that there was no need for concern because the target was already on their side. Knowing that the spy, Kellen, was a close subordinate of his brother Echelle, Cyan had already cast a spell on him. At that moment, Kellen, bound by Cyan's magic, was hurled to the ground. The spell gradually overtook his body. Even though Brian was exhausted from enduring Barrett's and his hired thugs' torture, he remained alert enough to witness Cyan's magical prowess firsthand. For Brian, it was the first time his master had used magic, and he stared at Cyan with astonishment as Kellen soon lay motionless. To cast this demanding spell, Cyan had exerted a considerable amount of effort. He silently acknowledged that it had been a long time since he had used 9-star shadow personality, a technique that summoned a personality from the shadow to manipulate opponents. He recalled using it only once in a past life. Stepping forward, Cyan took a knife and cut the ropes binding Kellen. In an instant, Kellen's demeanor transformed from defiant to obedient. With a cold tone, Cyan inquired who Kellen was. Kellen knelt at his feet, his body still shrouded in a faint purple mist, and replied that he was Kellen Diego, a guardian knight of Velius, assigned to watch over young Master Cyan on behalf of his master, Echelle. He explained that he had come to Lewin for this very purpose. A smirk crossed Cyan's face as he noted the subordinate's newfound submission. He then pressed for confirmation regarding the loyalty of the man's service. Kellen bowed his head, his face devoid of emotion, and stated that he had served young Master Echelle, but now wished to serve Cyan instead. With a calm smile, Cyan accepted the change in allegiance on the condition that Kellen relay all instructions back to Echelle in Velius. His smile then turned menacing as he glowered at Kellen and, through clenched teeth, demanded that no detail be left out. In response, Kellen bowed his head further and declared his understanding, his eyes burning with determination and an unsettling loyalty, an effect undoubtedly deepened by Cyan's spell. As Cyan remembered that unwavering loyalty, he shivered slightly at the thought that such intense devotion might be dangerous. Lost in his own reflections, Cyan did not immediately respond until Brian nervously called out, addressing him as young master. Reassuring himself that everything would be all right, Cyan remained momentarily deep in thought. At that instant, Princess Arin and Leximus visited their training ground. Standing with her hands on her hips, the princess commented on the unexpected presence of the guardian knight. Brian quickly bowed and greeted her with the appropriate respect. Cyan then turned his attention to the two girls and, in an indifferent tone, inquired if the princess had come to train as well. The princess replied with an enthusiastic smile that she attended training every weekend alongside Leximus, a plan she believed was wise in light of the recent incident. At the mention of that incident, Cyan's thoughts drifted to the events of the previous week. Barrett Louis Mill had been found in front of the nurse's office, beaten nearly to death and rendered unable to use magic ever again. Although Barrett had once employed a formidable stone-swallowing trick that decimated mana core and sealed a harsh fate for Leximus in a past life, Leximus's reaction had not matched Cyan's expectations. He had anticipated a sense of satisfaction, yet Leximus simply bowed her head in silence whenever Barrett's incident was mentioned. Suddenly, a small voice shattered the moment. The little girl Nana shouted, calling her papa loudly, startling everyone on the training ground. Floating in the air above them, she captured the attention of all present. Brian, alarmed, called out that the little girl was over there, and even Cyan was taken aback as he exclaimed Nana's name. He previously left her with Kiram, unaware that the demon sword Kiram was still soundly sleeping, toy in hand. Without hesitation, Nana let herself fall freely, landing squarely in Princess Arin's arms. Confused, the princess asked where the girl had come from, but Nana paid no heed to the inquiry. Instead, she looked straight at Cyan and joyfully proclaimed that she found her papa. The princess froze in astonishment as she followed the little girl's pointing finger, her gaze fixed on Cyan, still unable to fully comprehend what she had just heard. The princess furrowed her brows and sweated in surprise as she addressed Cyan as Papa in a frustrated tone, silently wondering with whom he had been caught off guard. Caught off guard himself, Cyan had no choice but to reflect deeply on the situation. Eventually, he recounted to the princess how he had accidentally discovered the child, revealing that the girl was a dragonkin, while carefully omitting that he had found her during an assassination mission. After listening attentively, the princess sighed in relief and, with a wiped forehead, admitted that she had suspected that much. She expressed her relief that the child was not really his, confessing that she had entertained all kinds of ideas about her origin. By this time, they had returned to Arin's room. There, Leximus was playing with the little girl, and the princess accepted Cyan's explanation with cheerful disbelief, remarking how unexpectedly clever he could be. Cyan, however, felt no joy in the praise. Instead, a cold sweat broke out on his skin as he thought gloomily that this might become dangerous. She could later use the knowledge to blackmail him. Brian, sitting nearby, shared in his worry, his face growing pale as he anxiously considered that they might be expelled from the academy if anyone discovered the truth, especially given that everyone here already knew Nana was a draconic human. Princess Arin, however, proactively reassured him with a confident smile, promising not to reveal a word. Both Brian and Cyan were stunned by her firm declaration. In surprise, Cyan wondered if she truly meant it. Arin then turned to Leximus and affirmed that her promise was sincere. Leximus, still happily playing with Nana, looked up with an innocent smile and confirmed that there was no one to tell since she had no friends to confide in. Realizing that her earlier inquiry had been a bit insensitive, the princess paused. Before she could say more, Cyan bluntly asked for a reason. Tilting her head and offering a gentle smile, the princess explained that she simply felt sorry for the child, who would never fit in with either dragons or humans and would never be accepted by anyone. Turning to Cyan, she sincerely praised him for taking care of her. Seizing the moment, the princess then mustered her courage and asked directly if she could visit his room sometimes. Cyan, confused by the implication that she meant his room, watched as the princess blushed, bowed her head, wiped away her sweat, and awkwardly clarified that she only wished to see Nana occasionally. Realizing that the princess bore no ill intent toward the child, Cyan accepted her request, remarking that it did not matter to him. His simple affirmation brought a rosy flush to the princess's cheeks. Meeting her gaze squarely, Cyan then suggested that this arrangement remain their secret. The princess quickly nodded in agreement, silently vowing that they now had a little secret. Soon after, Brian picked up the little girl, stood, and announced his departure to the princess. Leximus hurried over, bowed politely, and wished him well. After Cyan had left, Leximus noticed that the princess was still lost in thought. With confusion, she addressed the princess, but the latter remained absorbed in her own reveries. A soft smile frozen on her flushed cheeks as her heart pounded with the secret hope of growing closer to Cyan. Alarmed by the princess's odd demeanor, Leximus called out, asking if she was feeling unwell. Later, when Cyan returned to his dormitory and roused the demonic sword Kiram, he learned of the events that had transpired. Kiram merely smirked and raised an eyebrow, remarking that something amusing must have occurred while she slept, and teasing that perhaps Cyan should reveal that he was living with the demonic sword as well. In a fit of fury, Cyan pointed an accusing finger at Kiram and admonished her for falling asleep while babysitting the child. Unperturbed, Kiram replied in a casual tone that the child did as she pleased because she took after her father. Brian, meanwhile, held the little girl in his arms even as she wriggled, clearly preferring to be with Cyan. Suggesting that they take her on walks to relieve her stress from being indoors all the time, Brian received a thoughtful nod from Cyan, who crossed his arms and pondered before agreeing that it was not a bad idea, thankful by the acceptance of his suggestion. That evening, far in the distant mountain range, two dragon-like figures soared together through the sky. Suddenly, one dragon halted, sensing something unsettling. The other, startled, inquired as to what was wrong. The first, with an unhappy expression, explained that he detected a sickening odor and wondered where it might be coming from. Cautiously, the second replied that although the source was not very close, they were near Lewin. The first dragon continued to feel uneasy, furrowing his brow as he questioned whether the smell originated from the Lewin Academy. Concluding that they must pause their journey back, his eyes glowed ominously as he peered downward and pointed toward the source of his discomfort. That night, after deciding to let Nana play outside, Cyan and Brian took her to an empty road on the outskirts of Lewin. Having been confined to Cyan's dormitory for so long, Nana was thrilled to finally fly freely under the open sky. With her small wings flapping excitedly, she darted ahead, prompting Brian to chase after her while shouting warnings that the way was dangerous. Calmly, Cyan followed, watching Nana's joyful exclamations as she marveled at the vastness of the place. Smiling to himself as he observed her radiant face and unbridled delight, he noted that being 10 kilometers from the center of Lewin should be safe for her to play as much as she wanted. Followed them, Kiram mocked Cyan in a tone laced with sarcasm, remarking that he was acting like a real father and teasing that he might as well get Nana a mother like the princess from earlier. Cyan gritted his teeth, ready to retort, when suddenly a chilling sensation ran down both of their spine. Sensing something amiss, Kiram muttered that something was coming. In that moment, 2 dragons appeared directly before them. One of the dragons sneered disdainfully, a look that immediately set Brian on edge. Recognizing the danger, Brian panicked and yelled for Nana. As she rushed toward him, he quickly grabbed her, holding her tightly in his arms. At that instant, a tremendous force crashed down. Cyan hurried over, anxiously asking Brian about Nana as he scanned the area. Nana clung to Brian, visibly frightened but thankfully unharmed. Brian shielded her from the flying debris as he nervously reassured that she was safe. In the midst of the chaos, Cyan stepped forward, instructing Brian to remain behind him in the open. The ground shattered into pieces as 2 figures of humanoid form of a dragon emerged amidst blinding light and thunder. Standing protectively in front of Brian and Nana, Cyan wondered aloud why such high-ranking dragons had arrived, though he quickly recognized their identities despite their human forms. The dragon's calculating eyes fixed on Brian and Nana. Brian understood their malevolent intentions immediately. He tightened his arms around Nana protectively, glaring back with unwavering vigilance. One of the high-ranking dragons, Silver Dragon Lucian, narrowed his eyes in disgust and sneered about the source of the sickening stench, while his companion, the Red Dragon Catalina, glared with contempt. In a mocking tone, she addressed Cyan and his companion, remarking on the presence of the halfling human and even the possession of the demonic sword. Kiram regarded her with caution and defensiveness as she, feeling insulted, grumbled her discontent. Catalina, in response, shouted irritably that such objectification was beneath her, adding that she had degraded herself by being a human slave. Her arrogant words infuriated Kiram, who glared back and snapped that her attitude might very well lead to his demise. Before Catalina could rush forward, Lucian raised his hand to halt her advance. Stepping between the combatants, he addressed Cyan and Kiram in a tone filled with disdain, declaring that he had no interest in fighting inferior beings unnecessarily. Then, turning his gaze toward the child in Brian's arms, he growled that the halfling should be handed over to him. Nana, sensing their malice, clutched Brian's shirt tightly and trembled. In response, Brian shifted his body to shield her and glared at the 2 dragons despite his own fear. Overwhelmed by the situation, Nana burst into tears as she nestled further into Brian's embrace. The dragons continued with their heartless remarks, deeming a half-human, half-dragon an ideal subject for experimentation. Lucian glared coldly at them and declared that he would allow them to depart only if the child were surrendered. Unfazed by the threat, Cyan seized Kiram in anger and snapped at Lucian to be silent. Enraged by his insolence, Lucians demanded him to repeat what had been said. In a cold reply, Cyan reiterated his command for silence, referring to Lucian with a derogatory remark. Lucian then lowered his head briefly, a smirk forming on his lips as he laughed before swinging his sword to slash the ground beside Cyan. His intent was not a direct attack, but rather intimidation. The display was enough to startle Brian, who immediately hugged Nana and shouting his concern. Calmly, Cyan ordered Brian to move far away from the danger. Seeing that Cyan was unscathed, Brian promptly carried Nana away while responding respectfully. Meanwhile, the dragon's power had torn up the ground near Cyan, sending sparks flying. Cyan observed the display and silently admired the fancy technique, while Lucian gripped his weapon tightly as lightning flashed continuously along his spear. Lucian soared upward, sneering as he declared that this was why he was called inferior. Instead of answering directly, Cyan countered with a technique known as Thick Mist Ninth Form Demonic Sword Manifestation. By merging with his demonic sword, Kiram, Cyan's skin darkened while his hair transformed into blazing crimson flames. The dragons immediately recognized his new form. In shock, Catalina remarked on the power, to which Lucian replied calmly that it was the power of the exile. He frowned disdainfully, grumbling that despite the day's surprises, Cyan remained nothing more than an inferior human in his eyes. In an instant, Cyan had already reappeared beside Lucian, ready to strike with his sword. Without a word, Cyan launched a rapid series of attacks that forced Lucian to raise his sword in a passive defense. This only enraged Lucian further. He gritted his teeth and swung his sword towards Cyan. Quick to evade, Cyan dodged backward. In response, Lucian thrust his hand forward to activate his shock wave technique. Lightning flickered in his palm as a massive magic circle appeared in the sky. Startled, Cyan looked upward at the brilliant rays crashing straight toward him. In an instant, he was engulfed by a colossal pillar of light, its force blasting down to shatter the earth and rocks beneath his feet. Swiftly employing his thick mist third form, known as Mist Glide, Cyan escaped the onslaught, reappearing behind Lucian. Sensing the renewed threat, Lucian stood in shock as Cyan unleashed yet another technique. The Mist Sword, rushing Mist Storm, sending arches of sword strike from his dagger. Before the assault could overwhelm him, Catalina swiftly flew up to shield Lucian's back with a fire barrier. With a confident laugh, she assured that she would block the attack. However, Lucian sensed a miscalculation and urgently shouted a warning to Catalina, insisting that she was no match for Cyan. Ignoring his plea, Catalina arrogantly maintained that her dragon's barrier, forged from 1,000 years of mana accumulation, would hold against a human who could not live 100 years. Before she could finish her declaration, Cyan advanced with his next move, Mist Sword 8, Fluttering Petals. His eyes narrowed as he smiled and directed his attack straight at the barrier. Catalina's confident smile faded into shock as her barrier was struck repeatedly by Cyan's relentless blows. A tremendous explosion of blinding light followed, shattering the fire barrier into countless fragments. In utter horror, Catalina could only watch as Cyan's assault pierced through her defense. Unable to recover, she endured a double serial slash, a flurry of strikes that tore across her body. Her screams of despair echoed faintly as Lucian helplessly witnessed his close subordinate disintegrate into dust. The sight pushed Lucian's anger to its peak. He gritted his teeth in frustration, questioning in a voice full of contempt how the so-called God of Darkness could wield such power. Ignoring the challenge, Cyan remained silent while Lucian deployed a new magic formation in the sky. His eyes glowed fiercely red as he coldly declared that, if Cyan did not wish to answer, he must at least admit that his opponent was worthy. Cyan immediately recognized Lucian's intentions. Silently, he prepared for the impending confrontation. Lucian rushed into his magic formation, his body aglow amid a swirling vortex of lightning. As Cyan observed the transformation, he noted that Lucian was invoking a spell to force a dragon to abandon its human guise and revert to its original form. Gradually, Lucian's body transformed. His jaws extended to reveal sharp dragon teeth. His hands became clawed talons, and massive dragon wings unfurled behind him. Now fully transformed into a white dragon roaring fiercely and shaking both the sky and earth beneath him, Lucian faced Cyan head-on. Without hesitation, Cyan leapt from the ground and surged toward Lucian's head. Caught by surprise, Lucian gritted his teeth and stammered in confusion as Cyan, hovering right above him, focused on the large horn atop Lucian's head. Realizing with shock that Cyan knew the weakness of polymorph, a flaw uncommon known among inferior species, Cyan swiftly descended and drove his demonic sword firmly into the dragon head. A piercing cry of pain erupted from Lucian as his eyes blazed red with agony and disbelief. Cyan then employed another technique. Mist Sword, unshakable roots of a great tree. The black mist around Lucian transformed into sharp blades that slashed repeatedly across his body. Lucian struggled in paralysis, roaring in immense pain. In moments, his body was engulfed by the relentless stabs of the terrifying fog. Lucian collapsed to the ground amid a swirling cloud of dust. Witnessing the scene, Brian rushed toward his master, clutching little Nana in his arms, his face etched with shock and worry as he called out anxiously. He froze as he beheld the unfolding scene and, without a word, immediately shielded Nana's eyes. The bewildered girl cried out that she could not see ahead. Meanwhile, Cyan, with a disturbing calm, dismembered Lucian's corpse and, as though savoring a macabre feast, casually offered a sizable piece of meat to them while remarking that it was a precious meat. Stunned and unsure how to react, Brian stood silent as Nana, her curiosity piqued, declared that she wanted some as well. Cyan sternly warned that children should not eat such meat, that for a great dragon like him, it was nothing more than nourishment. Not long after, following Cyan's orders, Kellen returned to report everything he knew about the recent tailing mission. In a quiet, contemplative tone, Echelle inquired whether Kellen believed an unknown force was supporting his brother. Bowing his head, Kellen calmly confirmed that the informants they had sent had been eliminated by that force. Echelle then frowned slightly as he asked if that was all. Kellen apologized for the lack of further information. He truly did not know much more. What captured Echelle's attention, however, was Kellen's unusually calm demeanor. Typically anxious and prone to losing his composure, the subordinate now appeared composed and markedly different. So much so that Echelle could not detect the desperation that once defined him. It was as if Kellen had become a completely different person, maintaining his calm facade while concealing any suspicion. After a brief pause, Echelle bowed his head and announced that he would ask Kellen a question. At those words, Kellen froze and met Echelle's cold, scrutinizing gaze. In that moment, a hint of worry crept across his face as he realized that this was a test, an indication that Echelle was beginning to doubt him. Without hesitation, Kellen pounded his chest and bowed deeply before Echelle solemnly intoned the familiar blessing. Let the blessing of Luminal be with him. A leisurely smirk then curved Echelle's lips as he expressed his appreciation for Kellen's response, a measure meant to confirm the subordinate's genuineness. Noticing Kellen's nervousness and the cold sweat on his brow, Echelle cautioned him that this was merely a regular ritual and nothing more. Alert and still lost in troubled thoughts, fearing that if his doubts fully blossomed, he might not escape, Kellen turned to leave. As he opened the door in deep contemplation, he was startled to find someone standing just behind it. For an instant, he thought of the woman he knew as Cyan's maid, Emily, who had been about to knock. Smiling awkwardly upon seeing him, Emily greeted him with a friendly hello. Kellen frowned in suspicion and inquired, in his own guarded manner, what had brought her there. At that moment, Echelle stepped forward and patted Kellen on the shoulder, explaining that he had called her. He then inquired, with measured curiosity, if her name was indeed Emily. After a hurried stammer of affirmation directed to the young master Echelle, she blushed shyly, and he asked if she might do him a favor. Elsewhere, at a meeting consisting of mana crystal to communicate, the leader convened for an urgent meeting. He announced in shock the fact that both Lucian and Catalina were missing. The remaining people gathered around the massive mana stone of their leader, huddled through smaller mana stones, and explained that the pair had manifested divine powers at the outskirts of Lewin. However, that apparition was the last trace of them. Both having been above 8-star level, their shattered mana stones attesting to the destructive forces unleashed during the battle. Examining the remnants, one individual questioned whether the killer had erased all other evidence through magic. Another added that for such erasure to be possible, the culprit would almost certainly have to wield dark elemental powers. One of them stated solemnly that the only one capable of killing the two was Kundel Quiselle. Yet he hesitated, noting that Quiselle did not possess such powers, implying the existence of an unknown, fourth individual. Suddenly, another person spoke up, recalling that there was a boy named Cyan Vert, the sole dark element user in the Royal Academy. Another recounted an earlier battle in which Cyan had survived an attack from the Devil Dragon on the front lines. There were whispers linking him to the deaths of Renaud and Albus, both of whom had assisted in providing testing subjects and materials. Listening silently, the leader then asked skeptically whether there might be a connection between these events, and declared that he would keep a close watch on the matter. The leader recalled its granddaughter, who was around Cyan's age, and immediately suggested that Lunav Rainreaver should have her granddaughter become acquainted with Cyan Vert. At dawn the next day, sunlight streamed into the Royal Academy and the royal dormitories. Princess Arin joyfully dashed to Cyan's dorm room, carrying a delicious cake. With uncontained excitement, she presented the cake, a special creation prepared by the palace chefs especially for little Nana, and urged the child to enjoy it. Nana's eyes sparkled at the sight of the fragrant cake, and she drooled in delight while offering praise in her own enthusiastic way. Not content with just one cake, the princess had also arranged for a cart laden with boxes of cakes. Gently, she told Nana that she could have as much as she wanted because there was plenty more, Nana stared wide-eyed at the cart, overflowing with delicious treats. Meanwhile, Cyan sat silently in a corner, watching the scene with contentment. In his thoughts, he noted that they were having fun, but that they must remain discreet. If the dragons sensed Nana's presence, they might ambush them again. Determined, he vowed to protect those he cared about, resolving that he would ensure no harm would come to them. Deep within his mind, the sinister face and evil smile of Echelle emerged, and Cyan silently reminded himself that his goal in this life was to completely ruin that bastard's plans. At that moment, the princess turned to observe Cyan's expression, surprised to see him smiling dreamily, as if lost in a pleasant daydream. She inquired, in her own curious way, whether something good had happened. Cyan replied leisurely that he had merely entertained a pleasant thought. Somewhere else, in the garden of the Vert residence, when Echelle was warmly welcoming an esteemed guest, Lunav Sevelus, the first prince. During that meeting, Echelle had expressed cordial greetings and gratitude, attributing his current well-being to the first prince's influence. However, the first prince's tone had taken on a more cutting note as he muttered discontentedly about Echelle's prolonged residence in the isolated estate and mentioned that he had heard Alice had left on a journey. Echelle, unruffled by any concern for his sister, admitted that he was indeed worried about her, for he knew not her current whereabouts or intentions. The first prince, leaning on his hand and with a knowing smirk, suggested that perhaps Echelle's concerns stemmed from a fear that she might one day threaten his position of power. In response, Echelle feigned innocence and dismissed the matter as unworthy of discussion. The prince then made a cryptic remark about the nature of their friendship, leaving the subject momentarily aside as a subordinate approached with a glass of wine. The first prince, still curious, asked in passing about Cyan, his younger brother. With measured calm, Echelle announced that his father was so interested in Cyan that he appeared to be considering an engagement between him and Arin. At the mention of his sister, the first prince's expression soured further as he resentfully complained about Echelle's adamant protection of what he termed as useless little garbage. Echelle, maintaining his composure, smiled calculatingly and confidently affirmed that the more attention and power she gained, the more useful she would be to their cause. Satisfied, the first prince smirked appreciatively, clearly pleased to share a mutual understanding. In the midst of the conversation, the prince's subordinate suddenly directed a wine bottle toward Echelle and inquired whether he would partake. Echelle glanced up and, with unexpected curiosity, declared that he had not seen this guardian knight before. The first prince, noting Echelle's interest, turned to the knight standing nearby. With evident pride, Lunav introduced the knight as a rare jewel discovered during a scouting mission in the slums. This revelation piqued Echelle's curiosity further, and the knight, smiling at the compliment, introduced himself as Boris Lel. There was an unmistakable air of darkness about Boris, a sinister aura that recalled fate repeating itself, for he had once been Echelle's most capable assistant in a previous life. 2 years passed, and life at the academy continued. Students turned their heads as a new figure strode across the yard. Over time, Cyan had learned to conceal himself and gradually adapt to life at the academy. By now, his sister Alice had returned, and her presence caused all the male students to admire her. During one moment, Alice glanced at a boy who had just been tapped on the head by his girlfriend for daring to look at another girl. Smiling awkwardly, Alice hurried off toward the principal's office, while the academy itself remained peaceful and calm that day. Later, Alice knocked on the principal's door and entered naturally. Relieved to see his student, Kundel greeted her politely and remarked on how long it had been since they last met. With a light laugh, she assured him that she had enjoyed her travels. Alice nodded in affirmation that she had visited Frenia. Kundel appeared surprised by her answer and remarked, in his own measured way, that Frenia was not a place where a human was typically welcomed. After setting her backpack down, Alice approached him and explained that although it had taken her a year to adjust, she had been determined to find the meaning of harmony, the very concept he had mentioned, because she believed that staying in that place would have hindered her growth. Hearing her heartfelt affirmation, Kundel grew contemplative. He frowned slightly as he observed that she seemed to have made up her mind. With unwavering resolve, Alice declared that she intended to join the Knights of Light. In response, Kundel hesitantly inquired whether she truly planned to continue following the will of her family. Meeting his gaze with eyes full of determination, Alice explained that someone had to take on that duty, for she was deeply worried about her younger siblings, especially Cyan, who she described as exceedingly shy. At this revelation, Kundel suddenly burst into laughter. Stunned by his reaction, Alice looked at him in confusion and questioned the cause of his mirth. Slowly stroking his beard, the principal raised an eyebrow and mused that Cyan's shyness was, in its own way, quite amusing. Just then, Cyan himself unexpectedly entered the room in a half-joking manner, remarking that the principal's tone was too harsh. At the sound of her brother's voice, Alice turned around in startled surprise. Before her stood a man who had grown so much that he was nearly unrecognizable, stronger and taller than she remembered. For a moment, she regarded him skeptically until he smiled gently and softly expressed that he had missed his sister dearly. After reuniting at the academy following 2 years apart, Cyan and Alice strolled together through the courtyard, chatting merrily. In a moment of astonishment, Alice commented on how much Cyan had changed from the small, frail boy she once knew. Now he stood as tall as she did, his body having grown robust and mature. She raised her hand to compare their heights and murmured that he was now the same height as her, and predicted that he would soon be taller. In a teasing tone, Cyan laughed and suggested that perhaps it was she who had shrunk rather than him. Pouting, Alice playfully pinched his cheek and smiled radiantly, signaling an end to their banter. Amid the joyful reunion, a nostalgic thought crept into Cyan's mind. He recalled the 2nd of July in the year 988, a day he remembered from his past life. Gazing at his sister's radiant smile, he felt an uneasy jolt, remembering it as the last day he had seen his sister alive. Concerned, Alice asked if he planned to go home now that summer break had begun. Cyan's smile turned sad as he explained that no one, aside from her, would welcome him there. Surprised and worried, Alice widened her eyes and asked if that was why he had not returned home for 2 years. Lowering his head, Cyan offered no immediate response. Instead, his thoughts drifted to his older brother. He silently reasoned that there were several factors keeping him away. Echelle's presence, the constant threat from the Duke's wife, who would kill him at every opportunity, and the inaction of their father. As he walked quietly toward the academy gates, he considered that returning would be akin to suicide and resolved not to go back until after graduation. While lost in his troubled thoughts, Alice suddenly asked if he was on good terms with Krantz. In an instant, Cyan's tone turned cold and displeased as he dismissed any possibility of friendship with Krantz. Alice was utterly shocked by this revelation, for she had been away from home so long that she was unaware of the full extent of the enmity between the two brothers. Confused, she pressed for clarification. Cyan fixed his glare upon her and explained in terse terms that she knew all too well how Krantz had treated him. He had even attempted to kill him once. Stunned and left speechless, Alice could only absorb this bitter truth. At that moment, Brian, who had been silently trailing behind them, stepped forward to offer his testimony. He introduced himself as Cyan's guardian knight, Brian Kendrick. Alice covered her mouth in astonishment, remarking that she had long wondered about the presence of a guardian knight following them. Brian, feeling awkward, managed only an embarrassed smile. Alice recalled that Cyan had once briefed her about all the secretive actions of Krantz and his mother, and now, learning the full story, she was overwhelmed with shock. Muttering in confusion about her time in Phrygia and how unaware she had been, she could barely process the revelations. Cyan, observing his sister's seething anger, her eyes now glowing with fury and an almost murderous aura in the silence, calmly explained that the real culprits were the Duke's wife and Krantz. Noting her silent, intense anger, he gently called her name, urging her to come out of her thoughts. Finally, snapping out of her reverie, Alice sighed and then looked directly at Cyan with a firm tone, asking if he had spoken to anyone else about these matters. Cyan nonchalantly replied that there was no point in discussing the past, as if it were a foregone conclusion, noting that Krantz made no effort to reflect on his own actions. Before Cyan could continue, Alice suddenly lunged forward and embraced him, catching him off guard. Tears streamed down her face as she whispered, with quiet sorrow, that he need not keep his burdens to himself, because she would always be there to protect him. Though Cyan only lowered his head in silence, his thoughts heavy with the weight of their shared future, the unspoken bond between them was palpable. Brian, also moved to tears by the siblings' connection, watched as Alice quickly rose, patted her brother's shoulder, and announced that she would like to remain with him longer, though she had somewhere she needed to be. Startled when she suddenly embraced him as well, Brian's face flushed scarlet, and he stammered a hesitant greeting. Alice, unfazed, simply smiled and reiterated he left her little brother in Brian's care. Brian then exchanged a wary glance with Cyan, who shot him a murderous glare, his finger running threateningly along his throat. Internally, Brian cried that he had done nothing to deserve such hostility. As the sunset descended, it was time for Cyan to bid farewell to Alice. He watched her departing figure with a bittersweet smile, recalling how she had looked so angry the last time they saw each other, a memory that dredged up an incident from his past life. In that long-ago time at Vert Estate, his half-brother Krantz had forced him to practice sword fighting merely as an excuse to bully him. Back then, Cyan was a weak, timid child with no combat skills. Overwhelmed by Krantz's brutality, he had been struck down repeatedly. Krantz had arrogantly slung his sword over his shoulder and taunted him with scornful laughter, jeering at his feeble state and calling him an orphan. Terrified by these threats, past Cyan had pleaded for mercy, only to have his protests cut short when Krantz lunged forward and struck him across the face, snarling that he talked too much. Unable to resist, Cyan had suffered a merciless beating, until Krantz's onslaught was abruptly halted by Alice's intervention. She had arrived just in time to command him to stop, her fury as fierce then as it was now. With a stern order to apologize immediately, she had silenced Krantz. Even as Cyan recalled that moment with a grim amusement, knowing that it would soon cause turmoil within the Duke's household, he also remembered how that day had sealed his fate. In his past life, after joining the Order of the Knights of Light, his dear sister had perished on the battlefield, left mangled by a horde of monsters, a fate he was determined to prevent from repeating. Just then, Brian entered carrying 2 letters and announced them for the young master. He showed Cyan the envelopes, asking where they had come from. Brian explained that one originated from the academy and the other from a janitor. From the color and design alone, Cyan deduced their likely senders. Ignoring the janitor's letter, he took hold of the dull black envelope and remarked nonchalantly that it was probably from the palace. Brian, examining the envelope closely, confirmed it bore the imperial family seal. At that moment, Kiram peered out curiously, asking what the letter might be. Brian admitted that he, too, was curious, but Cyan, seemingly already aware of its contents, explained that the letter announced a banquet to be held later in the year. Opening the black envelope, he discovered a mission card from the mist. A quick perusal revealed that the other letter was, in fact, an assassination order aimed at Drenian Nephilis, a major incident that had occurred during a previous palace banquet. Cyan pondered the shock of the news, noting that, as the younger brother of the current empress, this revelation carried considerable weight. Kiram, noticing her master's deep thoughts, asked directly if he would be going. Cyan looked up at her and replied that he had some business at the palace. The mission immediately reminded him of past life memories. He grumbled inwardly that, now that he thought about it, someone else had been assigned the same mission in his previous life. Evidence, he mused, of the Hall Master's inexplicable favoritism. As Kiram examined the red royal envelope with renewed interest, she announced that it was from Princess Arin. Cyan, however, remained indifferent and simply responded with a flat questioning tone, leaving the matter unresolved. Kiram seized the opportunity to tease, remarking that she had once thought Cyan was just a little kid but now, seeing him, mused that he even got a love letter. Without offering a retort, Cyan fixed his gaze on Kiram and recited a demonic sword restriction. The spell forced Kiram to collapse onto the floor, groaning in frustration. Turning to Brian, Cyan commanded that preparations be made to go to the palace. Startled, Brian bowed and replied in panic that he understood. At that moment, the door opened, and little Nana emerged, sweetly calling out for her papa as she declared her hunger. Shocked by her appearance, Brian exclaimed his surprise to his young master, while Cyan, irritated, looked up and mumbled a questioning remark. It was then revealed that Nana had grown significantly. She now resembled a young woman nearly of Cyan's age. When she noticed his gaze, she rubbed her sleepy eyes in confusion, and Cyan, still in disbelief, remarked that she had grown even more. The very next day, Alice returned to the Vert family mansion with an unmistakable storm of anger. She stormed through the main door without any announcement, leaving the entire household startled by her sudden return. The butler, taken aback, exclaimed that she was back, but Alice did not answer. Her anger was palpable as she marched toward him and demanded to know where her mother, the Duchess, was. The lady of the house had been reading in her room when the commotion stirred her concern. Alice barged in, causing shock and confusion. In a flustered tone, Margaret attempted to greet her daughter and asked how she had been. Sensing her daughter's hostile attitude, She forced a worried smile before her worry turned to alarm. Without another word, Alice raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to her mother. The Duchess fell to the ground in shock, her maids frozen in place. One of them quickly rushed to call for the head butler. As he entered the main hall, his fists clenched in anger, he ordered the guards to take immediate action. Margaret, holding her face in disbelief, stared at Alice and asked, her voice trembling, if Alice had lost her mind. Filled with fury, Alice accused Margaret of attempting to kill Cyan. Margaret, stunned and sweating nervously, asked if Alice had any proof. Alice did not respond directly, but her demeanor made it clear that she knew the truth. As the guards began to surround Alice, Margaret, still on the floor, demanded to know how Alice could dare strike her without evidence. Alice remained silent. Trying to regain control of the situation, Margaret ordered the guards to remove Alice. The guards hesitated for a moment, but eventually moved toward her, prepared to act. One guard, with blue hair, attempted to grab Alice, but she swiftly dodged and leaped above him, knocking him out with a single strike. She then summoned her elemental spirit ability, Undine, forming a ball of water in her hand. As the other guards tried to approach, Alice unleashed a powerful water attack, sending them flying backward. Her strength and determination were evident, leaving everyone in the hall in stunned silence. Margaret could scarcely believe her eyes. She trembled, confused by what she had just witnessed, wondering if Alice had truly used spirit magic to defeat the guards so easily. Approaching Margaret with clenched fists, Alice revealed that the guardian knight of Cyan had confessed everything. Margaret, now defensive, placed her hands over her chest and asked Alice to stay away. But Alice fixed her gaze firmly on Margaret and mentioned that the knight had revealed her of attempting to assassinate Cyan 2 years ago. Alice then questioned whether Margaret truly believed she could get away with it just because Cyan had remained silent. Margaret, stunned, tried to stay calm, pointing at Alice and asking if she really believed the words of those she considered inferior over hers. She could not understand why Alice seemed so determined to believe them. With a serious expression, Alice addressed Margaret by her full name, Margaret Erzith, and told her to remain silent. Alice stated that she would inform their father and warned Margaret to prepare for the consequences. Staring intently at Margaret, Alice declared that she was finished. As the guards slowly began to recover from Alice's attack, she turned her back on Margaret and started to walk away. Margaret, watching her, muttered under her breath, calling Alice stupid, unaware of everything that had transpired. Sweat beaded on her forehead, and with a malicious smile, Margaret taunted Alice, saying that Duke Villiers only cared about that one particular child. Meanwhile, Alice made her way to Duke Villiers' office to report the incident. When she entered, the Duke, noticing her arrival, calmly turned his head and informed her that he was already aware of Margaret's attempt on Cyan's life. He asked her what more there was to say. Shocked and confused, Alice struggled to understand how the Duke could be so indifferent. His own son had almost been killed, and this was all he had to say. The Duke, standing by the window, turned to face her and explained that he never intended to make excuses. He believed everything would be fine as long as Cyan was okay. Alice, losing her composure, extended her hand and told him that she had faced 6 official knights and would have died if it hadn't been for his knight, Brian Kendrick. The Duke looked at Alice with a smile and asked if she truly believed that Fool had saved Cyan. He revealed that Brian was nothing more than an errand boy for the knights, dismissing his heroism as a joke. Alice was stunned by this revelation. She asked the Duke if he was implying that Cyan had defeated the 6 official knights on his own. The Duke walked toward her and concluded that she did not truly know Cyan. He pulled out a red envelope sealed with an imperial golden seal and handed it to her. Alice, surprised, asked what it was. The Duke explained that it was an invitation to a banquet hosted by the imperial family. Since he could not attend, he wanted Alice to go in his place. Alice took the envelope with both hands, examining it carefully. The Duke reassured her to relax and not worry about Cyan, claiming that he was stronger than she thought. After that, the Duke decided to return to the barracks. Alice, left in shock, wondered if Cyan was truly as strong as the Duke had suggested. Holding the envelope, she watched as the Duke left, closing the door behind him. Silent for a moment, Alice then left the office and walked down the hallway, deep in thought. She questioned whether she truly did not need to worry about Cyan, especially considering he was only 13 years old. As she walked, a pink-haired woman in knight armor caught her attention. Hearing her voice, Alice turned and soon recognized her. It was Cecilia. A smile lit up Alice's face as her eyes sparkled with joy. Cecilia smiled warmly in return, though she struggled to stay calm. Overcome with emotion, Cecilia lunged at Alice, hugging her tightly. Tears filled her eyes as she asked where Alice had been all this time and why she hadn't even sent a letter. At first, Alice was taken aback by the suddenness of the embrace, but she soon apologized. Cecilia Rain was a high-ranking knight of the Knights of Light, and had been Alice's exclusive maid, teacher, and friend. Alice gently took Cecilia by the shoulders and moved her off, suggesting that it was time for a change of scenery. Cecilia, still confused, asked what Alice meant. In response, Alice took out the red envelope the Duke had given her, closed her eyes, and with a smile, suggested they go together to the Imperial Palace. Meanwhile, in a forest, a black carriage made its way down the path. Inside, Nana, now dressed in maid's clothes, gazed out the window, marveling at the beauty of the forest. When she spotted a deer, she burst into excitement, her tail wagging excitedly. Nana was not alone in the carriage. Cyan was there as well. Dressed in an elegant black suit, Cyan wore a serious expression and asked Nana to put away her tail. Hearing this, Nana closed her eyes, briefly growling, trying her best to concentrate. Soon, her demeanor changed, and she became cheerful once again, her tail and wings vanishing as she exclaimed. Cyan, perplexed by her behavior, couldn't help but smile. He hadn't known she could hide parts of her body like that, and it made him feel a bit safer. He reminded Nana of what he had taught her. Immediately, Nana adopted a more formal tone, smiling and addressing him as her young master as she introduced herself as his maid, pointing at herself and excitedly repeating her name, Nana. Cyan, sweating a little, was both amused and worried. He thought she might cause problems because of her boundless excitement. Suddenly, the carriage came to an abrupt stop. Cyan, alert and curious, looked back and leaned out the window, asking the driver, Brian, why they had stopped. Brian, with a nonchalant expression, remained silent. In front of them stood several armed men. Brian turned to Cyan and revealed that they were surrounded by bandits. The leader of the bandits, a man with orange hair and a large scar across his face, smiled wickedly and demanded that Brian hand over everything they had. Cyan, seeing the bandits through the window, calmly closed it and told Brian to get rid of them. Inside the carriage, Nana, now confused, asked Cyan what was going on. He casually replied that it was nothing, just some insects in the way. Before the bandit leader could issue any orders, Brian swiftly drew his sword and slashed the leader's neck. The bandit leader's body fell to the ground, and the other bandits, shocked and sweating, watched in disbelief. They quickly decided to retaliate, drawing their weapons and preparing to avenge their fallen leader. Brian, seeing they were ready to strike, sighed and lowered his head. He decided it was time to test his new technique. Just before the bandits could land their move, Brian opened his eyes and with swift precision unleashed a technique known as serial slash. In the blink of an eye, powerful slashes cut through the air, striking the bandits down so quickly that they barely had time to react. Their lifeless bodies collapsed to the ground. Brian sheathed his sword and remained silent for a moment. A proud smile crossed his face as he reflected on how much stronger he had become, no longer the weak Brian he once was. However, Cyan, irritated by the delay, ordered him to move immediately. Brian, quickly returning to the carriage, started it up again and responded with a simple affirmation. At the same time, in another location, a large stack of reports was placed on a table in an office. Serrika, sitting in a chair, was reading through the documents when a woman brought her more reports. The woman explained that more people than usual were expected to attend the upcoming banquet and suggested to Serrika that it might be better to postpone their plans. With a distant look in her eyes, Serrika glanced down at the reports and firmly replied that the plans had to proceed as scheduled. The woman, nervous and sweating, asked why Serrika was so eager to hasten the assassination of Drenian Nephilis. Serrika, resting her elbow on the table and holding the report in her other hand, read it carefully. She revealed that Nephilis was a disgusting man, a rapist who preyed on married women, using his powers for manipulation. In her view, he needed to die as soon as possible. As she picked up another report with a photo of Sevelus, she stared at the image, revealing to the woman that this vile man was, in fact, her fiancé. The woman, shocked by this revelation, stared at Serrika in disbelief. Serrika then picked up another report, this one featuring a photo of a girl with blue hair. She was surprised to see that Lunav Rainreaver would be attending the grand banquet. Lunav, a rare genius with all elemental stats at 20%, was known for her delicate health and had rarely appeared in society. Lunav was the granddaughter of Regressed Rainreaver, the head of the Gore Mage Association. Serrika studied Lunav's report. Her thoughts focused on the girl's mysterious background. With growing concern, Serrika wondered why someone so reclusive would be attending the banquet. The woman standing before her explained that the president of the association had instructed Lunav to attend. This news shocked Serrika, and she began to suspect that something troubling might be planned for the event. She felt uneasy about the upcoming banquet. Meanwhile, in the city where the grand banquet was to take place, Cyan and his group arrived. Nana, excited and amazed, extended her arms to take in the surroundings. Brian, walking beside her, noted that the roads were wider. Cyan, trailing behind them, remained silent and annoyed. Nana, absorbed in the sights, accidentally bumped into a man. The man, with his hands in his pockets, glared at her, gritting his teeth and demanding to know who she was and to watch where she was going. Nana, apologizing, looked at him with her tender eyes and asked what she could do to make it up to him. The man, caught off guard, blushed deeply. He closed his eyes, scratched the back of his head, and laughed, calling the young lady and assuring her it was fine. Nana, pointing at the man, commented on how kind the people were here. Cyan, however, felt angered. He told Nana to stay away from such people, turning away as he remembered her inexperience and need for caution in the world. Cyan was worried, feeling the situation was unfavorable. Brian, walking next to him, began sweating, clearly confused. He pointed at Nana and told Cyan to look at her. Cyan snapped out of his thoughts and turned to her with a puzzled expression. Nana, her pupils now back to normal, but her body radiating an intense aura, informed Cyan that she was hungry. Her aura made Cyan anxious, fearing that people might notice something unusual about her. Panicking, Cyan pointed at Nana and ordered Brian to take her to a restaurant immediately. Brian quickly understood the urgency, picking up Nana and running toward a nearby restaurant. Cyan, still bewildered by how a simple issue of hunger could cause such chaos, realized this wasn't a good situation. Several hours later, in the restaurant, Nana sat at a table covered in a mountain of plates. She placed her hand on her belly, closed her eyes, and smiled, feeling relieved and satisfied after eating. Brian, standing behind her with a plate in hand, was astonished at how much she could eat. Across the table, Cyan watched in shock at the amount of food Nana had consumed. He was glad he had brought extra money, recognizing that taking care of her was proving to be quite a challenge. Suddenly, a strange scent of blue mana appeared, confusing Cyan. He didn't know where the strange mana was coming from. A girl with blue hair, Lunav, appeared, her body emitting the mana. She smiled and introduced herself to Cyan, saying she was delighted to meet him. Lunav approached Cyan and asked if he was Cyan, the youngest of Vert. On the other hand, Cyan remained silent, unsure of who she was. Lunav, still smiling, continued to gaze at him. Cyan, though confused, decided to stay calm. With a serious look, he confirmed he was Cyan Vert and then asked who she was. Lunav smiled and asked if she could sit next to him. Cyan, with a calm demeanor, told her that she still hadn't answered his question. Lunav introduced herself as a second-year student at the same academy as Cyan. The name Lunav sounded familiar to Cyan, but he wasn't sure why she was acting so friendly. He told her that he didn't know her and wasn't interested in students from other years. Lunav, still smiling, explained that she was less well-known compared to someone as popular as Cyan. Surprised, Cyan crossed his arms, realizing he didn't know he was so popular at the academy. Brian and Nana, sitting across from them, remained silent. Nana asked Brian if Lunav was Cyan's friend. Brian, confused and sweating a little, said he had no idea, as they didn't seem like friends. Lunav looked at Brian and Nana, commenting that Cyan's guardian knight and maid seemed very close. She was surprised to see them all eating together. Brian and Nana were taken aback by her observation. Lunav, with a playful look, noted that Cyan seemed warmer in person than the rumors suggested. Cyan, uncomfortable with her sudden praise, said there was no need for them to eat separately. He remained on alert, finding it suspicious that Lunav was being so complimentary out of nowhere. He couldn't figure out her reason for approaching him. Lunav then asked if he had come to the capital to attend the banquet. Cyan, looking down, answered yes and asked how she knew. Lunav, moving closer, guessed that someone like him wouldn't leave the academy unless it was for something important like the banquet. Lunav placed her hand under her chin and looked calmly at Brian, stating that it was fine and that she'd meet Cyan at the banquet since she was also invited. Cyan listened silently, realizing she must be a noble and wondering if she had also received a letter. She placed her hands on the table, stood up, and said that she regretted having to cut their conversation short, but she had to go. Before leaving, she asked Cyan not to forget about her. As Lunav walked away, her body emitted a powerful and intense mana. She turned back slightly and revealed her full name, Lunav Rainreaver. Cyan's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. He remembered that Lunav was the granddaughter of Regn's Rainreaver, the president of the Gore Magicians Association. In his past life, Lunav had died young while attending the academy, possibly due to her frailty or because of the harsh experiments conducted by the association. Cyan, now sweating, felt both annoyed and confused. He realized that his involvement with people he hadn't known in his past life meant that the future could change. He recalled a large castle under the light of a red moon and pondered why all of this had to happen during the banquet, which he now began to think of as the Banquet of Blood. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, Princess Arin wore a white hair dressed elegantly, stood in a room, fixing her hair. She shyly asked Leximus if she looked good in the dress. Leximus, standing beside her, gave her a thumbs up and complimented her, saying she looked super pretty. However, Princess Arin seemed unsatisfied. She paid no attention to the praise and threw the dress onto the bed, along with the others. Arin continued trying on various dresses, but none of them satisfied her. Leximus still accompanied her, encouragingly gave thumbs up, but began crying when yet another dress was rejected. Arin grabbed another dress and, after inspecting it, told Leximus that it didn't look good on her either. Leximus, now confused and somewhat disappointed, reassured her, stating that Cyan would surely like seeing her in that dress. Princess Arin, holding a skirt in front of a mirror, blushed deeply at the thought of Cyan. She turned back, surprised, and asked if Cyan was attending the banquet. Exasperated, Leximus reminded her that she was the one who sent him the invitation and asked her to stop pretending she didn't know. Arin, frustrated, tried to make an excuse, but Leximus interrupted her, saying it was obvious what she was feeling at that moment. A maid approached with a box containing a gift from Arin's brother, Prince Lionel. The gift was a beautiful diamond necklace. Leximus admired the necklace, suggesting that Cyan would like how it looked on her. Princess Arin, still blushing and now angry, rejected the idea, claiming she didn't like Cyan. Later, everyone arrived at the palace where the banquet was being held. The place was luxurious and filled with important people enjoying wine. Guards were stationed around, and a brown-haired man stood with his hand resting on his sword. A blonde-haired woman stood nearby, silent. Cyan, with his back against the wall and hands in his pockets, surveyed the room. Despite the crowd, he couldn't spot his target. Cyan turned his head, observing his surroundings, his senses heightened. Not far away in a hallway, Kellen was also leaning against the wall. Cyan noticed him immediately, understanding that if Kellen was here, then Echelle must also be present at the grand banquet. Kellen, sensing Cyan's recognition, reported this by mentioning that Echelle was currently with Prince Lionel. He added that there was something important he needed to share with Cyan. Cyan, curiosity piqued, asked Kellen what was on his mind. Kellen, tinged with worries, suggested that Cyan should leave the banquet. Cyan feared that information about the purification mission might have been leaked. When Cyan questioned him further, Kellen, with a troubled expression, admitted that he had a bad feeling and believed that many people, including Cyan, could be in danger. Kellen revealed that Echelle had instructed him to leave the palace before the banquet began because he had planned a small event. Cyan's expression shifted to one of shock and suspicion. He couldn't help but wonder if Echelle was behind the so-called blood banquet. Kellen, seeing Cyan's reaction, explained that he couldn't bear the thought of Cyan being harmed, which was why he urged him to leave. However, Cyan, remaining composed, asked Kellen to withdraw, reassuring him that he would be fine. Kellen, reluctant but obedient, turned to leave, warning Cyan to be careful. Once Kellen was out of sight, Cyan's demeanor subtly changed. He began to smile, his eyes gleaming with a mix of intrigue and dark anticipation. The idea of Echelle's little event fascinated him, making him realize that Echelle was even more unpredictable and dangerous than he had anticipated. At that moment, Kira manifested beside him. Her presence emanated a subtle, yet palpable malice. She looked at Cyan with a sly grin and asked if he was worried about innocent people dying. Cyan, with his back still against the wall and his hands in his pockets, closed his eyes and smirked. He calmly replied that he wasn't worried at all. In fact, he found it almost endearing, the way things were unfolding. Cyan opened his eyes, his gaze distant and contemplative as he realized that the most important task at hand was to postpone the purification mission. Using his psychological influence technique, he began to send out subtle mental signals throughout the banquet hall, a method of psychic communication that only the members of Mist could use. Serrika, who was present at the banquet in an elegant dress, felt the influence and turned her attention towards Cyan. She responded to his mental message, feeling somewhat unnerved by the sudden contact. Cyan praised her, commenting that her dress suited her well. But Serrika, with a serious look, demanded to know what was going on. Standing quite a distance away, she listened as he explained that they needed to postpone the mission to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Serrika, grabbing a glass of wine, asked him why they needed to delay. Cyan, with a calm demeanor, revealed that he had just received information indicating that the banquet would soon turn into an ocean of blood. This revelation caused Serrika's expression to change drastically. She began to tremble, her fear palpable, and asked him if what he said was true. Cyan, with a serious look, told her that there was no time for detailed explanations. They needed to first ensure there were no monsters nearby. Serrika, clearly shaken, pressed him further, asking if he was sure of the information's reliability. Cyan's eyes gleamed with a confident smile as he explained that he knew the person who could be behind this and had anticipated such a possibility. He added with a smirk that her perverted fiancé was also going to die in the chaos and asked if that wasn't good news. Serrika, blushing and confused, demanded to know how Cyan knew about her fiancé. Cyan turned away casually, telling her that he had to get to work, leaving her standing there with a mix of anger and confusion. Serrika watched him walk away, furious and sweating, but she managed to calm herself, agreeing to his request for an explanation later. Meanwhile, at the banquet, Alice was also present, standing behind Serrika. When she saw the instructor, she couldn't help but to call her, a drop of sweat forming on her cheek as she turned her head. Recognizing the voice, Serrika turned around and saw Alice in a very elegant dress. Holding the skirt with both hands, Alice approached Serrika with a smile, clearly pleased to see her. With a joyful look, Alice told Serrika that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Serrika, still confused and a bit weary, asked Alice what she was doing there. Alice explained that she had only come to get some fresh air, as it was part of her duty. Serrika, however, couldn't shake off her fear. She was deeply worried that Alice too would be dragged into the impending disaster. Absorbed in her thoughts, she didn't immediately notice Alice calling out to her, asking if she was okay. Just then, a man wearing a blue outfit appeared, advancing toward them with a graceful stride. Upon seeing the two ladies, remarked inwardly that it was like looking at two beautiful flowers. Alice forced a smile while Serrika, clenching her teeth tightly, grew angry. She thought to herself that she was already overwhelmed, and now this man had shown up. The man, Drinian Pephilis, was the target of their mission. He approached them, placing his hand over his chest and bowing his head as a sign of respect. He then introduced himself. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, Cyan was walking down a hallway. He passed through a door and encountered Brian. Turning to him, Cyan, with a calm voice, explained that he was going to assign him a task. Brian, who was standing attentively beside him, responded with a resolute affirmation. He placed one hand behind his back and the other over his chest, adopting a serious expression as he declared that the knight Brian Kendrick would fulfill any mission. Cyan, however, couldn't help but feel somewhat confused and embarrassed by Brian's overly dramatic demeanor. With a drop of sweat forming on his cheek, he looked at Brian with a puzzled gaze, thinking that this guy had been getting too confident lately. Brian, still holding his fist to his chest, convinced of his own strength, Cyan ordered him to go inspect the underground paths of the palace. Brian, despite his bravado, started to get nervous and began sweating. The thought of the dark, eerie underground path scared him deeply. Cyan's frustration grew as he pointed angrily at Brian, his teeth clenched tightly. He ordered Brian to leave, emphasizing that he had his own reasons for assigning him this mission. Brian, however, looked past Cyan with a surprised expression and told him to look behind. Confused, Cyan asked what he was talking about. Brian explained that a suspicious person was watching him from behind. Cyan turned around and noticed a woman peering at him from a nearby room, her hands gripping the corner as she stared intently at him. Sensing her presence, Cyan felt a pang of disappointment, thinking that this wasn't good. Brian's eyes lit up with determination as he dashed toward the woman, ready to take her down. He extended his hands, clenched his teeth, and assured Cyan not to worry, saying he would handle the situation. Cyan, realizing the potential misunderstanding, tried to intervene. With a confused look, he started to tell Brian to wait, but before he could finish speaking, Brian had already pounced on the woman, pinning her to the ground. Cyan recognized her, calmly told Brian to stop, revealing that they already knew this woman. The woman was none other than Emily, his maid. Brian, still sitting on top of her, turned his head back with a confused look and asked if this was true. Emily, lying on the ground, closed her eyes and apologized, admitting that it was her fault. She had small scratches on her face and appeared somewhat dizzy from the rough handling. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, a man wearing a hood descended a secret passage leading deep beneath the palace. Holding a torch, he moved cautiously down the stairs until he reached the end of the passage. The room was dimly lit, but as the man moved his torch from side to side, it illuminated several others dressed similarly in red hoods. The man approached them with a smug smile and declared that it was time to rise. His subordinates, their faces hidden behind masks to conceal their identities, responded to his command. Their eyes began to shine with a sinister light, and they all started to smile, anticipation building for whatever dark event was about to unfold. As the guests chatted and enjoyed the banquet, Arin walked around, looking anxious. She had invited someone special, but couldn't find them, making her increasingly frustrated. To calm herself, she touched the necklace her brother had given her, but still felt uneasy. Suddenly, a girl in a blue dress appeared beside her. The girl lifted her skirt slightly and introduced herself with great respect, bowing to the princess. Arin, confused at first, soon recognized the girl as Lunav from the Rainreaver family, a second-year student at the academy. Lunav smiled warmly, pleased that Arin remembered her. Arin, still surprised, welcomed Lunav on behalf of the Empire, remarking that she could never forget such a genius from the kingdom of Garum. Lunav, with a gentle smile, hoped that Arin would notice her kindness just as Cyan had. Curious, Arin asked if Lunav knew Cyan. Lunav calmly replied that she had been with him just the day before. This news shocked Arin, and without thinking, she asked if they were close. Realizing her slip, she quickly covered her mouth, feeling embarrassed. Lunav, noticing Arin's reaction, began to suspect that Arin had feelings for Cyan. Arin blushed deeply, questioning her own feelings for Cyan, while Lunav smiled knowingly. Just then, a loud scream for help interrupted them. Both girls looked in the direction of the noise, surprised and concerned, wondering what was happening. They stood there in shock, unsure of what to do next. At the banquet, a woman in a panic screamed for help, urgently asking others to call the guards. Before she could finish, a hooded man with a glowing gaze appeared behind her. With a swift, deadly slash, he cut her neck, and her headless body fell to the ground. The scene erupted into chaos, with the woman's blood staining the man's clothes. Arin, paralyzed with fear, could hardly believe that such a monster had entered the palace. Lunav stared at the man, puzzled about his identity and origin. The crowd, terrified, began to flee as the man advanced toward them. His eyes still glowing, drops of blood splattered on his mask, and he fixed his gaze on Princess Arin, revealing that she was his target. Arin, now in a panic, wondered who these attackers were and where they had come from. Lunav, standing beside her, looked at the man with concern, knowing the situation was dire. Meanwhile, in another room of the palace, Nana introduced herself with a kind smile as Cyan's maid, while Emily, visibly upset, fell to her knees. Tears streamed down Emily's face as she asked Cyan if he had left her for Nana. Cyan, crossing his arms and closing his eyes, assured her that he had not. Brian, standing nearby, remained silent. Cyan approached Emily and calmly asked if Echelle had brought her. Emily, still crying, confirmed that Echelle had indeed brought her and even offered her a job, as he desired her greatly. Cyan's expression turned angry when he heard Emily's story. He demanded to know what job she was referring to. Emily explained that days ago, Echelle had offered her a job as his maid, but she had declined because she wanted to be available for Cyan's return. Cyan, troubled, asked Emily if she was certain about the precision of the story. Emily, feeling exhausted, said she thought Echelle might still be interested in her. Cyan, deep in thought, decided it was too dangerous outside and asked Brian to protect Emily and Nana. Brian, confused but understanding, accepted the task. Cyan then mentioned that he needed to leave. Recalling that Emily had been absent in his past life, he remembered catching and restraining Kellen, who had been spying on him. Filled with rage, Cyan warned Echelle not to harm his people before leaving the room and closing the door behind him. Inside, Emily took out a red bow tie with a diamond in the center, a gift from Echelle for Cyan. Distraught, she realized she had forgotten to give it to him and fell to her knees, crying, feeling foolish for forgetting it. Brian, standing nearby, clenched his fists in silence, while Nana, observing Emily, began to sweat. She found Emily's behavior strange as the bow tie, soft in her hands, emitted a dark energy. Nana's eyes changed into a dragon's form as she stared at the bow tie, puzzled by the unsettling smell. As night fell, Echelle, gripping his sword, smiled and told Prince Luanel that the plan had begun. Luanel, equally pleased, remarked that the day had finally arrived and praised Echelle for his efforts. Echelle mentioned that their gift had been delivered and that Boris had been quite useful. Luanel, excited, grinned maniacally, eager to use Boris to disrupt the peaceful empire. Echelle, with a serious expression, agreed. Luanel, with a sinister smile, said it was time to reveal who the empire truly needed. Meanwhile, chaos erupted at the banquet. Princess Arin directed everyone to evacuate, urging them to leave the rest to the guards. Lunav, seeing Arin at the exit, insisted that she should evacuate first, but Arin calmly said they needed to help others first. Surprised, Lunav decided to assist Arin, and she returned the kindness with a wide smile. Inside the palace, the hooded man attacked, launching a series of cuts at the attendees. Guards tried to block his attacks, but were easily thrown back. A determined black-haired guard shouted orders to stop the attacker. Suddenly, he heard a scream behind him and saw more hooded men appearing from the stairs. A giant man, holding a guard's severed head, was crushing it with brutal force, causing the guard to scream in agony. Horrified, the black-haired guard, the captain, could hardly believe the violence unfolding. Another guard's shout brought him back to reality, and he turned to see demonic beasts with sharp teeth attacking and slaughtering the guards with ease. The ground was littered with the corpses of guards as high-level demonic beasts called mandrakes, normally seen only on the front lines, attacked. The captain, overwhelmed and in despair, realized they were doomed as the beasts prepared to attack. Serrika intervened, using a burst of mana to create a large hole in one mandrak's body, killing it instantly. As the beast's remains fell, Serrika landed gracefully, ordered the others to use the moment to evacuate, and took a defensive stance. The captain, recognizing Serrika as an academy instructor, was momentarily distracted. A hooded man appeared behind him, surrounded by malevolent energy, preparing to strike. Alice, however, was ready. She jumped in, unsheathed her sword, and executed a quick blade technique, cutting the attacker in half. The captain, stunned, watched as Serrika, now emitting powerful green mana, took a defensive stance. Alice, landing beside him, urged him to leave the area. Shocked but understanding, the captain turned to the other guards and instructed them to focus on protecting the evacuees. Just then, a demonic tree extended its sharp branches, attacking. As the branches neared, Serrika and Alice prepared to defend. However, the branches abruptly changed direction and headed toward the ceiling, prompting both women to turn and assess the new threat. They were shocked and quickly went on alert when they saw the sharp branches advancing toward the door through which they were evacuating people. Arin, seeing the attack aimed at her, panicked. Lunav, confused, tried to understand the situation. Serrika soon realized that Arin was the target. Desperate, she alerted Arin to the imminent danger. As the sharp branches neared Arin's face, she was paralyzed with fear. Just in time, the captain appeared, wielding his sword with both hands. He cut the branches, saving Arin. Despite his efforts, a small branch grazed Arin's cheek, causing a minor cut and a trickle of blood. Tears filled Arin's eyes as she stood trembling. After blocking the sharp branches, the captain let his guard down, leaving him vulnerable. The demonic trees seized this opportunity and launched a powerful attack, piercing his ribs with sharp branches. The captain, in excruciating pain, screamed as Arin watched in panic and disbelief. With tears in her eyes, she recognized the captain as Morris, the leader of the guards. The trees withdrew their branches, and Morris collapsed to his knees before he could fall completely. Arin rushed to him, holding his body to prevent him from hitting the ground. He was gravely injured and bleeding from his mouth. Arin, also kneeling, pleaded with him to wake up, but Morris, knowing he was dying, avoided looking into her eyes to spare her pain. Overcome with guilt, Arin tearfully blamed herself. Lunav then appeared, standing protectively in front of them. With one hand clenched and the other extended toward the demonic trees, she used the Aqua Blast technique, summoning a small ball of water in her palm. She followed this with the combo Wind Spear ability, firing a powerful burst of water at the sharp branches. As she unleashed an even stronger blast, Arin, still holding Morris, was surprised by Lunav's display of fusion magic, especially since Lunav was only in her second year. Lunav turned to Arin, and after assessing Morris's condition, calmly informed her that there was no hope left for him. She urged Arin to take the opportunity to flee to safety. Within moments, Morris succumbed to his injuries and passed away. Arin stood silently, staring at Morris's lifeless body, unable to accept his death. The sharp branches of the demonic trees, exuding ominous aura, prepared to attack again. The guard stepped forward to protect her. The blonde-haired guard, furious and determined, vowed not to let Morris's sacrifice be in vain. His fellow guard, equally resolute, shouted that they would stop the enemy at any cost. Lunav approached Arin, urging her to leave. Arin, fists clenched and eyes downcast, finally agreed, but vowed never to forget Morris's sacrifice. As the trees readied another assault, Arin used her magic to cast a technique called Grim Armor, creating a protective golden barrier around the guards. The blonde-haired guard, surprised by the sudden protection, looked back in shock. Arin explained that the barrier would shield them from the deadly poison of the mandrake's roots, which could be fatal with just one touch. With her hand extended and golden mana flowing from her palm, Arin commanded the guards not to die, emphasizing that it was an order from their princess. Encouraged, the guards smiled and responded with determination, affirming her order. As the deadly roots advanced, the guards, filled with resolve, gripped their swords and charged toward the roots to protect their princess. The blonde-haired guard swung his sword with all his strength, cutting through the roots. The rest of the guards followed suit, attacking the trees and slicing through the roots without hesitation. The mandrake trees, overwhelmed by the assault, screamed in agony as their roots were chopped to pieces. The demonic trees became enraged and launched a fierce counterattack. One of the roots struck the blonde-haired guard, and despite his efforts, the trees overpowered the guards. Some guards managed to climb onto the roots, continuing their attack. However, Alice, realizing the situation was dire, shouted for the guards to retreat. She used her technique Freeze to create an advancing ice barrier that shattered part of the roots, saving the remaining guards. Alice rushed to Princess Arin and urged her to escape while she had the chance. Confused, Arin asked what Alice intended to do. With a sincere look, Alice reassured her, revealing her identity as Alice Vert from the House of Vert, and insisted Arin hurry to safety. The trees, sensing Arin's attempt to flee, roared in defiance, determined not to let her escape. At that moment, Serrika, wearing red heels, began climbing the roots. With swift and powerful strikes from her daggers, she sliced through the roots effortlessly. Serrika, an alchemy instructor at the academy, knew fighting with her dagger risked exposing her secret identity as Mist, but the dire situation left her no choice. The masked men had already massacred many guards and civilians, and the demonic trees had eliminated the guards protecting the evacuees. Deciding it was not the time to worry about her secret, Serrika used her Mist Blade ability, 8 fluttering petals, moving at incredible speed as she struck the trees at their weak points. Seconds later, she landed on the ground as Alice's ice began to take effect. A guard, finally gaining their footing, noticed the mandrake had stopped moving and ordered the others to regroup and counterattack. But before they could act, the masked man appeared behind the guard, ready to strike. The guard, sensing the attack, was paralyzed with fear, thinking it was too late. Just before the masked man could deliver the blow, someone counterattacked, cutting the man's head in half. It was Serrika, holding 2 daggers. The lifeless body of the masked man fell onto the root, and Serrika landed beside it. She looked at the guard and instructed him to stay alert, as there were still demonic beasts around. The terrified guard, now nervous and sweating, acknowledged Serrika's command with a shaky affirmation. Serrika, her expression nervous, glanced back as a drop of sweat trickled down her cheek. She knew they needed to keep the demonic beasts at bay to give Alice enough time to escort Princess Arin to safety. Yet, she couldn't shake the ominous feeling that something was off. Meanwhile, Alice, Lunav, and Princess Arin were sprinting down the hallway toward the palace exit. Alice led the way, gripping her sword tightly. Arin, following closely, eyed Alice with a mixture of surprise and curiosity, wondering if she was Cyan Vert's older sister. Worried thoughts about Cyan's safety filled her mind. Suddenly, the ground beneath them shattered as a massive demonic beast resembling a golem emerged. The beast, known as a high-ranking nightcrawler, roared loudly and blocked their path. The trio halted in their tracks, with Alice staring at the beast in surprise. Her eyes widened as she gripped her sword tighter, anger bubbling inside her. It almost seemed like the beast knew exactly where they were. Despite her anger, she felt uncertain if she could defeat this towering creature. As the smoke from the shattered ground cleared, revealing the golem in full, Arin decided to help. She knelt down, placing her hand on the ground, and invoked the chain trap technique. A golden magic circle appeared beneath the golem. Lunav, determined to assist, extended her hands toward the beast and used the flame spear ability, creating 2 fiery magic circles in her palms. A giant golden chain erupted from the ground, wrapping around the golem's leg and immobilizing it, while spears made of fire shot up and struck the beast, enraging it further. Alice, witnessing this, was both surprised and confused. She turned to see that it was Arin and Lunav who had launched the attacks. With her hands still extended, Lunav told Alice that they were going to lend her a hand. Arin, focusing on summoning more golden chains, caught Alice's attention and urged her to attack now. Seeing an opening, Alice felt a wave of confidence. Though initially confused by the sudden teamwork, she soon smiled, realizing she couldn't lose heart with her Academy juniors by her side. The demonic beast raised its hand toward the sky, roaring as it prepared to attack. It swung its hand, launching a powerful strike that shattered part of the area. But just before the attack could reach them, Lunav quickly extended her hands and used the protection technique, creating a barrier that shielded them from the blow. Alice seized the moment. She leaped to the roof, crouched on the ceiling, and gripped her sword with both hands, preparing to strike. The beast, sensing the danger, went on high alert. At that moment, the blade of Alice's sword transformed into a powerful burst of blue aura. With a determined glare, she declared herself a member of House Vert, Guardians of the Empire, and promised the beast it would regret getting in her way. Using the skill Aqua Blade, she launched a devastating attack at the beast's neck, striking it directly and sending it crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, back in the banquet hall, Serrika had been relentlessly battling masked men and demonic trees. The floor was littered with corpses and roots. She approached one of the bodies, her hand glowing with energy, and began to inspect her handiwork. As she slowly removed the mask from one of the men, she felt a growing sense of dread. The face beneath the mask revealed a horrifying truth. The man was a marionette, a puppet created by forbidden magic that revived the dead. Serrika's shock was palpable as she realized the implications. Forbidden magic of this kind was not only prohibited, but also incredibly difficult to perform. It required immense magical power and time to create such puppets. Serrika stood up, her mind racing with the realization that this couldn't possibly be the work of a single individual. The sheer number of puppets suggested a coordinated effort, and she couldn't shake the feeling that someone was orchestrating a plot to start a war. Elsewhere in the palace, more masked men appeared, but they were quickly cut down by a series of powerful golden stroke of attacks. Their bodies fell to the ground as a man wearing a red cape and holding a sword surveyed the scene. He couldn't believe that such chaos had erupted on the night of the banquet. As he looked around, he wondered if the battle was finally over, though uncertainty lingered in his mind. Dion, exhausted but resolute, knelt on one knee with his sword embedded in the ground. Despite his formidable appearance, the strain of the battle had taken its toll. As several guards, Luenel and Echelle, rushed to his side, they were alarmed by his posture, thinking he was injured. He reassured them, however, raising a hand to stop their approach. With a weary smile, he admitted that he had simply overexerted himself. Turning his head back, he smiled warmly at Echelle, expressing how comforting it was to have him by his side during such dire times. Lunav, his son, stood nearby, relieved to see his father in good spirits, and couldn't help but smile as well. Echelle, calm and serious, moved to help him up, though Dion initially declined, suggesting Echelle should attend to others first. Echelle insisted, gently supporting him as he rose to his feet. Echelle explained that the knights within the castle would handle the rest. Echelle, with a calm and steady gaze, assured him that there was nothing to worry about and promised they would stay by his side to protect him. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, the demonic beast Alice had fought finally succumbed to her powerful attack, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Alice, still gripping her sword with both hands, glanced around, a mixture of confusion and exhaustion on her face. Sweat dripped down as she tried to comprehend where these relentless attackers were coming from. Behind her stood Lunav and Princess Arin, both visibly fatigued and drenched in sweat. They were surrounded by masked men, their swords drawn and their bodies radiating a sinister energy. The situation was dire. Alice, exhausted from battle, couldn't understand why these enemies kept coming despite their weariness. The three of them knew they couldn't afford to let their guard down. The battle was far from over, and they had to find the strength to keep fighting. The scene shifted to Brian and Emily. Brian asked Emily if the tie was a gift from young Master Echelle to young Master Cyan. Emily calmly replied that it was. Brian looked puzzled, expressing that he didn't have a good feeling about the situation. He wondered why young Master Echelle would send a gift to young Master Cyan. Emily, a bit confused, asked if something was wrong with the gift. Brian, still curious, said no, but it was strange. Young Master Echelle had never sent gifts to young Master Cyan before. He thought to himself that Cyan had always harbored resentment toward his older brother, something far deeper than just trivial family issues. Suddenly, Nana interrupted, urgently saying they needed to leave quickly. Brian was confused and asked why. Nana replied that she had a feeling something dangerous was coming their way. They had to move now. Emily noticed something strange about Nana's eyes and asked Brian what was wrong with them. Before Brian could respond, an explosion erupted behind them. Brian and Emily stood in shock. Brian quickly reached for his sword and told Emily to get out of there quickly. Emily, still in shock, asked what was happening. It was a high-ranking monster, the Behemoth. The scene then shifted to the back of the emergency exit, where people were still running, trying to escape the palace. The Marquis, running in terror, thought to himself that it was over. He was going to die. He had managed to get out faster than anyone else, but he never expected those monstrous creatures to be waiting at the front door. He vowed to himself that he had to make it out alive, no matter what, so he could see his lovely maid, Lily. He remembered her tied hands and thought that he couldn't die there. A sinister smile crossed his face, thinking that just thinking about her kept him going. Now he wanted to see Serrika broken like her maid. He then asked the guard who was following him if the back door was safe. The guard quickly affirmed the question, at least he thought so. Angry, the Marquis snapped, asking if the guard was joking, trying to boast his status. Before he could finish his sentence, a masked man attacked him, killing him instantly. The Marquis's body lay dead on the floor. The guard following him was shocked and shouted his name. The girl beside the guard was also shocked, but it was too late. The Marquis was already dead. The knights following the Marquis were now panicking, saying they were screwed. Suddenly, they were all stunned to see a surge of water. It was Alice, using her water ability, Aqua Explosion. She turned to Lunav and said it was her turn now. Lunav used her freeze ability, and in a moment, all the masked men were taken out by their combined abilities. The knights were astonished, with one exclaiming that they had killed them all in an instant. One knight asked who they were. Alice replied that her name was Alice Vert, and that it wasn't over yet. She instructed them to go quickly and protect the princess. Turning to Arin, Alice asked if she was all right. Arin responded that she was fine, but Lunav was struggling, nearly collapsing from the strain of using her abilities despite already being weak. Lunav told Arin not to worry about her. She would recover soon. Arin, concerned, asked how she could recover, but Lunav insisted their next attack would begin soon, and Arin needed to get out of there before that. Though still worried about Lunav, Arin suddenly saw all the knights standing in front of them, declaring they would protect the princess. One knight ordered them to get into formation quickly. Alice then ran to the front, saying she would provide support. She instructed the guard knights to use barriers to protect the nobles, telling them to hold out until the battle was over. Turning to the royal knights, She added that they should protect the princess and back her up if she went down. Blue mana began to radiate from Alice's whole body, and she declared she would do everything in her power to stop these monsters. But as Alice thought to herself, even if she kept taking them down, more kept appearing from elsewhere, as if they knew exactly where they were at all times. Lunav and Arin stood behind the royal knights, with Arin saying that the next wave was coming and they should prepare to attack with all their might. The enemies were after them, because they could sense the evil mana in the necklace Arin was wearing. The scene shifted to Emily and Brian, who were facing a monster. Emily, terrified, stood behind Brian as he aimed his sword at the creature. Brian, focused on the monster, replied, telling her to stay behind him. He thought to himself that for a high-ranking monster to appear in the palace, something must be happening. Just like the young master had said, Brian had always been protected by the young master, but now it was time to defend himself. However, Emily was standing so close that his face turned red. She then said she believed in him and that he could save them. The high-ranking monster suddenly charged with its mouth wide open. Emily, shaking and scared, warned him that it was coming. Brian gritted his teeth, telling her to stay close, not to separate from him. As the monster lunged, Brian struck its right arm, halting its advance. He smiled, saying that he had stopped it and that it should be doable. But then the monster barrage of attack, pushing Brian back. Emily, worried, asked if he was all right. Still trying to stay brave, Brian responded that he would be fine, promising not to let the monster even scratch her. The monsters then charged once more, with its gaping mouth wide open. Brian thought to himself that this might be the end for him. In his mind, he apologized to the young master. Just then, Nana appeared in front of them and attacked the monster. Both Brian and Emily were shocked, with Emily asking what that was. After defeating the monster, Nana landed on the ground, purple mana swirling around her. The monster was dead, and Nana looked toward them with a crazed smile. The scene shifted to Arin, who was trying to hold back the masked men while the royal knights attacked them. But their efforts weren't enough. Alice was also fighting, managing to strike down several enemies, but she was getting tired, sweat pouring down her face. She thought to herself that this would never end at this rate. She didn't know who was behind all of this, but it was clear they had planned it well. The knights would be exhausted soon, and they needed a different solution. During the battle, Alice struck a masked man, knocking his mask to the ground. She was shocked to see that he was an undead, resurrected using black magic. Alice realized she needed a magic that was the opposite of dark magic. The first thing that came to her mind was the god of light, Lumendal, and his light magic. She thought that if someone could cast light magic, they might have a chance to win. It was the only way. She suddenly called out to Princess Arin, who was confused. Alice explained that she needed Arin to imbue her sword with her mana. Arin hesitated, replying that she couldn't do it. If she did, the protection spell on the knights would be broken. But one of the knights reassured her, saying they could hold on for a while and that she could trust them. Still unsure, Arin finally agreed. She used her ability, Blessing of Light, and Alice's sword began to glow with bright golden light. Alice felt hopeful. It was working, she thought. Combining two types of mana was difficult, but if she added spirit magic, things might flow as smoothly as butter. She wasn't sure if it would succeed, but would try and take the risk anyway. The scene shifted to Cyan, who stood among the bodies of undead creatures. He recognized them as Marionette and Mandrake. Picking up a mask, he mused that Boris had already started helping Echelle. Interesting, he thought. This must be when Boris became Echelle's subordinate. Suddenly, Kiram appeared and asked if this was necromancy, a human using ancient dark magic. Cyan responded that Boris had a way. He often used Daze stones to accelerate monster strengthening, which attracted monsters with its mana. Kiram then said she could sense the mana from those Daze stones coming from that direction. Cyan nodded, noting that the entire palace was turning into a bloodbath and that they should move before things got worse. He paused, adding that he needed to change so no one would recognize him. Quickly, he changed clothes and put on a mask to cover his face. The scene then shifted to Alice, who summoned the spirit Marion. Using her magic, Lunav noticed and said to Arin that Alice had used light-type mana to summon Marion temporarily to kill all the masked men. But mixing mana like that was dangerous, Lunav said. Alice wouldn't be able to hold out long in such an unstable state. Worried, Lunav continued that they needed to stop her quickly, or her body would break down and the spirit would consume her. The spirit then placed its hands on Alice's head and asked why she was sacrificing herself. Alice replied that she couldn't think of any other way to defeat these monsters. The spirit remarked that it was a cruel fate for a child blessed by Fruina. Just then, the masked men attacked Alice, but the spirit intervened, telling the monsters to stay away from Alice. It raised its hands and used magic to send the monsters flying backward. Lunav and Arin, watching in shock, were stunned by the power. Arin remarked that just the swing of Alice's hand had that much force. Lunav interrupted, saying it wasn't enough. The monsters were getting back up. Arin, worried about Alice, pleaded with her to stop, asking her to stop before it was too late. The spirit warned that Alice would die if she pushed any further, but Alice thought that stopping now would only make things worse. She needed to end this, for everyone's sake. Just as the spirit Marion was about to use her powerful ability, Spirit Emperor's authority, Rongomiat, Cyan suddenly appeared and grabbed Alice's arm. The sudden action confused the spirit and left Alice in shock. Lunav and Arin, both witnessing the scene, were also stunned, unable to understand who this masked man could be. Initially, Alice thought he might be another marionette, but she quickly sensed something entirely different about him. His aura felt unlike that of the masked man. As she noticed the strange black mist surrounding them, she realized he wasn't like the others. Cyan transferred some of his mana into Alice's arm, rendering her unable to move. Panicking, Alice feared she would be consumed by the mist. The spirit Marion spoke to her, acknowledging that it was time for a final farewell. Alice, her body sweating and confused, struggled to understand what was happening. The spirit explained that this was the end of Alice's journey, noting that goodbyes, while sad, could also be joyous. Cyan released his grip on Alice's arm, causing her to collapse to the ground, drained of all her strength. Alice wondered if the mist was the cause of her exhaustion. Before fading away, Marion told Alice that Fruina would always welcome her and that she should never lose hope. Then, the spirit vanished, leaving Alice in disbelief. Arin and Lunav, still trying to process what they had just witnessed, stood nearby. Arin asked what was happening, and Lunav, with a troubled look, explained that the masked man had blocked the mana, nullifying the spirit's manifestation. Lunav added that she couldn't even tell if he was human. Exhausted on her knees, Alice watched the scene unfold in despair. She thought to herself that it was over for them now. The undead began to move toward them, but the masked man quickly shifted back, placing his dagger on his shoulder. In the blink of an eye, Cyan launched a rapid attack, striking so fast that the undead couldn't even comprehend where the hits were coming from. Alice, shocked, realized that the masked man was on their side. Cyan continued his strikes, then paused, thinking to himself that if he took even a small step back, all the undead would be drawn to the princess's group. It was as if they were being attracted to something strongly. He then asked Kiram if she could sense any special mana within the princess's group. Kiram, after a brief moment, replied that she couldn't sense anything unusual other than Lunav's presence. Cyan urged her to quickly check for anything else. Kiram quickly recognized that the mana from the monsters and the mana from the princess's necklace were identical. She informed Cyan that she could feel a similar mana coming from the necklace Arin was wearing. Cyan nodded, confirming his suspicion, and then said he would close the distance between them and help. Kiram, slightly annoyed, replied that he only needed her in situations like this. Cyan placed his hand on the ground and used his ability, Creation Space, surrounding the area with black-red mist. Following this, he used his mist domain, spreading a dome of mana quickly around everyone. One of the royal guards, noticing the mist, warned everyone to be cautious, as they didn't know what might be inside it. Another guard noted that it felt like they were in a different place entirely. The black-red mist began to consume the masked men, starting from their feet and slowly engulfing their entire bodies. The marionettes, caught off guard, were completely consumed by the mist. Alice, witnessing this, realized that the mist was absorbing all the undead right before her eyes. The area fell silent, as though nothing had ever happened. Still confused, Arin asked how all the marionettes had been killed and who this masked man truly was. Suddenly, Lunav collapsed to the ground. Arin, shocked, called out to Lunav, but she couldn't move. Cyan quickly appeared behind Arin, placing his right hand on her shoulder, causing both her and the guards to react with alarm. One of the guards shouted at him, demanding to know what he was doing. Cyan, with his right hand now gripping Arin's neck and his dagger near it, caused more panic among the guards. Another guard ordered him to release her immediately. Arin, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, wondered who this man was. Cyan then used his dagger to destroy the day's stone in Arin's necklace, leaving the guards stunned. One of them shouted her royal title. Another guard, furious, yelled at Cyan, calling him a bastard and demanding to know what he was doing. Alice, equally shocked, called out to Arin. The royal guards, charged in to attack Cyan, were stopped in their tracks as their strike landed on mist. Cyan then reappeared beside Lunav, and Arin, fearing for her safety, shouted at him to stay away from her. But Cyan didn't move. Instead, he used his mana to transfer some of his into Lunav's body. Arin, determined to protect Lunav, tried to use her God Stinger ability to attack Cyan, but he swiftly dodged and transformed into mist. Cyan, reassuring Arin, told her not to worry. He explained that he wasn't trying to harm her. By destroying the jewel, he had ensured that the monsters would no longer be drawn to her. Arin, touching her necklace, asked if the necklace her brother had given her was the cause of the attraction. Cyan urged her to focus, stating that it wasn't the time for explanations. She needed to leave the palace through the front gates quickly. He had cleared the path for her and reminded her to be careful. As the black-red mist began to dissipate, Arin realized that the place was returning to normal. A guard asked if she had been hurt. Arin, still wondering about the mysterious man, replied that she was fine and then asked about Alice and Lunav. Alice reassured her that both of them were okay. Alice, feeling relieved, suggested that they recover and head out through the front gates, just as that man had advised. Her thoughts shifted to the kid's safety, deciding that she would focus on that first and think about the man later. Lunav, her pupils glowed purple, suddenly recognized something and thought to herself that the masked man had to be Cyan. The scene shifted to Brian, Emily, and Nana, who were still dealing with the monster attack. The monster was still alive and roaring, but Nana quickly used her powers to kill it. Emily, looking at Nana in confusion, asked Brian what that child was, unsure if she was just a maid. Brian, still confused, replied that he wasn't sure and had never seen her act this way before. Nana, still in dragon form and surrounded by purple, chaotic mana, was consuming the monster's remains. Next, the scene moved to Cyan, who was deep in conversation with Kiram. Cyan recounted events from his past life, explaining the rumors of a bloodbath that resulted in the deaths of many people. Cyan explained that the blame had been placed on the fifth princess of the empire, Arin Sevelus. People believed that she, blinded by her greed for power, had attempted to kill everyone to seize control. However, Cyan believed it was all due to the day's stones in her necklace. He suspected that the necklace had been given to her by Echelle or her brother, Lunav. After the bloodbath, Cyan continued. Both Echelle and Lunav were praised as heroes, benefiting the most from the incident. Kiram's eyes widened with shock and disgust, realizing that Cyan was suggesting that those two had orchestrated the entire event for their own gain, sacrificing their own people for power. She shook her head in disbelief, remarking that sometimes humans were worse than demons. Cyan nodded gravely and ominously responded that what they had seen so far was nothing compared to what was to come. He added to himself that he had helped with even worse massacres in his past life, wondering if he might be worse than those he now criticized. Suddenly, Cyan stood up, preparing to leave. Kiram looked up at him, puzzled, asking where he was going. Cyan replied that Nana was probably waiting for him in the room, adding that the palace knights would handle the rest. Kiram hesitated and then spoke up, telling him that something had been bothering her about the princess's necklace. Cyan turned to her, confused, and asked what she meant. Kiram explained that she had noticed something strange about Emily's scent. It smelled like day's stone too. Cyan's eyes widened in shock. The scene shifted back to Nana, who had just finished eating. Blood from the monster dripped from her mouth as she stood, catching a strange scent. Her gaze turned toward Emily. Nana's voice, thick with hunger, murmured that Emily smelled very delicious. Unbeknownst to them, Emily had a bow tie given to her by Echelle, containing a day's stone. Nana, instinctively attracted to it, was drawn by the mysterious power of the stone. Brian noticed Nana's strange behavior and quickly stepped between her and Emily, trying to calm her down. He urged Nana to calm herself, feeling a growing sense of unease. Emily, pale with fear, stammered that she didn't taste good at all and begged Nana to stay away. Brian's mind raced, struggling to understand what was happening. Nana was acting like a crazed monster, and he could feel the evil aura emanating from her as she took a step toward Emily. For some reason, Nana was targeting Emily, and Brian realized they were running out of time. He had to do something before Nana lost control completely. Nana's eyes were locked on Emily, her gaze hungry and intense, as if Emily were prey. Brian knew he had to act before Nana could harm Emily. As Nana lunged toward Emily, a past memory flashed through Brian's mind. He saw a vision of Nana as a baby, cradled in his arms, her innocent eyes looking up at him. He wondered how could he hurt her. He thought desperately. There was no way he could hurt her. But Nana's crazed hunger overtook her, and she ran toward Emily with frightening speed, shouting that she couldn't wait anymore. Emily trembled, her fear evident, sweat forming on her brow. Brian, torn between his duty and his love for Nana, was paralyzed by the conflicting emotions. Just as Nana was about to strike, Cyan leaped in front of her, shielding Emily with his body. Nana's claws slashed across Cyan's back, and he cried out in pain. Brian and Emily stood frozen, shock written on their faces. Emily screamed, her voice breaking, as she saw Cyan attacked by Nana. Cyan gritted his teeth, pushing through the pain, and shouted to Kiram to hurry. Kiram, who had been moving from the shadows, quickly pulled the bow tie from Emily's pocket and called out to Cyan. Emily's eyes widened as she clung to Brian's arm, asking who this person was. Kiram didn't respond. She dropped the tie bow on the ground and stomped on it, shattering the dazed stone embedded within. Emily gasped, her shock evident. She looked at the tie bow that had been given to her by young Master Echelle, meant for young Master Cyan. She couldn't understand why it was being destroyed. Kiram shot her a fierce look and remarked that Emily had no idea what she was carrying around. Kiram then turned her attention back to Nana, urging her to get it together, her voice cutting through the madness clouding Nana's mind. As if hearing her, Nana's wild eyes focused, and recognition flooded her face. She whispered the word, calling to her papa, and the dark aura surrounding her began to dissipate. Nana blinked several times, her face filled with confusion and horror as she saw Cyan's injury. Nana's eyes welled with tears, horrified that she might have caused Cyan's injury. Cyan stood in front of her, winced in pain, but kept his voice soothing. He gently reassured Nana, telling her that it didn't hurt at all and that he knew she didn't mean to hurt him. He said she hadn't done anything wrong. Nana's legs gave out beneath her, and she sank to her knees, trembling with sorrow. Her voice cracked as she apologized, her guilt apparent. Brian stepped forward, his concern evident as he asked if Cyan was all right. Cyan waved him off, still focused on Nana, and assured him that he would be fine. He then said that they needed to leave the area quickly, as the situation was chaotic. The scene shifted to Lunel, who stood in an eerily quiet hallway, his brow furrowed in confusion. The silence was unnerving, and it seemed as though no one was there at all, despite this place normally being teeming with monsters. The sound of a voice suddenly broke the stillness. It was the Emperor, who asked Lunel if the area was clear. Lunel quickly composed himself, explaining that it seemed the situation had already been handled. Echelle, who stood nearby, shared the confusion that was evident on Lunel's face, but he remained silent, his eyes darting around the hallway, searching for something. Suddenly, Arin's voice broke through the silence as she called out, running toward the Emperor with a worried expression. She was breathless from running. When the Emperor saw his daughter, his stern expression softened, and a smile tugged at his lips. He gently asked if Arin was all right. Arin threw her arms around him in a tight hug, relieved to see him safe. She pulled back slightly to look him over, asking if he was hurt anywhere. The Emperor chuckled, shaking his head and assuring her that he was fine, thanks to Echelle and Lunel. He gestured toward both men, acknowledging their help. Arin's gaze shifted to Lunel, and her expression hardened as she regarded him. There was a cold, unreadable look in her eyes as she took in her brother's presence. Lunel met her gaze, his expression equally icy, and remarked that he was glad she was not dead. Arin, though furious on the inside, calmly responded that she was glad he was all right too, despite her conflicting feelings. Her mind raced with the many questions she had for him, but she knew her priority was to take care of the others first. At that moment, Alice and a royal knight kneeled before the Emperor, their heads bowed in respect. Alice spoke calmly, expressing her relief that the Emperor was safe. The Emperor nodded at her, a grateful smile crossing his face. He thanked Alice for her bravery in protecting his younger daughter, promising to reward her handsomely for her effort. As Arin listened to the exchange, she noticed Echelle leaning closer to Lunel, whispering something in his ear. Her eyes narrowed, suspicious. She tried to catch the words, wondering what he was saying to him. Whatever Echelle said had an immediate effect. Luanel's face lit up with a wicked smile. Suddenly, he turned, pointing his sword at Lunav, who had been standing quietly to the side, watching the scene unfold. Luanel announced loudly that he had figured out who was behind the incident, drawing everyone's attention. He pointed his sword at Lunav, his voice filled with accusation. He declared that the granddaughter of the Garum Mage Association's president, Lunav Rainreaver, was responsible for the chaos. Luanel called for her arrest. Alice watched in growing confusion as the scene played out. She couldn't understand why Luanel was making such an accusation. Her eyes darted between him and Lunav, standing at the center of the hallway, the tension hanging thick in the air. The Emperor's face darkened with anger. He addressed Luanel sharply, commanding him to lower his sword immediately. Arin stepped forward, her expression furious as she defended Lunav. She snapped at her brother, insisting that Lunav had saved many people, including herself, and that it was wrong to accuse her without proof. But Luanel remained unfazed, his gaze still locked on Lunav. He insisted that it was all a trick, that Lunav had gained their trust only to escape. He accused the Garum Kingdom of waiting for the right moment to strike at the Wuzif Empire. Lunav's eyes narrowed, a suspicious glint in them. She spoke up, her voice calm despite the grave accusation. She questioned Luanel, asking if he had any proof of his claim. At that moment, Echelle stepped forward, reporting that a suspicious aura of mana had been detected at the location where Lunav had been staying the previous night. The Emperor's eyes turned back to Luanel, narrowing slightly. His voice was stern as he warned that Echelle should be careful with his words. Arin gasped, her breath caught by her brother's sudden claim. Luanel, however, remained composed, speaking smoothly. He explained that he had invited the Garum representatives to convey a desire for peace, but that he had also kept an eye on them as a precaution. He promised that he would find the evidence to prove this plot. After a moment's hesitation, the Emperor nodded. He told Luanel to find the evidence quickly and present it. Luanel's face lit up with a satisfied smile. He assured the Emperor that he would find it without fail. Lunav stood silently, her expression unreadable. She wondered if this was a trap, or if it was something her grandfather had intended to happen. Despite her doubts, she maintained her composure. Shortly after, Lunav and her group from the Garum Mage Association were imprisoned for investigation. The once bustling halls of the palace grew quiet as the news of their arrest spread. Meanwhile, Leximus, who had been apart from Arin during the chaos, turned and spotted her. She rushed over to her, enveloping her in a tight hug. She swore that she would never let her out of her sight again. Cyan, standing by, lost in thought, reflected on the funerals held for Marquis Drenian, the Empress's younger brother, as well as countless others. He said quietly that the funerals took place in the streets, but at least he had been able to prevent more deaths than in his past life. He sighed, knowing that despite his efforts, the banquet would forever be known as the Banquet of Blood. As Alice carefully dressed Cyan's wounds, her hands were gentle but firm. Concern was evident in her voice as she noted that the wounds could have been much worse. Cyan, remaining calm, steadied his gaze and told her she didn't need to do this. Alice shot him a stern look, telling him to stay still. There was a hint of authority in her voice as she reminded him that she was his sister and he needed to listen to her. She continued, emphasizing how dangerous the situation had been and how lucky he was to have escaped when he did. Cyan chuckled, a nervous laugh escaping him. He agreed that he had been good at running. Alice's expression softened, but she grew thoughtful as she continued. She asked about the masked man who had saved her, mentioning that if it hadn't been for him, she might have died that day. She paused, her mind working as she glanced at Cyan. She noted that the masked man had been about his height, and he had seemed much fitter recently. Cyan shifted uncomfortably, unsure of how to respond. Alice noticed his reaction and grinned, teasing him. She asked if he was embarrassed, hinting at his growing physique. Cyan's blush, and he groaned, muttering for her to stop making fun of him. He turned his gaze away. Just then, Echelle entered the room. He smiled as he observed Cyan, noting that he had recovered quickly. Echelle glanced between Cyan and Alice, a faint smirk playing on his lips. He mentioned that they were still as close as ever, almost making him jealous. Echelle's presence seemed to drain the room of its warmth. Cyan turned to face him, his expression cold. He responded with a simple thanks, his tone cutting. Alice noticed the tension between the two men and began to wonder if Cyan also knew about Echelle's cruel side. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. To shift the conversation, Cyan asked about the progress of the investigation. Alice kept her eyes on him, her mind racing with thoughts of Echelle's intentions. Echelle, his demeanor growing serious, reached into his pocket and pulled out a bracelet with an embedded daze stone. He explained that he had come because of it, holding the bracelet up for Cyan to see. Echelle said it had been found in Lunav's room. He continued, calmly stating that Lunav claimed the bracelet was a gift to her. Cyan's eyes narrowed as he examined the bracelet. He remarked thoughtfully that the person who gave it to Lunav should be a suspect. Echelle nodded approvingly, praising Cyan's cleverness. He then asked if Cyan remembered receiving anything from anyone during the banquet. Cyan shrugged nonchalantly, his tone evasive, stating that he didn't know. Cyan then asked if Echelle knew who had given the bracelet to Lunav. Cyan remained guarded, sensing something more was at play. Echelle replied that he had heard a merchant in the palace had given it to her, but that the merchant had been found dead earlier that day. He said he was looking for more clues. Leaning closer, his voice dropped to a low, serious tone. Echelle asked if Cyan was sure he didn't receive anything during the banquet. Cyan's thoughts raced. He realized this wasn't an investigation at all. Echelle was trying to find a scapegoat. Suddenly, Cyan began to act as though his head was still hurting, leaving Echelle confused by the sudden shift in Cyan's behavior. Alice quickly approached Cyan, gently supporting him with her hands, concern evident as she asked if he was okay. Cyan weakly responded, mentioning that he didn't feel any better, his head still aching. Alice's anger flared as she turned to Echelle, demanding that he see Cyan had lost a lot of blood. She pointed out that the doctor had said Cyan needed rest. She then turned back to Cyan, telling him to lie down and get some rest. Echelle sighed and reluctantly agreed, saying that Cyan should rest and that he would leave. However, Cyan suddenly spoke, telling Echelle that he didn't remember receiving anything. Cyan continued, stating that even if someone had tried to give him something, they surely wouldn't have survived the chaos they'd just been through. Echelle was caught off guard by Cyan's sudden response, but smirked. He thought to himself that it was good Cyan had not received the gift he prepared for him. If he had, Cyan might already be dead, which would have been beneficial for Echelle. With no one left to eliminate, he had lost his opportunity. His face twisted in frustration, unable to get rid of Cyan. Cyan, feeling anger build inside him, noticed the change in his expression. Alice, noticing this, asked if he was okay. Cyan simply replied that he was fine, but Alice's frustration grew. She insisted that he lie down, and in her haste, she struck his injury, causing him to groan in pain. She scolded him, urging him to listen to his sister. The scene suddenly shifted to a maid, who had given the necklace to Arin from Lunel. She now lay on the ground, blood spilling everywhere due to Boris's attack. Desperately, she asked why he was doing this to her. She had followed the orders, given the princess the necklace, and yet here she was facing death. She begged Boris to spare her, explaining that the princess wouldn't even know what the necklace was meant for. Boris, as cold as ever, responded that she had fulfilled her role, but that he had not yet done his part. He admitted that the more he thought about it, the more unpleasant it all seemed. He had prepared thoroughly, but now, with those words, he slashed her throat with his sword. As he turned to leave, he muttered that she could rest in peace. The maid's blood stained the floor as she lay motionless. Boris suddenly stopped, as if remembering something. He thought that if a corpse was found like the one last time, it could be troublesome. He quickly pulled out a book that exuded in crimson, devilish aura. He mumbled to himself that he had to make sure nothing like that happened again. With that, a snake-like creature emerged from the book, roaring fiercely. Boris commanded it to devour the maid's corpse, ensuring that nothing would remain behind. The scene shifted to Emily, who sat on a bench outside a safe house, softly singing a tune to herself. She was startled when a knight appeared behind her, but when she recognized him, she relaxed. It was Brian, holding a shopping bag filled with apples. He greeted her, explaining that he had picked them up from the town on his way back. Brian sat down beside her, commenting on how pleasant the weather was. Emily, still eating, asked how long they would need to stay there. Brian replied that the young master had instructed them not to return until he said so, adding that it was hard to predict when that would be. The scene shifted to a few days earlier, where Cyan held Echelle's gift in his hand. He asked Emily if the gift had been from Echelle. Emily quickly confirmed, explaining that it was meant to congratulate him for attending his first societal event. Without hesitation, Cyan destroyed the gift with his powers, muttering that Echelle had certainly tried to make it as complicated as possible. Emily was shocked, her eyes wide as she exclaimed over the destruction of the precious gift. Cyan, his expression serious, told her that the palace and the Vert Estate were no longer safe for her. He instructed her to stay hidden until further notice. Cyan then turned to Brian, who was holding Nana and cleaning the blood from her mouth with a handkerchief. Nana still seemed uneasy, likely due to the attack on Cyan, though it had been unintentional. Brian noticed Cyan's attention on him and quickly responded. Cyan ordered Brian to protect Emily, and Brian nodded, agreeing to do so. Cyan added that he needed Brian to take care of Nana as well. Nana looked confused, and Cyan smiled gently at her, assuring her that it would only be for a while. He asked her not to cry. Back in the present, Brian sat, lost in thought. He reflected on how he had never seen Cyan make that kind of face before. He knew he needed to support him this time. Emily interrupted his thoughts, asking if Nana was all right. Brian reassured her that while Nana had struggled for a few days, she was fine now. Emily nodded and observed that a lot had happened with the young master while she had been away. Nana, now sleeping peacefully, as Emily mentioned that she never imagined the girl she had thought was a simple maid would turn out to be a draconic human. With this knowledge, she vowed to help as much as she could. Brian smiled at her, acknowledging her words. As he did, his arm brushed against Emily's, and a past memory flashed through his mind. Emily held Brian's arm tightly, his blush apparent. Brian, confused and still blushing, wondered why the memory had suddenly resurfaced. Still smiling, Emily said they should do their best for the young master. Brian, also still blushing, smiled back and agreed. The scene shifted to the Emperor's room, where Luanel was speaking with Dion. Luanel, confused, asked what his father meant. The Emperor responded, telling Luanel that he was releasing Lunav and the other members of the Garum Kingdom who had been arrested. Luanel was shocked, asking how his father could let these suspects go when they had clear evidence against them. The Emperor's expression hardened, warning Luanel to watch his words. The Emperor had made up his mind, and he was not going to change it. Growing angry, Luanel retorted, asking how the Emperor expected to seize control of the continent if he was so soft. He demanded to know what it was about the Garum Kingdom that terrified his father. The Emperor sent a magic bullet, barely missing Luanel's face, his voice rising as he explained the importance of maintaining peace with the Garum Kingdom. He continued, revealing that the Wuzif Empire shared borders not only with the Garum Kingdom, but also with the Demon Realm, Sparnia, and Fruina. If the Empire made an enemy of Garum Kingdom, they would no longer be able to hold back the Demon Realm. The Emperor's anger grew as he explained that the entire continent would suffer if monsters poured from the Demon Realm unchecked. Luanel, still angry but understanding the Emperor's point, refrained from arguing further. The Emperor added that even if he were to gain control over the continent, it would come at the cost of too many lives. Such a victory would make him no better than a monster, not an emperor. The Emperor questioned whether Luanel was even aware of something so basic. Luanel, frustrated, tried to argue again, but the Emperor cut him off. He asked if Luanel was referring to the Day Stones. Luanel was stunned, realizing that the Emperor knew. His nervousness was evident, but he denied it, stammering that he didn't know what his father was talking about. The Emperor, noticing Luanel's reaction, stated that his face had already revealed the truth. He reminded Luanel that, since he was young, he had always sought to get what he wanted. Luanel sweated, his nervousness clear as the Emperor turned away. He told Luanel that Arin was a better fit to be ruler than he would ever be. He added that he no longer wanted to see him and ordered him to leave. Luanel, seething with anger, muttered Arin's name under his breath. He was filled with rage, frustrated that his plans had been ruined. He stormed toward Arin's room, where the royal knights tried to stop him. He barked at them to move aside, quickly pushing through and entering her room, where Leximus stood guard. Leximus calmly told Luanel that Arin needed rest and that he should come back later. Without warning, Luanel punched Leximus in the face, shouting for her to move. Leximus fell to the ground, and Arin, shocked, called out in concern. Luanel advanced toward Arin, fear evident in her eyes. However, she gathered the courage to ask what was going on. Luanel, wearing a wild smile, replied that he had come to talk with his precious sister. His voice dripped with sarcasm. Leximus, now standing again, glared at Luanel, warning him that even though he was a prince, if he continued acting in this manner, as the princess's subordinate, she would be forced to take action. Luanel, enraged and silent, stared at her with a mocking smile. He called her a parasite and challenged her to do something about it. He threatened that if she continued to interfere, he would have her and her entire family executed, using her words as an excuse to erase her entire lineage. Leximus, shocked and afraid, lowered her hand from her cheek, realizing the situation was escalating. Before Lunel could continue his threats, Princess Arin stepped in, her voice calm and collected as she demanded him to stop. She asked if there was a specific reason he had come to see her, wondering if he wanted to hear something from her. Lunel, confused and panicked, stared at her, trying to figure out how she knew what was happening. Arin remained calm, repeating her question, asking again if he wanted to hear something from her. Lunel, speechless and unable to respond, began to sweat heavily, sensing something was different about Arin. Arin, still poised, calmly stated that she had not received anything from him. Lunel, his confusion deepening, felt a growing sense of danger. He couldn't respond, and his nervousness became palpable. The scene shifted a few hours earlier, where Princess Arin had gone to see the Emperor. Sitting on the sofa in his office, she closed her eyes and answered his question. She confirmed that there was no relation, but the Emperor looked at her uncertainly. He reminded her that the necklace she had brought him held a jewel that was not ordinary. It was a Days Stone from the Black Blood tribe. The Emperor explained that the Days Stones had once been used to control forbidden dark magic, particularly to dominate monsters. Though now disdained, these stones had been used to control dangerous creatures. He told Arin that there had been recent reports of someone inside the palace secretly purchasing one of these jewels. He mentioned a black market merchant named Gilbert and a maid named Marilda, both of whom had been involved in making such deals for some time. But now both were either missing or dead. Hearing this, Arin's eyes filled with confusion, though she remained outwardly calm. The Emperor then revealed that Gilbert and Marilda had been in frequent contact with Lunel and asked Arin once again if she was sure she hadn't received anything from him, implying that the necklace could have been a gift from her brother. Nervously, Arin, fidgeting her finger and with a trembling voice, denied ever receiving anything from Lunel. The Emperor observed her in silence, his expression calm. Arin, avoiding his gaze, stared at the ground and admitted that it seemed he had discovered who had brought the jewels into the palace. She pleaded with the Emperor to let Lunav go, reminding him that Lunav had saved many people at the banquet. The Emperor, seated on the sofa with his arms crossed, reassured her not to worry. In her mind, Arin thought that if she revealed Lunel's involvement in this, she couldn't predict what he might do to those around her. She remembered how the captain had been killed by a mandrake and knew she couldn't let something like that happen again. She had to protect those close to her from future harm. Back in the present, Arin turned her gaze toward Lunel, asking if this was what he wanted. Lunel stood up, his hand in his pocket, and a suffocating energy surrounded him as he stared at her, replying that he had never given her anything. Arin remained calm and told him that was exactly what she had told their father. Lunel's gaze filled with rage. He couldn't understand her attitude and grew increasingly angry, questioning why she was acting as if he had done something wrong. He approached Arin and asked if he should deal with her subordinate first. Arin, with her hands resting on her knees, closed her eyes and calmly apologized, revealing that she had a guest, suggesting him to leave. Lunel, confused, asked who could be more important than him. Arin raised her head, her expression serious, and replied that Lunel was important to her too. Behind them, Cyan stood, leaning against a pillar with his arms crossed. He looked down at the ground and, with a quiet apology to Lunel, explained that he hadn't meant to intrude. Upon hearing Cyan's voice, Lunel was shocked, realizing he hadn't noticed Cyan's presence at all. He didn't know why Cyan was there. Cyan, now standing upright, put his hands in his pockets, raised his head, and with a suffocating look, explained that he had heard everything. Lunel's body trembled with fear as he asked Cyan how long he had been hiding there. Cyan stepped away from the pillar and, sounding confused, pointed to himself with his thumb, explaining that he simply didn't have much presence, as it was the main trait of assassins. He remarked that he was invisible. Lunel clenched his teeth in frustration, unable to believe Cyan was speaking so casually in his presence. He wondered if Cyan was making a joke of him. Furious, he questioned how Cyan dared speak that way in front of him. Cyan approached the sofa where Princess Arin sat, placed his hand on the armrest, and looked at Lunel with a menacing smile. He asked what Lunel was going to do about it, wondering if Lunel was going to try something with him as well. Princess Arin observed Lunel silently, her expression serious. Although Lunel was angry, he managed to remain calm. Now, as he observed Cyan more carefully, He couldn't help but wonder if the rumors about their engagement were true. Becoming Cyan Vert's enemy would be dangerous for Luenell, considering that Cyan was the son of his father's friend. Luenell couldn't stop thinking about what Echelle had told him earlier that day, while they were walking down the palace hallway. Luenell had revealed that he wanted to remove Princess Arin from the succession fight, but he couldn't understand why Echelle wanted to get rid of his own younger brother. After all, their father already trusted Cyan a lot. Echelle, walking beside him, looked at the distance and mentioned how much Cyan irritated him. Luenell had listened silently, while Echelle's eyes had shone with seriousness. Echelle revealed that Cyan was hiding something big, something that made him uncomfortable. And now, Luenell watched as Cyan stood behind Princess Arin's sofa, smiling while emitting an intense aura. Finally, Luenell understood what Echelle had meant. He didn't know exactly what this unsettling feeling of intimidation from Cyan was, but it confused him. Luenell raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and, with a pleasant smile, said that he was just joking. He added that now that the misunderstanding was cleared up, he would leave. He turned his back on them and headed for the door. Cyan watched him with a confused expression, and even Princess Arin couldn't help but blush at the strange turn of events. With Cyan standing so close as Luenell neared the door, the guard opened it for him. Luenell turned his head slightly, apologizing to Leximus. She looked at him and told him not to worry, also apologizing for her earlier actions. Luenell then turned to Cyan, staring at him intently, warning him to be careful from now on. Moments later, he left Princess Arin's room, and the guards closed the door behind him. Leximus, standing by the door, sighed with relief, turning back to vent a little to herself. She muttered under her breath, thinking that Luenell was still a piece of work. She thanked Cyan, while Princess Arin, still sitting on the sofa and blushing, also thanked him. Cyan looked at Leximus, saying he hadn't done much. He found it amusing that this was the attitude of the continent's best swordswoman. He added that Princess Arin had done most of the work. Blushing like a tomato, Arin denied it, insisting it was all thanks to Cyan. He then sat on the sofa beside her. Seeing this, she leaned back, blushing even more, and asked why he would be sitting next to her. Cyan claimed that his legs hurt from standing too long and asked if he wasn't allowed to sit beside her. Arin looked away, fidgeting with her hair, feeling flustered. Cyan, confused by her reaction, glanced at her while Leximus watched with a bewildered expression, thinking how clueless and stupid he was. Cyan stood up, approached the door, and grabbed the knob, turning it slightly. He mentioned that they had successfully made Luenell believe that he and Arin were together, so Luenell wouldn't be able to act against her for a while. He decided to leave, and Arin, now blushing even more, put her hands in front of her face. Leximus, forcing a smile, asked him to take care. She thought to herself that Cyan was ignorant, and he had only done what was necessary. Meanwhile, Luenell met with Echelle, furious. He slammed his hand against the wall next to Echelle, who stood there with his arms crossed, glaring. Luenell demanded to know how they were going to fix this. His face twisted with anger, and he clenched his teeth, shouting that Echelle had promised the plan was perfect. Yet everyone they wanted dead was still alive. Worse, Luenell had lost the Emperor's trust, which was a serious blow. Echelle remained calm, staring at him without saying a word. Luenell, unable to control his anger, screamed that he was supposed to be the savior of the Wuzif Empire. At that moment, a man approached Echelle and Luenell, interrupting their conversation. The man announced that there had been some success. Luenell, still with his hand on the wall, turned and demanded to know what the man meant. Echelle remained silent, arms crossed, observing the interaction. The man was none other than Boris. Bowing his head with a hand on his chest, Boris greeted the prince. Luenell stepped away from the wall, his anger simmering, and asked Boris where he had been all this time. Boris calmly explained that he had been fulfilling an order from Duke's eldest. Echelle's gaze turned serious as he mentioned that he had heard Emily had disappeared and asked Boris what success he had achieved. Boris reached into his pocket and pulled out a glowing pyramid-shaped crystal, smiling as he held it up. He mentioned that they had been underestimating the people around Princess Arin. Luenell, putting his hands on his hips, retorted sarcastically, asking if Boris was implying he should reflect on his mistakes. Still holding the crystal, Boris shook his head and responded that there was nothing for Luenell to reflect on. As he brought the crystal closer to them, its energy intensified. He explained that the crystal, called a mana crystal, had absorbed the mana used by Arin's friends during a recent battle. Most of the mana inside it was ordinary, but something else lingered. Bringing both hands closer to the crystal, Boris caused a black mist to seep out of it, rapidly filling the room. Lunel, taken aback by the sight, was shocked. Echelle, however, remained calm, watching intently. Boris continued, explaining that this black mist was extremely rare and malevolent. It was the mana of a demonic sword. With a grin of excitement, Boris revealed that someone among Princess Arin's companions possessed a taboo demonic sword, which considered a taboo to possess such an artifact. Elsewhere, someone was served a dish with a whole giant centipede. The unpleasant appearance of the dish left Brian confused and disappointed. He had been expecting crab stew and wasn't quite sure what he was looking at. Cyan and Nana, seated at the table with the others, ate their meal as if nothing strange was happening, seemingly unbothered by the grotesque dish in front of them. Nana, in fact, was thoroughly enjoying the food, much to the surprise of those around her. Emily, sitting nearby, chuckled and told Nana to eat slowly, as she was really enjoying it. Her tone was cheerful, and she seemed genuinely pleased. Brian, however, wasn't as enthusiastic. He looked at her with a bewildered expression, thinking to himself that she must be out of her mind. When he glanced at his own plate, his eyes widened in fear as he noticed something moving among the food. Cyan casually placed both hands on the table as he stood up and announced that he was full. Emily, not wanting him to leave, urged him to eat a little more, but Cyan had already wiped his mouth with a cloth and closed his eyes, politely refusing. He explained that he couldn't stay any longer in prevention that Echelle might catch on. His voice remained calm, but the mention of Echelle caused Emily to slam her fist on the table in frustration, cursing his name under her breath. Once Cyan was done, he explained that he had only come to check on her. It wasn't safe for her to return yet, and if she needed anything, she could send Brian. Cyan gestured toward the window, indicating the guards surrounding the area outside. Hidden in the branches of a tree, a member of Mist was keeping watch. Cyan had taken precautions to ensure the safety of this place, making it one of the safest locations for now. As Cyan stood and moved toward the door, Emily's face grew anxious. She called out, not wanting him to leave. Cyan turned his head slightly and reassured her not to worry and to take care of herself. He then directed his gaze to Brian, who was sending a glare of centipede meat as he affirmed the order. As Cyan stepped out of the house, sunlight spilled across the wooden door, bathing him in its glow. Before he could leave, however, a voice caught his attention. He turned slightly to see Serrika standing nearby. Her gaze was sharp, and as she stared at him, she demanded an explanation for how he knew about the blood banquet and about her fiancé's death. She remarked that he had been acting as though he knew the future. Cyan remained composed, as Serrika prompted him to choose his words carefully. Serrika's shining eyes reflected both suspicion and a search for answers. If he slipped up, she might consider him an enemy. After a brief silence, she added, her tone almost demanding, asking just who he was. Unbothered, Cyan replied that Drenian had been someone he had to purify anyway. He questioned whether it really mattered how he knew. Serrika's eyes flared with intensity. She hissed that it did matter and, with a smirk, added that maybe he was another spy from an organization. Cyan coldly responded that if he were, she would have to do something about it. Serrika grinned wickedly and pulled out a dagger, glowing with dark, purple energy. She lunged at Cyan, but before she could strike, Kiram suddenly appeared, blocking the attack and pushing Serrika back. Kiram stood protectively in front of Cyan, her expression fierce. Kiram angrily declared that she had told Serrika not to touch her owner. Serrika smirked, her madness showing. She taunted that it was Kiram who didn't learn and rushed toward her again. Clearly enjoying the situation, Kiram raised her hand, poised to strike, and expressed how annoying Serrika really was. The two clashed, neither landing a hit as they fought midair. Kiram grinned and said that she would show Serrika something interesting, summoning a red-black energy orb and hurling it toward her. The ball, infused with the power of black mist, shattered everything around it when it hit the ground. Serrika dodged, trying to avoid the deadly attack. She boasted that no matter how strong Kiram's skill was, she could just avoid it while running. But suddenly, she hesitated, shocked by the sheer power behind the attack. Her mind raced, wondering if this was Kiram's true power. She realized that if the ball had hit her, or if she had tried to block it, she would have died instantly. She understood why Kiram usually stayed in sword form. If she wanted to, Kiram could destroy an entire city. Kiram, visibly annoyed, placed one hand on her hip and muttered that she missed. The area where the attack landed was utterly shattered, and Serrika, watching in disbelief, thought to herself that to stop someone like Kiram, she would need at least the power of a demon king. Kiram smirked and said that Serrika better be ready, adding that the attack was just a warm-up. Serrika smiled back and replied that she was also excited and would have to give her best. But before their fight could resume, Cyan suddenly commanded demon sword control. In an instant, Kiram's face slammed into the ground with a thud. Serrika blinked in surprise as she watched Kiram, immobilized, still face down. Kiram grumbled, saying that she was just getting started. Feeling annoyed, Cyan warned that if they kept causing this much chaos, they would all be caught. Serrika, now sweating and realizing the situation, began to understand what Cyan meant. Cyan, now clearly annoyed, turned to both of them and gritted his teeth. He commanded them to stay put, adding that he would handle things from there. Without waiting for a response, Cyan slammed the door shut, leaving both of them standing in stunned silence. Kiram, still sitting on the ground, appeared confused, while Serrika stood beside her, equally bewildered. Inside the house, Cyan entered with urgency, commanding everyone to pack everything up right away. However, his words were cut off when a calm voice greeted him. Cyan froze in shock, seeing Lunav casually sitting at the dining table. Sweat formed on his brow as he quickly glanced at Brian, who stood nearby, visibly nervous. Brian, sweating profusely, stammered, apologizing for Lunav's sudden appearance. Cyan's mind raced, wondering how she had gotten through the barrier and evaded detection. Sweat dripping from his face, he looked at Lunav and asked how she found this place. Lunav, looking amused, smiled at him, explaining that it was one of her talents. She reassured him that no one else knew about this place, just her. Then, with a playful grin, she added that considering the noise outside, she was beginning to wonder. Clearly annoyed, Cyan snapped, but Lunav's casual response only deepened his irritation. He asked what she was doing here and why she had come to thank him. Lunav tilted her head slightly and, with a bright and energetic smile, replied that it was okay, as she already knew. Her tone shifted more meaningfully as she continued, stating that the moment he entered her, everything changed. The room froze, and everyone stared in shock at the two of them. Their minds raced, trying to decipher the meaning of her words. Cyan's thoughts churned, wondering if she had lost consciousness when he used his mana to save her. Lunav continued, unfazed by the reactions. She conjured ice in one hand and fire in the other, explaining that she could use all types of magic and even combine or switch between them. She added that she could also track a specific person's mana. It was a gift from her grandfather. Showing no interest, Cyan responded that it felt more like a curse, stated that her body had been broken because of it. Lunav blushed and coyly asked if it was him who saved her. Cyan suggested they go somewhere else, wanting to avoid any more awkward moments in front of the others. As they turned to leave, the whispers behind them grew louder. Cyan's patience snapped as he gritted his teeth and barked at everyone to get to packing. Confused, Emily asked where they were going. Cyan replied that they would be heading to Lewin Academy. Emily, blushing, eagerly added that it meant she could take care of him every day from now on. Meanwhile, Brian, hearing this, frowned slightly, his mind drifting to the bizarre dishes Emily would no doubt bring with her. Nana, noticing his expression, asked what was wrong with his face. Brian, still lost in thought, muttered that he had mixed feelings about this. As Cyan and Lunav finally moved to a quieter place where they could talk privately, Lunav opened up about her past. Her voice softened as she revealed that she had spent most of her younger days in a cold and dark place, enduring all kinds of painful experiments. She continued, saying that she had no choice but to endure everything because it was her duty as the granddaughter of Regn's Rainreaver. Cyan listened intently as Lunav walked beside him across the bridge. She asked if he, too, had a duty to fulfill. Cyan shook his head and replied that he didn't. Lunav pressed further, asking why he had saved them anonymously. Cyan, puzzled by her persistence, simply shrugged and explained that he didn't want to become famous. It was a pain, and he was sure she could guess why. Lunav thought for a moment before answering herself. She pulled out a small sphere of Cyan's mana, swirling with a faint red-black aura. At first, she thought it was darkness. She had collected a bit of it when they met at the restaurant a few days ago. Cyan's mind raced, still confused by her ability to collect and analyze his mana. She could read people's mana information just by touching them. He hadn't known she could do that, even in his past life. Lunav continued, saying that on the day she passed out, the mana Cyan had put into her seemed to come from another world. Cyan's eyes narrowed, now understanding why she had come to see him. He asked if she planned to take this mana to her grandfather, Regens. To his surprise, Lunav absorbed the mana back in her own body and cheerfully replied that she wouldn't. She said it would be too much of a hassle. Cyan asked if there was a reason for this, or if she was rebelling against him. Lunav smiled and replied, hinting that Cyan could probably guess why she was doing it. Suddenly, without warning, Lunav hugged Cyan tightly. He stood there, confused, as she whispered, thanking him for lessening her old pain. Cyan, taken aback, began thinking of her situation. Her body had been like a boiling pot, filled with chaotic mana. Someone had intentionally closed the lid on that pot, probably to prevent the loss of mana. But this caused the pot to overheat, with the mana spilling out and extinguishing the fire of her life, putting her on the brink of death. He stepped back slightly, gently grabbing her arms to create some distance between them. All he had done was put a hole in the lid, letting the pressure out. His voice turned cold as his eyes hardened. To him, Lunav seemed like someone else's marionette, and that annoyed him very much. With a little push of his hand, he told Lunav she didn't need to thank him. His tone was casual but firm as he said he was leaving. He added from a slight distance that it would be dangerous if she pushed herself again and urged her to be careful. Lunav stood silently for a moment, watching him leave. A soft smile played on her lips, and a rare fondness gleamed in her eyes. She murmured to herself that he was definitely a good person, her gaze lingering on him as he disappeared from sight. The scene abruptly shifted to the Garum Association president's office. Inside, a man stood before Reborn Rainreaver, the powerful head of the association. The air was thick with tension as the man reported that Lunav had been arrested, but was then released. Regens's face darkened with rage, and he slammed his fist onto the desk with a force that echoed through the room. The sound was deafening, rattling papers and shaking the room. The man continued, saying that thankfully, no charges had been filed. He asked if they should send a petition. Regens's jaw clenched tightly as he responded through gritted teeth. No, there was no need for that. The frustration in his voice was clear as he leaned forward, his eyes burning with fury. He told the man to track Lunav down and bring her here immediately. As Cyan and his companions traveled toward the academy, the atmosphere within the carriage remained relatively peaceful. Emily, sitting close to Cyan, radiated joy, her happiness so apparent that it prompted a curious remark. Emily's smile brightened her face as she responded with enthusiasm, expressing her happiness at being able to serve once again. Sitting quietly beside her, Nana remained lost in her own thoughts, offering no comment. Moments later, still filled with excitement, Emily recalled something and inquired about the Academy's rules regarding maids. A brief pause followed before Cyan, crossing his arms confidently, stated his belief that the principal would make a special exception in his case. Upon arrival at the Academy, Cyan wasted no time and proceeded directly to the principal's office. However, the principal greeted him with a firm stance, rejecting the request outright. The refusal was immediate and unwavering. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Cyan folded his arms behind his back and attempted to reassure the principal, promising that no one would notice the maid's presence. The principal, unimpressed, raised an eyebrow and questioned the reasoning behind making an exception. A bead of sweat formed on Cyan's forehead as he quickly responded with a hasty promise, vowing to attend all lessons without skipping. The principal's patience wore thin, and his fist struck the table as he scolded, emphasizing that such a thing should be expected regardless. Additionally, the matter extended beyond just one maid, but there were two. Leaning in slightly, the principal's tone shifted, his voice lowering as he posed a more pointed question. There was an insinuation, a suspicion that the maids were somehow connected to the Banquet of Blood. A special favor, such as this, could not be requested without a serious reason. Despite the weight of the inquiry, Cyan remained composed, his arms still crossed behind his back. Casually, he posed a counter-question, inquiring about the alternative if the reason was not a trivial one. Curiosity and frustration grew within the principal, who demanded a straightforward answer. With a sly smile, Cyan raised a finger to his face, teasingly suggesting that permission must be granted first before any explanation would be provided. After a moment of contemplation, the principal sighed in exasperation, ultimately relenting. A resigned acknowledgement followed, recognizing that Cyan would likely proceed regardless of any rejection. With a more serious expression, Cyan admitted the difficulty of providing an explanation at that moment. However, one certainty was offered, which is that he had no involvement in the Banquet of Blood. That, he suggested, was the answer the principal had sought all along. The principal's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing Cyan's words. A moment of silence passed before he pressed further, demanding certainty. Cyan's expression shifted slightly, a hint of annoyance surfacing as he questioned the principal's perception of him. The implication alone seemed to irritate him. After a tense pause, the principal relented, issuing one final condition. Attendance at lessons must never be neglected again. As Cyan walked through the academy's hallway, hands tucked into his pockets, his mind lingered on the recent conversation. A smirk tugged at his lips as he reflected on the outcome. The matter had been settled well enough. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, which is how the principal would react if the truth surfaced, revealing that the real mastermind behind the Banquet of Blood was none other than his own grandson. His thoughts continued, piecing together the puzzle. The scenario didn't align with Lunel acting alone. Meticulous planning was not Lunel's strength. Instead, Echelle had likely orchestrated it, with Boris responsible for carrying out the execution. That pattern had persisted even in the past life. A sudden distraction pulled Cyan from his thoughts. In front of the door, Seth was exercising with unwavering focus, performing push-ups at an impressive pace. The number count was clear that Seth had reached well beyond 1,000. Sweat dripped from his whole body as he continued. For a moment, Cyan blinked in confusion before recognizing the individual. The persistence was familiar. Noticing Cyan's presence, Seth immediately called out with enthusiasm, standing up and flashing a determined grin. The challenge was immediate. He requested for another fight, a test to measure strength once more. Without offering a response, Cyan slipped into his room and shut the door behind him. Leaning against it momentarily, he released a quiet sigh. Seth's persistence remained unchanged. The consistency was remarkable, 2 years without missing a single class, and yet the desire to fight never waned. From outside, Seth's voice carried through once more, a cheerful declaration acknowledging Cyan's apparent busyness. The challenge would be postponed, but only temporarily. As Cyan moved further into his room, his foot unexpectedly bumped into something. Glancing down, he found Brian lying unconscious on the floor. A strange purple liquid dripped from Brian's mouth. A sudden wave of concern passed over Cyan as he crouched down, inspecting the situation closely. For a brief moment, panic flickered in his mind. The question arose. He was wondering if Brian was dead. At that moment, Emily's cheerful voice echoed from nearby, calling out to Cyan. Startled, Cyan quickly gestured toward Brian, seeking an explanation for the situation. Emily entered the room, carrying a plate of cookies that emitted an eerie aura of death. Beside her, Nana happily munched on the same cookies without a hint of concern. Emily, chewing contentedly, offered a simple response. Brian had fallen asleep after consuming the cookies, which had been made especially for Cyan. Cyan's eyes widened as his gaze flickered between the unconscious Brian and the suspicious cookies in Emily's hands. A strange, dark energy seemed to radiate from them, an ominous presence that made their origin all the more concerning. Cyan immediately understood why Brian had collapsed after consuming them. A direct order followed, forbidding her from ever cooking anything for Brian again. A simple yet defiant question arose from her lips, demanding an explanation. Exasperation flickered through Cyan's face as he replied with finality, asserting that it was an order and nothing more. Cyan, unbothered by her complaints, slumped onto the sofa. Worry for the future weighed heavily on his mind, pressing into his consciousness. A sudden sight pulled him from his musings. A letter rested on the table, seemingly unnoticed until now. A question surfaced, spoken aloud as he inquired about its origin. Still sulking, Emily responded with little interest, explaining that Brian had received it, though she knew nothing beyond that. Cyan picked up the envelope and tore it open, immediately recognizing the sender. It was from Lunav. However, before he could read further, a voice called his name. Holding the letter, he turned in the direction of the voice, his surprise evident. The unexpected presence prompted an immediate question, curiosity laced with disbelief. Emily, startled by the sudden intrusion, instinctively clutched the plate of cookies as though ready to launch them at the unknown figure. Suspicion tinged the air. Standing at the doorway, wearing a warm smile, was Lunav. A casual greeting followed, as if her presence required no explanation. Before Cyan could formulate a response, she revealed a bold truth that she had run away from home. Meanwhile, deep within an unknown underground passage, two cloaked figures moved in silence. A man's voice, hushed and cautious, acknowledged the presence of the Garum Association's guards. They would arrive soon. Beside him, a woman responded with unwavering confidence, assuring him that the matter had already been taken care of. No concern lingered in her tone. The man continued, his voice low and serious. A reminder followed, which that this was the only way to stop Regan's Rainreaver. Amusement colored the woman's voice as she chuckled in response, dismissing any suggestion of guilt. A curious glance from the man accompanied a simple remark. After all, the target in question was her own student. The woman's expression darkened slightly, her smirk widening as she tilted her head. She was none other than Lewin's academy instructor, Nella Aronis. A brief, deliberate pause followed before her voice carried a wicked amusement. A claim was made, which is that pity for that monster was not something she possessed. Satisfied, the man nodded. That sentiment worked in their favor. Nella adjusted her cloak, her smirk deepening with a hint of malice. A declaration followed that she would proceed to the location, confident that their colleagues had already reached Lunav by now. The man, in a gesture of sincerity, bowed. His words carried a declaration of loyalty to the Garum Kingdom. Still smiling, Nella returned the nod. The scene shifted back to Cyan and Lunav, now seated together in a small cafeteria. The tension had not faded. Lunav regarded Cyan, her expression unreadable, before making an observation. His actions earlier had been aggressive. The way he was dragging her out of his room so abruptly had been unexpected. Cyan, holding his teacup, posed a question of his own. A barrier spell had been placed on the dorm doors. A logical inquiry followed. He wondered how she managed to bypass it. With casual ease, Lunav conjured mana in her palm, demonstrating her method. She had analyzed the barrier using mana and then neutralized it with a spell. A touch of pride laced her tone as she described the process, finding it rather impressive. Sweat formed on Cyan's cheek as he processed the explanation. A silent thought crossed his mind, that this was far beyond simple scanning. The ability to analyze and directly negate spells was something else entirely. Lunav chuckled, shifting the conversation to another matter, as she asked whether he read the letter yet. Cyan, arms crossed, provided a straightforward answer, explaining that the timing had not allowed for it, because she had arrived the moment he was about to read it. Lunav, smiling, placed her hands around her face as she admitted the reason for her sudden appearance. Waiting for his response had proven unbearable. A change in Cyan's expression was immediate. His tone darkened as he posed a direct question, wondering whether Regan's was the one to send her. Lunav fell silent, her fingers tightening around her face. Cyan, growing more insistent, repeated the question, whether Regan's as the one who had told her to contact him. The demand for an answer left no room for evasion. A brief hesitation preceded her response. At first, yes, that had been the reason, but she no longer that way. Continuing, she acknowledged that trust was entirely in Cyan's hands, putting the choice to trust her in his hand. Cyan's voice, calm, yet unwavering, expressed that trust did not come easily. Another question followed. He asked her true intentions. Gazing in her teacup, Lunav finally elaborated. Strange occurrences had begun to surface within the association. 2 dragons, both tied to the organization, had vanished from the Lewin region. Smugglers, trafficking foreign goods, had been discovered lifeless, and their cold corpses left behind. Finally, she lifted her gaze, a slight smile curving her lips. She followed with a claim, and her suspicions had been correct. Cyan had been involved in all of it. Cyan lowered his head, his thoughts running deep. One piece of information stood out, which was that he had not known that the dragons had connections to the association. A quiet chuckle escaped as he considered her deduction. Lunav, unfazed, stated her next course of action. A statement that carried an unexpected weight, revealing that her death was imminent. Cyan, hearing the words, found himself momentarily confused. Lunav's expression did not shift. Instead, She happily recalled a moment from the past. Cyan had helped her before, and for that, she was grateful. But awareness of her own condition was something she had long accepted. Memories of the experiments that had shaped her surfaced in her mind. A final remark followed, that her body had been broken beyond repair. Rising to her feet, she held up a hand. She estimated that she would only have about 3 years left. A farewell followed, offered with gratitude. Cyan responded that he didn't believe it. He wondered why Lunav was so relaxed about the situation. He wondered why wouldn't she worry knowing that she would die soon. Lunav chuckled, closed her eyes, and replied, expressing her desire to feel something. Cyan thought to himself that she was an annoying brat. He stood up, placed his hands on the table, and looked down. It wasn't his business, he decided, and told her to go back. Lunav, still sitting, asked if he was leaving. Cyan, turning to leave, confirmed that he was. He explained that he didn't like getting involved in annoying situations. As Lunav cheerfully said goodbye, she added that she would see him next time. Suddenly, Kiram appeared and asked Cyan where his manners were. She asked if it was really okay to leave Lunav like that. Cyan answered that it was for the best, explaining that the Garam Association had been waiting for him. As Cyan left, some guards appeared, cloaked and ready. Lunav closed her eyes and remarked on how she thought she had done a great job sneaking out. She questioned why they were there so early. One of the men replied that it was time to go, as Mr. Rygens was looking for her. Lunav, curious, looked at the cloaked man. He explained that Mr. Victor was busy and that he was from the 6th branch of security in the Garam Kingdom. Lunav, chuckling, called him a liar, as she didn't know anyone named Victor. With a swift movement, she used her wind ability and began running. The cloaked man shouted, urging his team to hurry as Lunav escaped. She wondered if they were extremists. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of her with a glowing hand full of mana. As Lunav tried to think of an escape plan, the man placed his hand on her head, using his ability called Sleep Catch. Lunav was frozen, unable to move. As the effect took hold, she fell into a deep sleep. The man, smiling, said that he hadn't expected it to be so easy. He removed his cloak, revealing a bald head, and remarked that they had been caught much too quickly. He then told the others to take her to the carriage. At that moment, Kiram sensed something and became startled. She told Cyan that it seemed they were fighting. Cyan, confused, wondered if the men were from the Garam Kingdom. The men placed Lunav in the carriage, and it began to move toward its destination. When they arrived, they found themselves at a church. One man told the others to stand guard by the carriage, and the rest entered the church. Inside, the bald man approached someone sitting in the front row and said he had brought Lunav Rainreaver. The person, named Nella, responded with approval, calling Lunav a pitiful child who had been experimented on her entire life, only to be used and discarded. Nella added that they would use her for a good cause. Meanwhile, Lunav remained unconscious in the carriage, her hands bound behind her. Outside, the guards by the carriage grew flustered as a red-black fog surrounded them. One man exclaimed, asking what it was, and another guessed that it was the mist. Before he could finish, his face was cut in half. Another guard shouted his name in panic. In an instant, all the guards were sliced in half. A frightened man, sweating and pleading for mercy, called out in desperation. Cyan, sitting atop the carriage with his Kiram's dagger form, swiftly killed the man on the ground, his terrified cry echoing before he died. The bald man, startled, turned toward the exit of the church. Nella, noticing the disturbance, asked if there were other guests. The bald man, named Ralph, looked outside and noted that someone had followed them. Nella realized it was an enemy. Ralph, feeling anger rise within him, responded that he would deal with the intruders. Cyan, standing over the fallen bodies, spoke to Kiram, remarking that it had been easier than expected. He added that it wasn't over yet, because the stronger individuals were still inside the church. When Ralph emerged, a blue mana surged from within. He addressed Cyan, noting that the kid had done well to get this far, but wondered if he had come alone. Cyan, wearing a mask, simply replied that it didn't seem that way for Ralph. He thought to himself that Ralph was like Lunav, only more unstable. Ralph clenched his fists and charged toward Cyan. But as he got closer, Cyan realized that Ralph was more erratic than Lunav. Ralph declared that he didn't need help to defeat someone as weak as Cyan. Just then, Nella emerged from the church and was surprised to see Ralph sitting on the ground with his arms crossed, looking defeated. She commented that this was not what she had expected. In that moment, Cyan punched Ralph in the face, knocking him unconscious. He then turned to Nella, asking if she was the last one and why they wanted to take Lunav. Nella, raising her hand in front of him, conjured a fireball in her palm and responded with a teasing remark, warning that asking too many questions would make him unpopular with the girls. Before throwing the fireball at Cyan, Nella added that he should find out the answer to that himself. Cyan, watching her magic closely, noted how she freely combined elements. His eyes widened as he realized that she was definitely like Lunav. Nella then used her ability, Thunder Flame, sending flames surging forth from the palm of her hands and launching them toward Cyan. As he dodged the flames, Cyan thought to himself that he now had even more questions. He drew Kirim Dagger's form. Nella, confused, watched as he deflected her fire with just a dagger. Suddenly, Cyan closed the distance between them, saying he had her. Seeing him so close, Nella shouted in disbelief, sweat dripping down her face as panic set in. Using her ability, Air Leap, she dodged his attack just in time. The ground shattered where his strike landed. As she soared through the air, she thought to herself that Cyan was very dangerous and that she couldn't let him live. Gathering her mana into her hand, Nella formed a blue mana, shone radiantly, and used her ability, Charged Shot. Just then, Kirim appeared behind her, her mist swirling around her, and called her attention. Nella, puzzled, realized that Cyan wasn't alone. Kirim grabbed her, and she shouted for her to let go. Desperately, she used her mana and launched an attack at Cyan, giving it all her might, but he dodged, landing beside where her attack struck, causing the ground to shatter. Cyan observed, noting that Nella sure had a lot of mana. Meanwhile, Nella struggled on the ground, trying to free herself from Kirim's black mist, gritting her teeth in frustration. She snapped at him, demanding if he hadn't hurt her. Kirim, standing beside her, calmly explained that no human could free themselves from those restraints. Cyan stepped in front of Nella, asking who had ordered her to kidnap Lunav and how many more of them there were. Nella lowered her head and, with a grin, remarked that Cyan was an interesting kid and that he would find out soon enough. One of her eyes was damaged, and blood dripped from her face as she added that they would seek him out and that he should not worry about who wanted to kidnap Lunav. She then coldly, will wait in hell for him. At her reaction, Kirim looked confused and remarked on her response. Cyan explained that it was an artifact that kept the user's mana in their heart, which was why Nella couldn't circulate it throughout her body. Nella was startled to hear this, and Kirim, with a hint of amusement, assumed that Lunav had something similar. Nella, still in shock, asked how he had figured all of that out. Cyan continued, explaining that the monstrous organization behind the vile experiments in the Garum Association was called the Path of Evolution. Nella shouted, demanding to know who Cyan and his companions were. Cyan leaned closer, telling her that she could find out the answer herself in hell. He placed his hand on her head, and Nella exclaimed that this wasn't right, dying like this. Cyan then used his fist and punched her lights out, right on her heart, causing her to cry out in pain. As he did so, he reflected on how, in his past life, he had found an ancient text in a Garum Kingdom laboratory that described how to use an artifact called Heart Curb, how to control it, and the experiments related to it. The text also explained how to eliminate it if its use failed. At that moment, Cyan pulled something out of Nella's heart. The item glowed in his hand as he held it closely, noting that it still worked well. Kirim asked what Cyan was going to do with it. Cyan ordered her to get Lunav out of the carriage. Kirim hesitated but reluctantly complied, bringing Lunav out of the carriage and placing her on the ground, still silent and upset. Cyan approached Lunav, telling her it was his first time trying this and that he didn't know if it would work. He tightened his fists and shattered the heart crystal, placing its power into Lunav's heart. Cyan thought that if Lunav had something similar in her heart, this should be able to destroy it. As he transferred the crystal ball's power into her body, Kirim stood nearby, arms crossed, watching closely. Cyan's hand and Lunav's chest glowed radiantly with blue mana. Suddenly, Lunav's eyes opened. As dusk settled, the rays of the setting sun illuminated the Garum Mage Association's main building. Lunav slowly opened her eyes, her expression filled with surprise. She wondered what this feeling was. Her hand began to release a soft blue glow of mana, and her body felt lighter, as though a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She stared at her hand, surrounded by mana, but was filled with confusion. The intensity of the Cyan aura around her was stronger than usual, unsettling her. Meanwhile, on the opposite roof of the Gara Mage Association's main building, Kiram and Cyan stood, watching the scene. Kiram, arms crossed, stared at the building and asked what Cyan was trying to do. Cyan, crouching beside her with a serious expression, gazed silently at the structure before finally speaking. He explained that he thought he could use Lunav later, adding that it would be a waste to kill her now. Kiram shot Cyan an uneasy glance, sensing the danger in his words. She warned him that he was playing a dangerous game. She reminded him that Lunav could turn on him later. Cyan looked down for a moment before chuckling softly. The irony of Kiram's concern amused him. Now visibly annoyed, Kiram muttered that since his body would eventually belong to her, she would appreciate it if he took better care of himself. Cyan stood up, dusting himself off. He stated that it was time to go, remarking that staying any longer wasn't worth it. A few hours later, inside a dimly lit room, a man sat at a table, tapping his finger impatiently. This was Lunav's grandfather. Lunav stood before him, her hands clasped behind her back, her gaze distant. She couldn't remember anything after her abduction. When her grandfather questioned her, she confirmed her lack of memory with a vacant look. Her grandfather's face filled with anger as he slammed his fist onto the table. He demanded to know if she really expected him to believe that the kingdom was in chaos because of the blood banquet, and yet she acted as though none of this concerned her. Before Lunav could respond, the family's butler intervened, bowing his head in apology. He admitted that it was his fault for not searching for Miss Lunav earlier. Rygans shook his head and rose from his seat. He walked toward them, stating that it wasn't the butler's fault, as Lunav had acted on her own. The butler bowed again, thanking Rygans for his consideration. Rygans approached the butler, placing a hand on his shoulder with a calm expression, thanking him for his hard work and care toward his granddaughter. The butler humbly replied that he was just fulfilling his duties. Rygans nodded, acknowledging the butler's efforts. However, in the next moment, Rygans' hand began to emit intense flames. The butler froze, feeling the heat radiate from Rygans' palm. Rygans' calm demeanor quickly gave way to panic as his eyes burned with fury and his body exuded a terrifying murderous aura. He growled, asking if the butler really thought he could get away with betraying them and harming his granddaughter. The flames grew stronger, tearing through the butler's clothes. Despite the unbearable heat, the butler tried to remain composed, his voice steady despite the rising pain. He pleaded for a chance to explain. Lunav stood nearby, watching in horror as sweat beaded on her cheek. She couldn't believe what she was witnessing, the cruelty of her own grandfather. Rygans' eyes gleamed with rage as he clenched his teeth, barking that hearing the butler's voice sickened him. The flames grew even stronger, penetrating the butler's skin and burning deeper into his body. His face contorted in agony as he fell to his knees, his body slowly consumed by fire. Lunav pressed her hand to her mouth, paralyzed with fear. She could hardly process the fact that her grandfather was capable of such brutality. As the butler writhed in pain, Rygans wiped his hands clean with a handkerchief, his expression cold. He revealed that the butler was one of those who had ordered Lunav's kidnapping. The butler's body was still smoldering as Rygans turned to Lunav and asked if she had learned anything about Cyan from the Vert family. Lunav's nervousness was adamant. She knew that Rygans already had the answer, but she hesitated, still too terrified to speak. She lied, her voice barely above a whisper, stating that she hadn't discovered anything special. But even as she spoke, she knew the lie wouldn't work. Her gaze dropped to the ground, and a sense of hopelessness washed over her. Rygans started toward her, his footsteps heavy. He asked coldly what that was supposed to mean. Lunav finally admitted that she had returned late because she had been meeting with Cyan, but there hadn't been anything special about their first meeting. Rygans placed his hand on Lunav's shoulder, clearly displeased with her answer. His gaze sharpened as he leaned closer, his voice low and dangerous. He asked what Cyan was hiding, his eyes flashing with fury. The tension in the room thickened. Rygans elaborated that Cyan was a Vert and that he knew he was hiding something. He speculated that someone else might be helping him. Lunav met Rygans' gaze, her own eyes shining with resolve. She answered that Cyan only had a guardian knight and a useless maid, explaining that there was nothing linking him to the incident. Cautiously, she asked why he was so obsessed with him. Raigan's body radiated a suffocating purple mana as he stepped closer, his anger palpable. He growled, asking if Lunav was asking questions now. His eyes narrowed as he reminded her that she was a Rainreaver, and Rainreavers didn't ask questions because they only need to do as they were told. His words were sharp, leaving no room for argument. Lunav fell silent, unsure of what to say. Raigan turned his back to her, his arms crossed behind him. He closed his eyes, his voice calm but filled with authority. He told her that if she had no more answers, she could leave. After a pause, he added sternly that she wasn't allowed to go outside for a while. As Raigan dismissed her, Lunav approached the smoldering body of the butler. Her heart sank, and her gaze filled with sadness. She thought bitterly to herself that she was so sick and tired of this household. The next morning at dawn, at Lewin Academy, Seth, shirtless and fell asleep, had his back against Cyan's door. He was completely oblivious to the world around him. Cyan peeked around the corner, noticing Seth sprawled out in front of his room. Mild irritation crossed his mind as he observed that Seth hadn't even attended his classes. Deciding to deal with it later, Cyan turned and headed downstairs. As he descended, he overheard a group of students talking. One of them mentioned that classes had been canceled because the instructor had disappeared. A blonde girl chimed in dismissively, hoping it wasn't a big deal. Cyan approached, confusion flickering across his face as he wondered what was going on. Just then, a voice cut through the chatter, announcing that instructor Nella Aronis had disappeared. Cyan immediately recognized the voice and turned to confirm his suspicion, and it was instructor Serrika. Serrika approached him, placing a hand on his shoulder, her body surrounded by a sinister aura. She accused him of being responsible, her voice laced with dark intent. Cyan blinked in confusion, shaking his head slightly, and asked what she was talking about. Serrika's eyes narrowed. She demanded to know why he had killed the magic instructor. Cyan stepped back, shaking his head in denial. He stated firmly that he didn't even know that instructor. Serrika placed her hand under her chin, smirking slightly. She remarked that, of course, he didn't know Nella Aronis, since he had skipped all of his lessons. Cyan's face paled as confusion washed over him. Sweat beaded on his brow, and he struggled to respond. Serrika continued, her tone growing more serious. She explained that Nella Aronis had been a talented mage from the Garum Kingdom. Mages were known to come to Lewin, as it was a neutral area. But there had been rumors that she had opposed Raigan's Rainreaver, so they had been keeping an eye on her. Serrika placed one hand on her waist and adjusted her glasses with the other, closing her eyes for a moment before continuing. She said that Lunav's kidnapping was something none of them had expected. They had planned to take action soon, but Cyan had handled things for them. Cyan's mind raced as he finally realized why Nella Aronis had seemed familiar to him. He was lost in thought when Serrika noticed his lack of focus. Frustration crossed her face as she snapped at him to stop zoning out. She assured him that she was the only one who knew about this. Her voice softened, but the weight of her authority remained clear as she informed him that she was giving him a new mission and that he would have to stay out of the academy for a while. Cyan extended his hand, now catching up to the situation. He asked who would replace the instructor. Serrika, her expression serious, adjusted her glasses again and explained that other teachers would take turns for now, and they were already looking for a new mage to fill the position, because the advertisements had already been published. At the same time, a man was placing his suitcase into a straw-filled carriage. The man, wearing a black hat, looked around with a smile, clearly enjoying the view. The carriage driver, an old man, turned his head toward him and asked if he was from the city. The man, none other than Boris, nodded cheerfully. He said that he was there for a job, adjusting his cap with a satisfied grin. He added that he had heard there was an opening, so he was in a bit of a hurry. The old driver looked at him in surprise and remarked that a job at Lewin Academy was an impressive position. Boris chuckled awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed. He touched his hat again and looked away as the carriage moved along. Back at Lewin Academy, Emily lay sprawled on a sofa, clearly bored out of her mind. She sighed dramatically, sinking deeper into the cushions. Kiram stormed into the room, her face set in an angry scowl. She demanded that Emily get up from her spot. Emily replied lazily, still lounging, She pointed out that it was Cyan's dorm, and nothing in it belonged to Kirim. Kirim's patience snapped, and her eyes flared with anger. Before long, Cyan arrived and opened the door. His eyes fell on the unusual scene. Kirim was fast asleep on the sofa, while Emily sat on the floor nearby, her head covered in bumps. Cyan blinked in confusion before asking Emily what she was doing. Emily's eyes filled with tears as she pointed at Kirim, who had clearly dealt the blows. She cried that Miss Kirim was very scary. Cyan sighed, shaking his head. He told Kirim to get up as they had a new mission. Kirim stirred, rubbing her eyes, and half asleep, asked if the mission was urgent. Emily, now excited, quickly raised her hand and asked if she could come too. Cyan, pointing at Emily with the other, explained that he actually had an important mission for her. Emily's eyes widened with curiosity, and she eagerly asked if it was true. Cyan pointed toward Nana's room door with a serious expression. He instructed Emily to make sure Nana didn't go hungry. Emily's face dropped in disappointment. She pouted, realizing that this wasn't the exciting task she had hoped for. She grumbled that Cyan was just trying to get rid of her. Suddenly, loud roars echoed from Nana's room, and a sinister aura seeped out from behind the door. Emily froze in panic. Her imagination ran wild as she pictured Nana in her draconic form, recalling the terror she had felt the last time such a transformation occurred, wondering if Nana going to transform again. At that moment, the door creaked open, revealing Nana. She glanced at Cyan and, in a sleepy voice, told him that she was hungry. Without missing a beat, Emily quickly shoved a piece of bread into Nana's mouth and told her to eat. Panicking, she watched as Nana began munching, and much to everyone's relief, smiled as she enjoyed the bread. Holding a full plate of bread, Emily turned toward Cyan with a determined look. She assured him that she had everything covered. Cyan nodded approvingly, gave her a thumbs up, and expressed his trust in her. Now fully aware, Emily closed her eyes and smiled with confidence, feeling proud of her cooking. Meanwhile, in the next room, poor Brian was suffering from a stomach ache, clearly a result of Emily's previous meals. Cyan noticed this and turned back to Emily, warning her not to feed Brian anything, as he was still recovering. Confused, Kirim looked at Cyan and asked where they were going this time. Cyan turned to her with a calm expression and explained that they were heading southwest to the Abusive Empire, specifically to Lambaster, a city ruled by crime, money, and violence. At the same time, in the bustling heart of the city, a fierce fight was taking place. The crowd roared with excitement, placing bets as tension built in the arena. In the center stood two men. One, a hulking muscular brute, and the other, an ordinary-looking fighter. It was Zelbar versus Zaber. Zaber, visibly shaken, had never seen such a monstrous opponent before. Zelbar's focus was singular. He was thinking only about how to kill Zaber. His eyes locked onto his opponent with wild intensity, and a twisted smile crept across his face. He looked more like a zombie than a man, drool dripping from his mouth. Zelbar mockingly addressed his opponent, asking for his opinion, as the crowd cheered. Zaber, trying to muster his courage, adopted an offensive stance and shot back, calling Zelbar a pig. The fight began as Zelbar charged forward, launching a powerful punch at Zaber. The tiny human reacted quickly, leaping out of the way just in time. Zelbar's massive fist slammed into the ground, sending cracks through the floor. Zaber, now smiling confidently, taunted him, calling him slow. He vowed to make Zelbar pay for underestimating him. But Zaber's confidence was short-lived. In a sudden, brutal move, Zelbar's hand shot out, catching Zaber by the torso. The crowd fell silent as Zelbar's grip tightened, his smile growing wider and more maniacal. He growled that Zaber was done. Zaber struggled, but it was useless. Slowly, the crushing force of Zelbar's grip intensified, and Zaber felt his body giving way. Pain surged through him, and his vision blurred. Within moments, the unbearable pressure caused Zaber to gasp in agony, blood spurting from his mouth. The crowd erupted as the fight came to a gruesome end. Zelbar stood victorious, Zaber's limp body at his feet, a crazed grin on his face. Several hours after the fight, the once rowdy spectators began to drift out of the building. Some fell asleep on the streets, while others continued drinking, creating a chaotic scene. People sprawled out on the dirty ground, surrounded by discarded bottles and trash. Cyan and Kiram arrived in the city, walking through the filth and disorder. Kiram, with her hands behind her head, looked around in disgust. She muttered about how dirty the place was. Cyan, walking calmly beside her, explained that Luan was a neutral region due to agreements between nations, but this place had descended beyond impartiality because it was completely out of control. Kiram stopped, confused, and asked what that meant. Cyan, maintaining his calm expression, continued walking, but before he could answer, a rough voice interrupted them. A towering, muscular man appeared, crossing his arms as his presence emitted a suffocating aura. His intense gaze first locked on Cyan, but quickly shifted to Kiram. Smiling smugly, he greeted her, ignoring Cyan, and suggested that she hang out with them instead of the kid. His subordinates chuckled and grinned, clearly amused. Kiram, still with one hand behind her head, pointed to herself in confusion and asked if he was talking about her. Cyan, observing the man seriously, explained that the city's chaos resulted from too many criminals and a complete lack of control or law. The man's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his smile widened, as if Cyan's words amused him. He sneered and warned the kid to prepare herself, as things could get messy. But Cyan remained unfazed, his eyes filled with quiet confidence. A small smile crept across his face. Moments later, the muscular man and his subordinates lay on the ground, bruised and battered, piled on top of one another. The once arrogant leader now had bumps all over his face, and tears welled in his eyes as he groaned in pain. Cyan and Kiram stood over them, victorious. Cyan pulled his hood over his head while Kiram shifted into her orb form. Without another word, they turned their backs on the defeated group and walked away. After a few minutes, they arrived at a hotel. Cyan approached the counter and placed a red bag full of coins in front of the receptionist, stating that he wanted the best room. The receptionist, a woman, blinked in surprise, eyeing the bag. She asked how old he was, confusion evident in her voice. Cyan, now holding the bag tightly, shot her a disdainful look and demanded once again, more sharply this time, that he wanted the best room for one person. The receptionist hesitated, flustered by his attitude. Cyan leaned in slightly, his eyes narrowing, and asked if this was how she treated customers. He then inquired about who owned the place, his voice drawing the attention of everyone in the lobby. Upon hearing his demand, the expression of the receptionist, Lisa, changed drastically. Her eyes widened in surprise, and a bead of sweat trickled down her face. She quickly bowed slightly, placing her hands over her abdomen and apologizing, welcoming him to the Lambaster cage. Several minutes later, Cyan stood by the window of his newly reserved room, looking down. He noticed a carriage pulling up outside, surrounded by several men. He was somewhat surprised to see that they had finally started to arrive. Among them, high-status men mingled with rough criminals, some scarred, others wearing eye patches. Cyan observed the scene quietly before deciding it was time to leave. He descended the stairs and approached the receptionist again, casually asking if her name was Lisa. Lisa turned around, flashing him a kind smile and confirming her identity, offering to help him. Cyan stepped closer, his expression calm, and stated that he wanted to use the cage. Lisa froze, her smile faltering as she glanced away nervously. She explained that new clients weren't allowed to use the cage, her voice shaky. Cyan fixed her with a penetrating gaze. Something was off. The room was nearly empty, and the atmosphere felt tense. He could feel something in the air and asked, in a low but sharp voice, what had happened to all the clients who were here earlier. Lisa's eyes flickered with alertness. She was trying to mask her panic, but Cyan could sense it. The faintest trace of murderous intent lingered in the room. She lowered her head, pretending to apologize, and said she was just doing her job. Cyan stood silently, studying her. She was hiding something, and it intrigued him. His body pulsed with faint killing mana as a smile crept across his face. He muttered to himself that it was interesting, then slipped his hand inside his cloak, watching Lisa intently, eager to see just how far she would go. Feeling the sudden surge of mana, Lisa quickly drew 3 small knives, adopting a offensive stance. Her gaze hardened, eyes wide with surprise, and she extended her hand back, ready to throw the blades. Her movements were swift and sharp. Cyan's smile deepened. Without hesitation, he crouched down. Lisa hurled the knives with all her strength, But at that very moment, Cyan tossed something into the air. The knife struck the object, ricocheting off with a metallic ring. Lisa blinked, confused, as she realized the object that blocked her attack was a gold coin, now bent in half. Lisa, visibly shaken and sweating, stood up, gasping heavily. She was in shock, still processing the intense, murderous aura that had washed over her moments before. It seemed impossible to her that Cyan, a boy who had initially seemed unthreatening, could be the one emitting such a deadly presence. Cyan picked up the bent gold coin and wiped it clean with a look of mild disappointment. Noticing his expression, Lisa immediately apologized, trembling, insisting it was a misunderstanding and that she hadn't meant to hurt him. Cyan turned the damaged coin in his hand, frowning as he held it up for her to see. He calmly asked who would take responsibility for it, his voice laced with coldness. His words struck a chord in Lisa, and tears welled in her eyes. She hadn't meant to escalate things, and now she regretted her rash actions. The dimly lit hotel hallway, with its flickering torches, added to the tension. Lisa, trying to regain her composure, opened a door leading to the basement and gestured toward the dark stairway, explaining that the cage could be reached by following the stairs. Her voice softened as she then produced a shiny, square-shaped pendant and handed it to Cyan. She told him it was the VVIP plaque. Cyan eyed the pendant with mild curiosity as he took it from her and turned it over in his hand, asking what it was for. Lisa crossed her arms as she explained that the pendant granted access to special rooms and privileges, assuring him that it would keep him secure if worn. However, she hesitated, glancing at him nervously. She didn't understand why he was so determined to visit the cage, warning him that it was dangerous down there and that he should avoid it unless he thought he had multiple lives. Cyan barely reacted to her warning. He simply gave a small smile, more interested in the pendant than her words, and dismissed her advice, mumbling quietly to himself, considering her words more of a threat than advice. Frustrated and unsure of how else to warn him, Lisa turned on her heel, her anger bubbling up. She muttered that he could do whatever he wanted and walked away. Cyan, sensing her lingering resentment, turned his attention to the stairs. He decided it was time to proceed. Calmly, he stated that they should go, and Kira manifested beside him, her expression serious. She asked why Cyan hadn't asked Lisa to bring the owner, her tone direct. He remained quiet for a moment as they descended the stairs with a measured pace. Finally, he explained that they didn't have any clues about the owner yet. Kira frowned, frustration building. She questioned why they had been given such an enigmatic order. She felt like they were walking in blind, unsure of their purpose. Cyan continued to walk down the stairs and turned to her, his tone confident, as though he knew something she didn't. He assured her that they would discover the reason soon enough. Kiram studied his face, still somewhat confused. He seemed far too calm in such a dangerous situation, as if he was already familiar with the place. As they walked down the way of the true Lambaster cage, memories from Cyan's past life flooded back. He recalled the devastation he had witnessed, standing on a cliff with his army, watching the city burn below him. Flames danced across the horizon, a stark reminder of the chaos brought on by civil war. The weight of that history settled on his shoulders as he focused on the present. Kiram glanced at him, her serious expression reflecting the gravity of the moment, and asked how much of a mess there was in the area, curiosity lacing her voice. Cyan lowered his gaze, contemplating the destruction he had seen before. He replied quietly that they were about to find out. They approached the imposing entrance of the Lambaster cage, and the atmosphere shifted. An immense pressure filled the air, making it hard to breathe. At that moment, a man with a scar running across his mouth, a cigarette dangling from his fingers, smiled in a way that felt more predatory than welcoming. He looked at the criminal kneeling before him and asked if a young boy had caused this. The kneeling man, hands on his knees, nodded and explained that it happened near the entrance of the city and that the boy was no ordinary child. The boss, named Gunther, a man with striking white hair, intertwined his fingers thoughtfully. He mused aloud if a child like what he said was in a Lambaster cage. The bruised and swollen-eyed subordinate, bowing his head, explained that they had tried everything but that the boy had booked a VIP room, leaving them unable to do anything about it. Desperation crept into his voice as he begged the boss for help, pleading that he could not even walk in public looking like this. Gunther's interest was piqued, and he considered the situation with a calculating look. A mischievous smile crept across his face as he stood up, cracking his knuckles. He said they would head to the cage because he wanted to see how the kid looked for himself. The atmosphere inside the Lambaster cage was electric, with the crowd roaring in excitement. Linza Wesley, the muscular brown-haired fighter, stood victorious, her opponent sprawled on the ground beneath her. She planted her foot on his head, flexing her biceps and basking in the adoration of the audience, who cheered and waved their fists in delight. Cyan and Kiram observed from the sidelines. Kiram's expression shifted from curiosity to realization as she asked if this was the reason the town had fallen. Cyan nodded, placing his hand on the railing with a calm demeanor. He explained that betting on fights like this attracted a lot of attention, and that was the reason he had come here. Kiram furrowed her brow, confusion etched on her face. She asked him to clarify, and Cyan pointed to himself with determination, a smile breaking across his face. He explained that it was difficult to approach Linza Nilov, but they could make her come to them instead. Before Kiram could respond, she vanished from sight, leaving Cyan focused on the ongoing fight. Just then, a man with dreadlocks approached him, calling out to him. Cyan turned his head. The man with dreadlocks clenched his fists and warned that this wasn't a place for children. Cyan's happiness surged. They had arrived at just the right moment. Ignoring the warning, he stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch to the man's stomach. The impact caused him to double over in pain, blood trickling from his mouth as he collapsed his knees. Seeing his companion attacked, the bald man charged at Cyan, shouting at him for what he had done to Jason. But before he could reach him, Cyan grabbed Jason by the hair, lifting his head to meet his gaze. Fear flooded Jason's eyes as he realized the severity of his situation. With a chilling smile, Cyan clenched his fist and prepared to strike. In a swift motion, he unleashed a devastating punch to Jason's face. The force of the blow knocked out several teeth, sending blood gushing from his nose. The bald man froze in place, panic spreading across his face as he watched his friend's brutal beating. Cyan released Jason's head, watching him slump backward onto the ground, defeated. Wiping the blood from his chin with a nonchalant gesture, Cyan turned his attention to the bald man, who was now sweating profusely. With a confident smile, Cyan asked where he could sign up to fight. He expressed a preference for being in the ring rather than just standing by or betting. He entered the ring, and the crowd erupted in disbelief. No one could believe it that a kid was about to fight. Murmurs spread like wildfire, with the audience guessing it must be due to a lack of participants. One man clenched his fists in anger, muttering under his breath about how ridiculous it was. Cyan remained calm, unfazed by the furious crowd. He began wrapping his hands with cloth, ignoring their disbelief. Kiram, who was excited but hadn't expected such an event, stood by, watching intently. Just then, Cyan tilted his head slightly, a little surprised to see Zelbar already in the ring. The towering giant, with his menacing presence, locked eyes with Cyan, and a sinister smile spread across his face as he taunted the boy. He mocked Cyan, asking how he should kill him. Cyan remained silent, hands on his hips, standing still and calmly observing the towering opponent. In the crowd, a man with dark gray hair crossed his arms and shook his head in disbelief. He muttered that they had lost their minds. He think this wasn't a fight, it was a massacre. Next to him, another man grinned like a madman, eager for the spectacle. He questioned if it wasn't better this way. The dark gray-haired man frowned, explaining that Zelbar was not just a giant, but he was half ogre, and this fight would be over before it started. Zelbar laughed loudly and pointed at Cyan, promising to end the fight by smashing him into the ground. But before he could finish his sentence, Cyan moved with lightning speed. He leapt forward and stomped hard on Zelbar's finger. The giant's face filled with shock because he hadn't expected this. He turned his head only to see Cyan charging toward him, hand clenched into a tight fist, his eyes filled with deadly focus. Without hesitation, Cyan closed the distance and delivered a devastating punch straight to Zelbar's nose. The impact was fierce, bone-shattering. Zelbar's massive body swayed, and time seemed to slow. Cyan was still mid-air as Zelbar fell to his knees, his face hitting the ground with a thunderous crash. Foam began to bubble from his mouth. Zelbar was knocked out. The crowd, which had been mocking Cyan just moments before, was now stunned into silence. They couldn't believe their eyes. A kid had taken down a giant. Shock turned into wild cheering as the reality of Cyan's strength sank in. Cyan landed gracefully, his expression calm, still unfazed by the chaos around him. Even the commentator, struggling to recover from his surprise, announced the winner. Lamea Simon was victorious. The crowd erupted into applause, but Cyan seemed uninterested by the cheer erupting. Beside him, Kiram frowned and asked why they called him Lamea Simon. Cyan's face remained stoic as he explained that he couldn't reveal his true identity. He reminded her that he was the son of a duke. Kiram's expression grew skeptical, and she asked what the point was if his face was already uncovered. Cyan blinked, recalling the spell he had placed on himself. He explained that his face was masked by an active spell, meaning anyone who tried to remember him wouldn't be able to. They would see him, but the details would fade from their minds. Kiram sighed, imagining her father muttering under her breath about how he always shared his authority in ways that irritated her. With this ability, Cyan's face was pixelated for anyone who tried to remember his face. He turned to Kiram and explained that no one would recognize him unless they actually met him or spoke to him directly. If they tried to recall his face later, they would come up blank. Kiram stared at him for a moment before vanishing into thin air. She said she was going to sleep as her presence faded. Cyan, one hand in his pocket, touched his shoulder with the other. He stared at the lingering energy trail Kiram had left behind, his eyes filled with confusion. She wasn't usually this concerned about him. Her voice echoed in his mind, assuring him that she hadn't been worried. Meanwhile, the body of the giant Zelbar still lay motionless in the ring as the crowd continued to cheer for Cyan. Standing nearby was a man with white hair, his eyes locked on Cyan. It was Gunther, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. A wicked smile curled on his lips as he thought to himself that this kid would be his next opponent. He silently hoped that Cyan wouldn't disappoint him. A few hours later, night had fallen, and the streets were shrouded in fog. The entrance to the cage was busy with several people arriving. At the reception desk sat Lisa, her arms crossed and her expression serious. When the group in front of her approached, Delkia, a blonde woman, the manager of the red light district, stepped forward. She pointed at Lisa with the other. Her face was calm, though a hint of anger simmered beneath the surface as she stated she didn't want to be there longer than necessary and would get straight to the point. Delkia explained that a small boy had been causing trouble and snarled as her expression darkened, demanding Lisa bring him to her. Lisa didn't flinch. Her face remained composed as she replied calmly that she had no idea what Delkia was talking about and told her to get out. She asked who Delkia thought she was, storming in like that. Behind Delkia stood several men, some armed, some not, all taking aggressive stances, ready for a fight. Delkia placed her hands on her hips, a smile returning despite her growing fury. She warned Lisa to stay out of it, stating that since the problem had started in her territory, Lisa shouldn't get involved. Lisa's eyes narrowed as her hands slipped behind her back. With a swift, silent motion, she unsheathed 2 sets of small assassin's knives, refusing to let the situation escalate any further. This wasn't just about territory, but it involved their clients, and that made it personal. Delkia clenched her fists, extending one arm to the side as her anger boiled over. She yelled that the boy was there, and she knew it. One of the men behind her drew a dagger and eagerly asked if they should finish her off. Lisa's eyes filled with concern as she realized how serious the situation was. Cyan had really stirred up trouble this time. Just as she was about to act, Cyan suddenly appeared, raising his hand and calmly speaking. His voice cut through the tension, and everyone turned in shock, stunned by how he had entered unnoticed. Even Lisa, who had been preparing for a fight, was speechless. She asked how long he had been there. Cyan began to walk toward them, his demeanor as calm as ever. He replied that he had been there since she mentioned the problem starting in her territory. Cyan approached Delkia, his eyes meeting hers with a calm, unwavering expression. He suggested that instead of bothering Lisa, she should talk to him. Delkia, caught off guard by his gaze, looked surprised at first, but as she took in his handsome features, her expression softened. Her eyes filled with admiration as she found herself smitten by the boy in front of her. With a serious look, Cyan extended his hand and apologized if he had caused her any displeasure, offering a handshake. In Delkia's eyes, Cyan was so stunning, far more than just a boy. As he spoke, she didn't seem to care about the situation anymore. She took his hand in both of hers and pulled it close. "It's okay," she interrupted him, cutting him off before he could explain further. She brought her face closer to his hand, her eyes soft and full of affection. Blushing, she asked what his name was. Slightly confused but remaining composed, Cyan answered that his name was Simon. Delkia's blush deepened, and she gazed at him even more lovingly, murmuring that it was a brave name for such a fine face. Lisa, standing behind Cyan, couldn't believe what was happening. She was shocked and exclaimed that Cyan was a minor, her voice filled with panic. She realized just how dangerous Delkia was, far more dangerous than she had first appeared. With a worried look, Lisa quickly added that Cyan didn't have to talk to her and urged him to come her way. But Delkia wasn't letting go. She continued caressing Cyan's hand with her cheek, oblivious to Lisa's concerns. Cyan turned his calm gaze toward Lisa, shaking his head slightly, and reassured her that he would take care of it. Lisa panicked further, warning him that he didn't understand, saying Delkia was dangerous. Delkia smiled sweetly, still holding Cyan's hand with one of hers while pulling out a red card from her chest. She presented it to him, explaining that it was her business card and that she'd love to have a much deeper conversation with him next time. Cyan took the card and, as he glanced at it, realized it wasn't just any business card, revealing it was from Delkia's pleasure room, an exclusive service catering to the most selective clients. As Delkia's men began to leave, she gave Cyan an affectionate smile, telling him not to forget to stop by. Cyan's calm facade cracked, and panic set in. His eyes widened in fear as he realized just how crazy this woman was. She was dangerous, and worse, she was obsessed. Delkia placed one hand on the doorframe as she prepared to leave. She turned back one last time, smiling seductively, and added that she could serve him for free. Her voice dripped with affection, and her words made even one of her men blush. With that, Delkia said her final goodbye to Cyan, leaving both him and Lisa stunned in the room. Lisa rested her elbow on the table, her face propped up in her hand as she sighed. She asked if Cyan had even been listening to her, to which he pointed toward the door with a confused expression and replied that they were the ones who provoked him first. Lisa stared at him for a moment before responding that she had also heard he fought in a match, which he won. Cyan blinked in surprise, acknowledging that news sure spread fast around there. Lisa chuckled, explaining that it was a small place. Cyan began climbing the stairs, and as he did, Lisa called after him, warning him not to go anywhere near the pleasure room. Cyan, his face showing slight embarrassment, waved her off, claiming he didn't visit places like that. Lisa, still with her face resting in her hand, watched him closely. She couldn't help but think he looked adorable, trying to hide his embarrassment. Just then, a mysterious woman appeared, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. Her voice broke the moment as she commented that it was good that Delkia had left on her own. Lisa's head shot up in surprise, her eyes immediately locking onto the woman. It was Linza Nilov, the owner of the Lambaster cage. Linza's eyes gleamed as she gave Lisa a teasing smile and remarked that Lisa had gotten quite close to Cyan. Lisa quickly stood up, placing her hands on her waist and bowing her head in respect. She explained that she was just treating him like any other VIP client. Linza, still smiling, added that Lisa had even given him advice. Lisa, keeping her head down, responded sincerely that it wasn't because of any personal feelings, explaining that Cyan was still just a child after all. Before the conversation could continue, a new voice entered the scene. A man with white hair appeared, and his smirk was hard to miss as he overheard the conversation. He asked if they were underestimating him. Lisa's expression shifted immediately, her eyes filled with alertness as she turned to face the man. She demanded to know what he was doing there. It was Gunther Lichtus, and he casually walked toward them, waving as though nothing was wrong. He greeted them, commenting that it had been a long time and asking why they hadn't remodeled the place yet, as it was starting to look a bit old. Linza, still leaning against the wall, raised a hand with a playful smile and revealed that she was the one who had called Gunther there. Lisa, shocked, turned to Linza in confusion, asking why. Linza rested her hand under her cheek, her eyes shining with excitement. She explained that she wanted Lisa to organize a fight for Gunther as her smile widened. Lisa panicked, her eyes widening in disbelief. She reminded Linza that Gunther had been expelled a long time ago and asked who his opponent would even be. Gunther, now standing closer, pointed at himself with a smug grin and declared that he wanted to fight Lamea Simon. His voice was filled with excitement, and he stared directly at Lisa, the thrill of the challenge evident in his eyes. He asked her what she thought, adding that she could surely smell the scent of money. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a piercing scream echoed through a dimly lit room. Two men stood outside the door, exchanging glances. One of them remarked that she was louder than usual that day. The man with blue hair looked at his companion with a calm expression and explained that before she left earlier, she had said she would be the one to seduce him. His companion closed his eyes and started laughing, shaking his head and commenting that she had completely lost it over that kid. The blue-haired man's face grew serious as he said that she would do whatever it took to get him to come there. Inside the room, Delkia was spiraling into madness. She crumbled another piece of paper and tossed it onto the floor, frustration and obsession written all over her face. The bed was strewn with portraits of handsome men, but none of them were him. She sat among them, desperate, her thoughts consumed by one thing. This didn't make sense, she muttered to herself, her eyes wild. She had seen him. She knew she had, but she couldn't remember. Her fingers dug into her hair as she clutched her head, her despair mounting. She could remember Cyan, but not his face. His beautiful face was blurry, no matter how hard she tried to focus on it. It slipped away like a dream, fading upon waking. Tears welled up in her eyes as frustration turned to grief. She sobbed, her voice breaking as she asked why she couldn't remember him. But just as quickly as the sadness overwhelmed her, desire took its place. Delkia's hands moved to her face, her tongue slipping out as a twisted smile crept across her lips. Her eyes filled with a strange, obsessive love she could barely contain. She whispered to herself that she needed him more than ever,